It's me, just Kaya, Real Talk Daily. Gosh, I've been away for so long. I don't know why my skin is dry. I think I look patchy a little bit. It seemed like so long. I miss you guys so much. I'm so glad to be here tonight. I wanted to take another night, but I was like, no way. I must come tonight. I miss you guys so much. I'm looking forward to this evening. I think we're going to have a great conversation. I will be sharing, my life, of course, just Kaya, Real Talk Daily. And hi, Lance. How are you? I'm so glad that you're here. And I did get your message off. Got to dry. Facebook. So I'm so glad you're here. I thought, of course, if you would like to add to what I'll be discussing, of course, it'd be greatly appreciated. Yes, it's been too long. You know those doggone numbers on this doggone YouTube? You be gone for a day too. It's like an old man who can't keep it up. It just deflates and it keeps deflating. And then it takes a while before it gets erect or get increased again. Yes, it's still me, still the same. Having fun, enjoying life. I hope you guys have been enjoying your time. I want to there's only a couple of us here. I think it's just me and you, Lance, but maybe we'll I want to wait till a couple more people come in and oh hush. Wait till a couple more people come in before I start. So what you been up to? Did you get everything straightened out with your social media and all this good stuff? I hope so. We're in for a nice, well, I am in. So I keep checking my teeth. It's they they ain't the straightest, so I gotta make sure ain't nothing on them. We could be in for a nice evening of great conversation, and I'm going to be sharing about my kids and a couple of things I've been through the last couple of, well, initially all of my my adventure as a mother, a parent, but here recently, seems like there's a delay. Here recently, things dealing with my kids on behavioral, mental health type things. I have shared with you guys that both my kids have ADHD. My daughter was a micro preemie, and so I'll be sharing some things about that, and knowing that I'll be sharing it in relation to, I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure there's so many people out here that I put this out here for them to hear. If it is to soothe, comfort, motivate, inform. Uh, so yeah, I have never been a type of person who pick up a cause. Even though both my kids have ADHD, it's not like I'm all gun ho, into it, like some people do. And then my mother passed away of cancer, so it's not like I'm the type of person that what do you say? I guess it's like an advocator, active advocator for things. So this is my way of sharing, my way of getting our story out. I did talk with my son as well before coming up, so we're having this great conversation. And then, right at the end, I was like, "Oh, I should have recorded it," because I asked him questions to share here with you guys today. Hey, Wally. So good to see you. I appreciate you being here. But I wish, so I was talking to my son, asking him questions in preparation for today, just to see, get his input. And so we're having this great conversation. Really was like an interview type thing. And I was asking him multiple questions and he was answering them. Okay. So when I got down to the last couple, I said, "Oh, I should have recorded it." I said, "I wish I already recorded it." So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at my son and I'm like, "Can we do a takeoff? Can we do take two?" He looked at me and he's he'd crack a smile every once in a while. He's like, "That ain't gonna happen." Which I do, but I didn't even think about recording it until after we were just about done with the conversation. Hi, Lips, how are you? This is killing me on my teeth ain't there. Okay. Y'all know I'm getting on. I'm good. I'm gonna do it right here. Hi, Lips. How are you? I'm so glad to be here hanging out with you guys. But like I was expressing about my son, I wish I would have recorded the conversation. But for the most part, I remember what he said, and I got to remember my questions because, it's me. I just go in there, I just start talking and having the conversation. Okay, so there's a few people here, so let's get started. The first thing that I would like to, what do you say? So while he goes, should have ran out of luck. Oh, I guess you're not talking to me. Oh, so when y'all be doing that, I be forgetting to go back up. Yes, Lance. I think Lance stepped out. Wally. Okay. So first thing I want to start with today is, if you guys remember the last live or maybe two lives ago, I mentioned that I'm going to be starting this weight loss journey. I guess maybe fitness, lifestyle change. Yeah, girl getting too big. Sitting up here without for $12, but I ain't never had this big old booty I got now. But with this big old booty, I got a big old gut and big old titties. I'll keep the titties though, but booty. But anyway, so I'm going to be, it's been on my heart maybe for a couple of years to get more active, to get and kind of try to get into fitness. I've never been into fitness. I've never been like disciplined to work out, to eat certain way, or anything like that. Working night shift, kind of always been a grazer. And I'm a snacker. I'm not really a person that likes to sit down and have like a big meal. It's uncomfortable to me as far as eating and doing all that stuff. So big booties are in. Like, the guys like it. I know, but it's like also, well, thank God my belly not bigger than my booty. But they say, do your belly poke out more than your booty? Not quite, but it could be better. So, and Wally says, where's trash can for the, I know, where is Ocean? That is so true. I was over at his channel earlier watching a replay of a live he did today. So hopefully he'll be over here. I know. Believe me, I'm sure I'm gonna say a lot more things for him and his puns. Okay, so like I was saying, so I really, and I've never been kind of like a disciplined person as far as schedule, structure. So I'm going to be challenging myself, and then I'm going to be challenging myself out here in the open with everyone. Really, I feel it'll be easier for me because it's my way of holding me accountable. It's my way of, see, I'm the type of person when I give my word, or especially if I'm saying something and it's to someone else, I'm the type of person where I want my word to, it's like my honor. It's like, okay, she said it, okay, it's done, type of thing. So it's my way of pushing myself more, my way of keeping me focused. So with me saying all of that, I was debating on if I was going to do it on this channel, or I had already created another channel in preparation kind of for this. And there's no content on it yet, but I decided that I'm going to keep this channel for our hood talk and our long streams and kind of, it is what it is type thing. And then I have another channel. It's called, it can be helpful doing it out in the open. I think so. Because it's going to be like, if I'm not losing weight, or if I'm not, I'm not going to come up here and lie. Yeah, I lost 15 pounds. They'd be like, that bitch look bigger. So, yes, it is. I think it'll make it a lot easier for me to be out here in the open. So with that being said, I'm going to, like I said, keep this channel for like what we're doing now, the streams, kind of talking about this and that, and I'm kind of free for all, and conversation goes where it goes. But my other channel is called Just Kaya's, or Just Kaya Beauty. I probably should put an S on that. Just Kaya's Beauty, or Just Kaya Beauty. That's what it says right now. And so over there, starting Monday, I got me a little schedule and everything. Starting Monday, I'm going to be putting up videos. And yeah, please go over there, subscribe as well. I'm going to be putting up videos. It probably won't go live until I figure out how the flow of it's going to go. But it will be intermittent fasting. I will be working out. Oh Lord. So I'll be showing like exercises. I'll be doing like I wanted somehow incorporate like journaling, meditation, talk about things like that. Books. And then if you guys seen the picture I had up, the thumbnail that I had up while the music was playing, with health, fitness, and faith. That's kind of what the premise of that channel is going to be about. So it should be a lot of fun. It's that, even though this is 100% me, it really is, and that is also is going to be even more of me, if you can't even imagine, more of Kaya. But it's going to be even more of me in the sense more personal, more physical, more, because the Lord knew what He was doing. He didn't give me a fine ass body. Because y'all know how they do the booty, the pictures like all my pictures will be like that. I'm lying. I don't understand these pictures. Okay, so I want to make sure I put. Okay, so it's gonna be about faith, fitness, lifestyle. Lifestyle meaning like how you choose to live your life, like lifestyle in the sense to where not like clothing and things, but like who you are, I guess, kind of as a person, or who I am as a person, the lifestyle that you live. Maybe like home, and of course gardening, reading, and travel. I'm thinking my son, he graduates this year. Oh my God. So I really want to take him on a trip, because he doesn't really know what he wants to do after graduation. And I've been sharing with you guys, I really would like maybe for him to go live abroad for a year. Oh, that would hurt. But I think that would be good for him. I spoke with him about it, but you know, he has what we're going to be talking about tonight. He has ADHD, and he has the social anxiety and now depression. So it will be a huge challenge. So we got to figure out what that's going to look like. And of course, I will be sharing that adventure, whatever that looks like, as well. Okay. Copy the link and drop it in the chat. What link? Oh. Okay. This thing is killing me. I don't have one, two. Okay, let's stick it out. Okay, copy the link. Copy the link of my other channel. Okay, let me see. Okay, you showed me this last time, Molly. Let's see. Okay, I probably don't have to go through all of this, but it's just Kaya's beauty. Oh, there it is. Okay, and then is this up? Is this it up here? Oh, this is it. Okay, and then copy it. Okay, and then let me come back over here. All right, so seems something is wrong with the mic. Really? So it is my mic. Okay. Oh, I think that's the link to the other channel. So the mic doesn't sound good. Oh, that would be awesome. Living abroad. Yes. Yeah, I really want him. I'm going to see how it's going to look like. But I probably, well, I'm not even going to put that out there. Yes, that is the plan. To see what that looks. Try to see in making some things, straightening out and different things. So I don't know if you heard what I just mentioned about the new channel being on fitness, health, but keeping it channel good and ratchet. No, I'm kidding. But kind of the conversation where it goes and everything. But so good to see you here. I see that Miss B Finesse, I must shout this out. B Finesse, she has reached 1,000 plus subscribers. I just love her content. Like I share all the time. She's actually down in the subscriber thing, but she has reached 1,000 subscribers. I wish our time difference wasn't so different, so I can go over to her channel more. But you guys, please make sure you go support. She has a wonderful, wonderful channel over there, and I think that means she's monetized. I'm not sure, but congratulations to her. Please go support. Oh yes, the new. Okay, so was that it? Oh, the mic. Yeah. So does the mic sound funny? Is there something going on with the mic? Because I can unplug it and put the. I have these thingies. Okay, you guys. Oh, now. I'm good. Okay, mic is way better now. All of a sudden. Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, let me know. Okay, so great about that. Is that the right channel? I think that I copied that, and I don't know if it should be just Kaya's Beauty or just Kaya Beauty. So you guys for sure let me know, what do you think? Should it be an S or no S? Yeah, your mic somewhat sync out, is out a little sound like underwater. Okay, but it's better now, right? It's better. I don't know what's wrong with this mic. Okay, just let me know. I have an alternate mic I can put on if okay, great, it's better. If it gets bad again. Okay, guys, story time. So I have, talk here and there about my kids' history, especially Jeremiah, my oldest son's history. Don't forget, yes, please don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button and comment. Okay, you guys, I'm at 240 still. Okay, so I am going to, to be honest, I haven't been making active effort to go and figure out this subscriber situation, but I'm going to do that because I really want my channel to grow. I enjoy doing this. I want to reach and talk to more people, of course. I want to get monetized, of course. I want to meet these milestones as well. So I will be making more effort to go out there and get subscribers, but I am at 240, which sometimes really, that even blows my mind that even 240 people push that button. And then it seems like when I look at my analytics stuff, that for the most part, the people that subscribe, they listen. So I'm very happy and pleased with that. That means way more to me than just but just a number. I do want that number to reflect that these people are really enjoying the time with me and what I'm putting out there and different things like that. So, hello, Mrs. Mary. So good to see you. At Kaya. Hi, beautiful. So glad to see you. Had to come hang out with you and everyone on my birthday. Happy birthday. Wait, what is it? Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. I never said I could sing, but I think I can. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. No one else is going to tell me it's their birthday. They'd be like, hell no. But happy birthday. How you today? What is today? Today's the 17th, the 16th, 17th. March 17th. I think that's the Aries or Pisces. I'm not sure. But thank you for coming to hang out with me on your birthday. I'm so honored. Where is Mr. Married at? Did Mr. Mary do good? I'm sure he did. So I'm going to stay up a little bit later for you. Hope everyone is doing good. I appreciate that. I'm glad I have kind of a plan, things to share. And it's going to be kind of a personal show. I'm going to be sharing more about my family and what we go through or a part of our life, which I'm excited to do. You guys know I love sharing. My kids know who I am, but I do respect them and I make sure it's okay with them of the things that I share. And they say, absolutely, of course. Yes, the right channel. Yay. Oh, so it should be with an S. Just Kaya's Beauty with apostrophe S. I always thought the apostrophe S means like is. Like just Kaya is beauty. But okay, I will change it to, do everyone agree with that? Add the S on to it. Sounds good to me. I think that's an inside joke for me and Lance. I think so. Okay, so yes, Mrs. Mary, what she said, Red Lipstick Vibes. Hi, so glad to see you. And also, you guys, don't forget to subscribe to Red Lipstick Vibes. She's on every day, Sunday, Monday, Friday. So make sure you go over there and subscribe to Red Lipstick Vibes as well. We have so much fun over there. I really enjoy my time when I go over on her platform. What's going on at Big Bad Bull and Mrs. Mary, Wally. So what does he say? Kai, you need to start making some. I know. The shorts, I gotta figure out huh? But yes, amen. Yes. You're absolutely right. I am. That's what I'm going to be working on. I'm going to, like I mentioned earlier, really disciplining myself and staying on a schedule. Because when I get also, no excuses, this is not an excuse, but this is what been happening with, which I'm going to have to change, is once I get in front of this computer and I go to learn something new, it takes me way to Tijuana somewhere and I got to hitchhike back because it's like, how the hell did I get way over here? But yes, I'm going to put me a post-it or something here. Stay focused until you finish this task, because it's like an endless journey when you go on this internet and everything is so intriguing and there's just so much to learn. And as you guys probably know, I love learning. I really do. So once I start digging, then it takes me on another adventure and another adventure. And then next thing I know, my legs hurt and I ain't got up. I got to go pee and it ain't got shit done. Still ain't got shit done. But yes, I am premieres and shorts. Exactly. I was looking up those shorts. Like shorts is really the thing to do now, right now I'm really seeing. Oh, thank you so much. My family sings it the same way. Do they sing it on key or off key? Or whatever key. Yes. Okay. So going back, okay, Lance is in the house. Happy birthday. How old are you, Mrs. Mary? If you care to share. If not, it's all good. He did great. He's at work. I figured he was at work, and I'm sure he did great. And I'm sure it's not just today that he does great, because any amazing husband, and most husband, I'm just going to put out there, you don't wait for the birthdays and the holidays and the Christmas and the Valentine's Day. Actually, it's these things. I believe a great husband, which I'm sure your husband is, he doesn't express these things every day of the year. However, birthdays are very special to me. That is one thing that I think is very personal. I look at birthdays as the day that Christ, that God chose for me to enter, to be born. So I put that date on a pedestal. So yes, it's extra special and extra, extra, extra all the way. That is one day that I do believe should be celebrated year round, or every year. And year round. Youthful 20 plus years, and happy birthday. Oh, how do you know? Oh, you're telling me your age, Wally? Wally, when's your birthday? You did great. OG's in the house. Hello, OG. Good to see you. I've been seeing you. Been around, girl. You've been around. Who's that? Around and round, round and round. I think that's Tupac's. I don't even know what the song about, so it ain't for you. I don't know. That beat just came to my head. But good to see you here. It's always a pleasure. Okay, guys, so let me get into what I wanted to share. It looks like you guys might be just talking back and forth. I feel instantly qualified for... See this part right here? Wait, why won't click? Is it up there? Wait, click. This part right here, okay, I feel you. I instantly qualified for my AARP card and SSI soon as I sit down. Oh, being on the computer, yes. But that, what I'm trying to say, I don't get it. They ain't really no discount. So I think they just really trying to sell you shit and put everybody in that group in the same way. So it's like a mailing thing. So everybody can solicit to you because they don't get no discount. It's supposed to be for discounts. Because if it is, it's not. Okay, guys. So let's get into it. Oh, a very young 41-year-old. You look I see you change your picture again. You beat me. I got to change mine again. I am 41, but people think that I am in my 20s. Yes, but it's great. They think my husband is in his 20s as well. So we're just smack. Amen. That is amazing. You know, I do enjoy that about, well, everyone know I just love Black people. Rather, I don't care. I just love us some Black people. Hi, Jill. I was on your Instagram yesterday, I think it was. I really enjoy the interaction with you. We must, at some point, if possible, you're down here in Cali. Maybe we could go to Catalina Island. Neither one of us and see. Okay, guys. Let me share. Okay, so there is, this literally, what I'm going to share first, this literally is how my my notes, happened at 3:00 this afternoon. So I was, curling and tucking and fixing and my hair. And I wanted to have the conversation with my son, Jeremiah. I call him JD. So I wanted to have the conversation with him. I was like, let me ask him some questions about, the topic about, I share with you guys. He diagnosed himself. He came and told me, and even go in more details about different things that we've been through as a family. So right now, we're removed from our house, the big house. Right now, we're in a small apartment. I mean, literally, my daughter probably hear me back this way. But so I went out my room to look for my son, and mind you guys, Jeremiah goes nowhere. Jeremiah has social anxiety, kind of severe for the most part, but he'll do, if it's essential, he'll do it. He has the ADHD and he has the mountain depression. But I say that to say this, he goes nowhere. If anything, he'll go take out the trash. That's about it. I got to bribe him to go somewhere with me. So I go around real quick. I'm like, Jeremiah. I said, boy, I know you ain't playing with me because he's not one to play games and pranks and stuff like that. So I went around again because I'm like, Jeremiah, I went to the garage. And then I went out the front door. And I'm like, in my heart, really. So I took a deep breath. I was like, I was like, nah, okay. And let me tell you what my first thought was. I shouldn't have watched this little stupid movie, and I don't know why. And I don't believe in science fiction. I don't know why my mind went here. I had started watching that little movie on Netflix, Thomas or Adam. The science fiction is #1 right now. I couldn't even finish watching it. I don't like, it's kind of a silly movie, but it's science fiction, and they go off into that little black girl's in it too. But anyway, instantly I thought about it. I don't know why. I was like, because he's always on the computer. I was like, I wonder did my son figure out how to go somewhere in the computer? I really did think that. I really, really, really did. Crazy. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I go around looking again, and so my daughter is on her computer, and I'm like, have you seen Jeremiah? She goes, oh, I think he went out. I said, he went out? Jeremiah goes nowhere. So I go to the front door, and it's unlocked. And I open it, and I look, and we ain't in the best. We in the hood, okay? We in the hood. Hood. And I'm looking, I'm like, so I went to the back, and it's like in the back, it's a garage and a whole, I don't know, garage, whatever. Went back there, and there's a big gate, not a big gate, it's only like 8 apartments here or whatever. And I let, so now I said, okay, deep breath. I said, okay, deep breath. I was like, okay, Lord, I know ain't nothing happened to my baby. And this is literally the first time I have not known where Jeremiah is in his whole 17 years of life, right? So I said, okay, be calm. So I came back in. I went through the house again. I just kind of, okay, where could he be? And then I went to his room, and he has a little headsets, and I can hear the people talking in it. He got the Discord over here. He got the game here and all this stuff, and I can hear. So I was trying to see. I'm like, I know my son didn't get lured away, or someone told him to whatever, and they take my baby. He a big boy too. So I'm listening, and the girl on there, and there's one, they talking about the little game up here, and they don't want to die on the game. And one little girl talking about she needs to go to sleep and all this stuff. So I put that back down, and I said, Jordan, how long ago? I don't know. I said, what do you have on? I don't know. Jordan don't know nothing. She just playing her game. Ain't even. So about 20 minutes, you guys, go by. And Jeremiah does not drive. So about 20, and he ain't got no money. He begged me for money. So about 20 minutes go by, and I was like, okay. I called his dad. I called my ex-husband, and I was like, I don't know where our son is at. And he's like, what? So I kind of told him what happened. He's like, okay, I'm on my way. So he was at work. So he made his way over here. And then this what he say to me. He go, well, maybe he just went for a walk. I'm glad the camera did that. I said, you don't know your son. I said, we talking about Jeremiah. Your son, our son. Jeremiah ain't gonna go, what? And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm just playing, whatever, okay? So anyway, so he's trying to help, but so I called the service because we got cameras. So I called the owner, and I told him, and he's going back. Look, he's like, oh, I don't see him. He goes back another hour. And I go, Jordan, how long has it been since it's gone? Now, my heart, you know what's so crazy? I'm not feeling panicky at all. I'm still feeling comfort, but it's like, where's my child? Where's my son? I've never, but it was never a sense of panic over me. So anyway, so I got the owner on the phone, and he's looking back through the tapes, and he's like, I just see kids from school. And then he goes back 2-3 hours. He said, oh, I think I see him. Like he's waiting for someone. So he sent me the picture. It's Jeremiah. And I was like, oh, that's him. And Ron, my ex, that ain't him. I said, that's your son. That's him. Whatever. It was kind of fun. So anyway, I was like, well, I wonder what happened. And we're still trying to figure out. We've been doing this for an hour and a half now. So I come in my room, and I'm trying to make the thing big to figure everything out. Guess who comes through the door? Jeremiah. And my ex went in, he's like, man, what's up, where you been? He was like, I went to Starbucks. Starbucks? I'm like, he's like, you gotta tell your mom. He's like, oh, my bad, I didn't even think about it. I couldn't even say, I'm just looking at him like, you didn't, what? And then, his dad, my ex, is telling him, you gotta tell your mom, she was worried, blah, 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 all this stuff. And you guys, I am so embarrassed. I've said that how you go out, whatever. He had on his night clothes. And I mean, oh, holy. I said, Jeremiah, who picked you up? You was looking like this. He's like, we was just going through the drive-through. It ain't no big deal. Ain't nobody seeing me. I said, didn't your friend see you? Well, yeah, I don't give a damn, He's like, we didn't get. I was like, Jeremiah, you can't go out looking like this. He said, why? I ain't trying to press them. I said, son, this speaks of you. And that's a whole nother conversation, which he does not get at all. I mean, and he a black boy, and he got the long john thingies, and you can tell they old because they're thinning. You got the bulge in the front. I was like, Jeremiah, that is not. His dad looked at me like, well, yeah, he get that honest. I'm like, see, it ain't even about that. But, it was kind of a happy moment. He gave me a hug, gave his dad a hug. And I was like, but Jeremiah, you can't. The whole time, so Jordan's still on her little game. And then he goes in his room, and I'm talking to their dad or whatever. And Jordan goes, oh, so he made it home safely, huh? Were you worried? Ain't looked at me just playing her game. I was like, my kids. That's my kids. But anyway, so that's my little quick story. It was different. I've never been in a moment to where I didn't know where my child was. And yeah. It was something else. So I wanted to share that with you guys. And then after he got here, I did talk to him, like I said, which I'm going to be sharing that conversation with you guys about the mental health aspect, the different things that he deals with. But what I already was going to share more so about this, but what sparked it even sooner is my daughter. Okay. So Jordan River, my daughter, my kids are like the clone of each other. They're like twins. They 3 years apart, but they look just alike. One time I shaved off all of Jordan's hair. I couldn't even, I couldn't even tell them apart. They look just alike, but they're going through all the same things as far as medical, identical. So my daughter, she's very quiet. She's very, very, very shy. It'll take her a long while before she will speak. She will just stare and kind of take you in as a person, and whatever that looks like in her mind. She does have ADHD as well. And I shared the story how on the same day I found out for both of them at their school for parent teacher night or whatever, each class, the teachers they was waiting for me. So anyway, December, I think it was. Yeah, it had to be December or early January. I had multiple family members pass away from the Rona, within 2 weeks. Well, it was even 10 days. It was a week and a half. And each of them had disposed to a medical history. But it was crazy. It was like death, 3 days, death, 3 days, death, that type of thing. And that was my first experience with someone actually dying with that diagnosis. So that happened. Then, school with my daughter. She's never been outgoing, so to say, but she'll do what's necessary to do. So I say all of that to say this. It was maybe a week ago now. I think it was last Thursday. So my daughter, she was just like not caring, just, just on her game. And I was like, you do your homework or you do something. No, no, no. So I said, we need to talk or whatever. And she doesn't like that. And I'm like, just trying to help her get refocused and figure out what's going on. So I put her on punishment, took her phone and stuff like that. And so she's going on with her day, doing what she knows. She's very artistic. She can draw. I think I showed you guys pictures way back when I first started doing this channel. So she's very artistic, and I really kind of like when she goes into that phase, that mind of hers, where she'll just sit and she'll just draw for like hours, type of thing. So she so she had came to me and she said, Mom, I got something for you. I was like, oh, okay. So she handed me a piece of paper. It was 2 pieces of paper. It was folded up, and then she ran out. So I read the letter, and she discussed and revealed a lot. I was looking for it. It's here somewhere. Multiple things to me about how she feels. In the beginning of the letter, she said, I'm writing the letter because yeah, she's very much an artist. Yes, artistic, very artistic. I gotta show you. I'll show you guys something before we end. I had them hanging up here, but I took them down. So at the beginning, she's like, I'm writing this letter because it's very hard for me to speak to people in person. Even though you're my mom, I know you love me, but it's hard for me to speak to you and express to you what I want to say. So this is why I'm writing you this letter. So she goes on to express in the letter different things at school, because when I pick her up, we always talk about school, and she kind of always give like a generic answer. And then for the most part, I'll try to push and nudge a little bit more. Are you telling the truth? Or, is that really it? Or something like that. And for the most part, she stayed consistent with her story. It's very generic answers. So in there, she said, well, I want to tell you what's been going on at school. And she said, so last year, my daughter was on the track team. And I think she was number 2. And, they had the meets, and she was, she was pretty good, and she enjoyed it. And this year, they're not having the track team, but they're still practicing doing the running. So in her letter, she had expressed that she wasn't running as good as she felt she should or could. And she said when she finished race, she feels like people are she said people are looking at her, like, talking about her. But she said, but I know they're not. But it feels like they are. And then she goes on to express in school why she's not passing in her presentation portion of things. She said because every time the teacher calls on her, she just acts like she's not done, because she doesn't want to go up in front of the class to do the presentation, because everyone's looking at her and she's very uncomfortable with that and everything. So she's sharing all these things, and she's breaking it down for me, and with PE and the changing of just everything. And she said, I really want to tell you this, that I've been having thoughts of hurting myself. This is not the first time. It has happened before where I felt this way. And she said, now recently I've been feeling like I want to kill myself. And I'm reading the letter, and then she goes on to say, something towards the end, like, I haven't tried, but the thoughts enter, my thinking. And I think people are talking about me, something like that. So she goes back to that. She said, please don't be sad. And she ended it with something else, sharing that she doesn't have the thoughts of hurting or cutting. She was saying cutting specifically. She said, I don't have thoughts of that anymore, but I've been having a lot of thoughts of killing myself. So at that time, I kind of just said, got me some water, took a deep breath and all this stuff. And so, of course, I called a family meeting. And I absolutely called Jeremiah in because I've been through this with Jeremiah. I don't think I've fully, I think I did share his story when he was graduating junior high. So hers happened right after junior high, but it's the exact same kind of time period. So it was me, Jeremiah, and her. So I let Jeremiah read the letter, and he immediately said, I totally understand. He said, well, Mom, to tell you the truth, Jordan came to me. He said a few months ago, he said, I'm not sure how long ago, and told me about the thoughts of hurting herself. And I was like, you didn't tell me. I said, why you didn't tell me? He was like, well, I gave her my word, and I'm not going to break my word. And I was like, but that is serious. You should have came and talked to me something. He's like, no. He's like, she talked to me, and this is my grown-ass 17-year-old son. She talked to me, and we talked, and she asked me not to tell you, so I didn't, because I want to keep my word with my sister so she know that she can come to me. And I was like, but Jeremiah, wonder if something would have happened. He said, but it didn't. And this is how my son talked, but it didn't. And it's not like he's being disrespectful. It's just like, or like he's trying to be sassy or whatever. That's just, he's very assertive. He's very assured. He's very confident. He's very a man's man. If you talk to him, have this conversation, men looking at him, he's 17, but men, conversation wise, you'd be like, okay, he mean what he's, you don't have a reason to ask him twice the way he answers. So, and I told him, I said, well, I would appreciate if you would tell me if that happened again. And he made it clear that he wouldn't. He said, as long as she asked him not to say anything, he wouldn't. Remember I told you my son wouldn't even lie for me if the police came to the door, and he said he won't even lie for me to keep me out of jail. He's like, no, I'll visit you, but you want to do that time. He said it won't be that much time, because that's my son's integrity, which I'm proud of, but in the same sense, it's like, well, damn, But anyway, so he started sharing with me about the time that he was going through it. And we were talking about that time when I share with you guys where he tried to commit suicide right at the day of his junior high graduation. And it was because of all of the anxiety, the anticipation of going to the stadium and all these people and walking across the stage. And he said, not even that. It was just the thought that he felt he could do better in school. He should have got all A's instead of A's and B's. He said he felt like he wasn't doing his best, and that him as a person could be better, and all these things he was expressing to me when we were talking the other day. And he said and I said, well, Jeremiah, do you think you were trying to do that to get out of, going to graduation, or were you really trying to kill? He said, no, I was really trying to kill myself. And I was like, okay, wow. And at that time, he did start seeing a counselor and all this good stuff. And that's a whole nother story. But anyway, and so since that time, just to let you guys know, he has not had another episode where he has tried to harm himself or kill himself or anything like that. And then with Jordan, so as we were talking, Jordan is very quiet, like I said. So I was like, well, Jordan, what do you feel like? What makes you give these thoughts? She just go, I don't know. She just keeps kind of doing that. What Wally says, boy, I feel sorry for these Generation Z kids. This is why I'm always considering if I should have kids. It's crazy you said that, Wally. And I'm going to share something I'll share now. So before even all of this, I'm telling you, being a parent is really, really hard. Even now, I want to say growing up in this time it's different. It's challenging. And that's what I'm going to share about the conversation I had with Jeremiah. But to tell you the truth, Wally, and I told my kids this, if I could ever go back, which I know I can't, so it can't happen, I would not have kids. No way. And it is because of all of this. And if I was still, as much as I love pregnancy, as much as I love the gift of life, I would not, personally, I would not have kids. And I wouldn't. But I hope, but it is a beautiful experience. I'm not telling anyone not to have kids. I did want one or two more, but it didn't happen. But yeah. So as I'm talking to my daughter, she's not, she's not able to verbally articulate how she's feeling, but she did express that she feels like it's her, like she's not good enough, like she can do better, like everyone's looking at her, and she'll quickly say, but I know they're not, but I feel that way, she tells me. And what'd you say? You said a mouthful, Kaya. Parenting isn't easy. It really isn't. So when I first had my son, I was 36, and I've shared it many times. I desperately wanted kids. My first marriage didn't have any kids. I desperately wanted kids. And when I had my son, even before my daughter came along, I was like, this is hard. I'm like, people be telling you about kids. I'm like, they lied, or whether they left out information. They don't tell you about the crying, the struggling, the throwing up. You don't know what's wrong, and the attention and all these things. I'm like, those are things they need to be sharing. But parenting is hard. And I've said it since maybe Jeremiah was 4 months, 5 months. I've said anyone who says parenting is easy, they cannot be doing it correctly, in my opinion. Parenting is very hard. And actually, when they were a baby, it was easier than what it is now, because even in the midst of us having this conversation, I was sitting there blaming myself. I really was. And I was blaming myself in the sense to where maybe if I wasn't working so much in their early years, maybe if I wasn't working nights, just maybe, and I said this to them before in the past. And I shared, my son said, no, Mom, because the time you did spend, it was quality time. It's very meaningful and blah, blah, blah. That still doesn't help how I'm feeling in this moment. So my son, being somewhat intuitive to his mom, he said, Mom, it's not your fault. It really isn't. He said, I don't care if you was with us every day. This is us. He said, this is us as individual. This is my son, my 17-year-old, telling me that this is who we are, no matter what you would have done, been here every day. This is how we were going to turn out. He said, you have to realize, and this is what he's telling me. He said, I got these friends of mine, these white boys, they rich. And he said, they got worse problems than us. They're cussing their parents out. They're mad at their parents, and their parents ain't done nothing or gave them everything. And so, he put it back into perspective for me, which I appreciate him for, but you still feel like it's your fault. I still feel like, well, maybe, just maybe. But by the grace of God, I had him as my co-parent, sort of say. And Jeremiah being the amazing son that he is, or amazing person that he is, because, he was the one who came to me with all this stuff. When he's the reason why I knew about, he was self-cutting back when he was, we just talked about this. I think he said it was like 12. Yeah, 12, maybe 11, 12. And then at 13, that's when he tried to, he took a whole bunch of pills trying to kill himself. And then he even shared then that he was aware that it was him. He said it was his thoughts. He said it was how he was feeling about himself. that he can do better, that he can succeed more. He should have all A's, like I was telling you guys, because he really is a very intelligent young man. He wanted to go into research. He wanted to go in something medical. He was really involved with the ADHD, and then with the medication side of things, how it works in the brain and interacting. And he educated. I didn't even have to look up stuff. He would just come and tell me all this stuff. And so now, just to stay on Jeremiah a little bit longer. So now, maybe the last year or so, when he has discovered that, in his opinion, school is bullshit, he's like, this is like, I'm not learning anything. He's like, I'm not even challenged, because now he's balanced with his medication, with his therapy, and he's getting older, and he's always been aware of it, but mentally he's managing things better. Like, he took himself off a pillar, so he's like, I don't need that. I can. And so he works a little bit harder mentally, but he challenges himself to do it. So, because he doesn't want to be on these pills, all of his life. So he is so disappointed in our school system, to where he's putting it off on college, or, he's like, well, I'll be better. They ain't not teaching me nothing. I can learn. And he's kind of in that phase now. Not to go too much into that. But anyway, to bring it back around to Jordan. So as me and Jeremiah are sitting there, Jordan really hasn't said a word. She's just kind of looking and taking it all in. And then I asked her, of course, do you have a plan? And she said, well, maybe. And I go, so what do you think you would do? And because that's something that they teach you in school. Like, if someone is saying that they're going to hurt themselves or kill themselves, the next question is, ask them directly, do you have a plan? Because someone with a plan is more likely than someone without a plan. So. And she said, well, yeah, maybe I will just take a whole bunch of pills. And she said, because it's the easiest thing to do. And I'm like, oh. And then Jeremiah quickly said, well, you don't want to do that. It hurts. It's painful, and you're going to regret it right away. And her face was like, and that was his way. He shared his experience with her. And she's like, but I'm not. She said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not. I don't want to. But, it's just my thoughts and different things like that. And so we came up at the end of that, we came up with a plan of, if she feels this way again, that even if she does go to her brother, she promised me she has to come to me as well. Jeremiah still won't agree to, if she goes to him and she tells him not to tell, he still say he's not going to tell me. Okay, I respect his integrity or his honor, or, but she did say she would. So what we're going to do now, because she's having a lot of problems with school, and Jeremiah had the same issue when he went to high school. So I will start homeschooling my daughter as well. However, it's going to be a little bit different because she wants to be social. So I'm going to have to figure out social engagements and, clubs and different things like that for her. So all is well. Now she still is, she's herself, but I can tell it's some things on her heart, on her mind, or, and we touch bases. We agreed to touch bases each day, meaning personally, to where she won't just give me a generic answer and things like that. So I want to share that with you guys. And so I want to go on further. If someone wants to come up, the link is at the top. But I wanted to share a couple of things with you guys about ADHD and behavioral health versus mental health. And let's see, I put a poll up there. And let's see, what is it? So 88% says yes, they know the difference between behavioral health and mental health, and 12% says no. And to be honest with you, we use those words interchangeably. And I really, I knew from school it was, but not really. So I wanted to break it down into its least common denominator. Does that make sense? The least form, like in layman's term. So basically, behavioral health is how your behavior affects your life, where mental health is how your mental, I don't want to say issue, mental illness affects your life. So I think I said the same thing. I didn't mean to. Okay, so let me share. I got some things I want to share with you guys. Okay, so the browser could not capture the screen. Try capturing a different. Okay, let's see here. Oh, there it is. It won't capture it. I wonder why. Okay, let me see what you guys are talking about real quickly. So Wally, let's see. So Wally said the way this world is going, having kids is like having self-conflicted scars, right? Yes. Yeah. With my son, he actually had the scars. Oh, that was one of the things I did ask him. I said, well, why did you cut yourself? What did you get it off of? Something off of YouTube, or not YouTube? I didn't mean to say YouTube. Did you get it off the computer or in these different groups you were in? He's like, no. He said it just came to his mind to do that. And he said that the pain, it was like a pleasure pain, but that's what led him to groups to discuss it, to figure out what it was about. And then he said once he got in the groups that were discussing this, he said he thought it was going to be more like discussing why or something he said, but he said once you're in the groups, it's more of how to do work. He said the groups he found, he said all groups are like this, the ones he found, of how you could do other things. And then he said at that time he felt himself mentally like this isn't good for his mind. And that's when he came to me and told me what was going on. That was back when he was 11 or 12 or something like this. I don't know why it won't share. Share screen. It's right here. Share. The browser can't access your screen. Try capturing. Okay, so maybe I have to restore it. Let's see if that made a difference. I don't know why it won't capture the thingy here. Let's see if I bring it over here. Oh, but then I can't see you guys. I mean, I can't see. Oh, see, this is crazy. I organize all this stuff. Wait, let's go this way. Let me do it this way, bookmark. And then let's do this. Come on. Share. It won't share it. And I don't have no clue why it won't. Okay, so it says, so what it says about the difference between behavioral health and mental health is, okay, so mental health is an individual well-being in relations to their behavior. biology and environment. So that's the mental health type of thing. While behavioral health refers to the behaviors that impacts an individual's well-being. So that's like my kids. They're really both, but more so behavioral health because of the symptoms, what they're displaying, what they're going through. That's what's impacting their individual well-being. That's what's impacting their decisions, their life, social things and experience and things like that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to X all of this out. And let me bring this back over here, because that might be the problem. Do you guys have any oh, thank you. Hey. Give me some hi, how are you?
Good. I can I'm really listening. I'm in a learning session state of mind right now, but I just came up to help you screen share if you want to send it backstage.
Oh, okay. Let me try this. I think it's because I put these photos over there. But let me see if I bring this back over here. And then if this doesn't work, you're gonna have to tell me how I'll send it to you too, if I can do that. And then let me
put it backstage.
Okay. And then okay, let me see, did that work? How are you, Lance?
I am well. And I'm gonna keep saying that until I feel it.
Amen. Oh, I got something with that too. Okay, so how do I send it to you? How do I make it so you can see it?
Here, I'll send you my email. And Cindy. You see it? You see it? My email in the chat.
Oh, in the chat. Okay. Uh-oh, where'd you go? Okay, yes. So send it. Huh? So how do I wait? Okay, how do I do that? Okay, maybe this little arrow thingy here. I tell you, I need an assistant. I need me a producer. I need me somebody help. How do I do that? Wait. Okay, so I see this little arrow thing. Copy link. Oh, do I copy link? I probably can copy link.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, copy link. And then oh my gosh. Okay, go over here.
It's a website?
Oh yeah.
Girl, it's the website. That's probably why you can't share it. Probably the website stopping it.
Oh, really? Well,
if it's like protected content, yeah.
No, I don't think. Okay, well, amen. So it's retreatbehavioralhealth.com.
Okay.
Well, why would it let you show it and not me? While you're pulling it up, I'm going to go back to the chats. You guys have any questions? I kind of went on talking for a long while there. Okay. I'm surprised to see that you had started adding. Oh, you have a channel, Jill? I went over to the last time I went over there, you didn't have I'm gonna have to go see. You go look right quick. Look, okay, I think I've seen your channel. Okay, yes. Yeah, so make sure you guys go subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. I don't know how he gonna share my shit. He has so many problems with streaming. Okay, let me see. I wonder, maybe I need to I can easily go out of my stream and come back in. Let me try that, Lance.
Okay. Mm-hmm. We'll be right back after these messages. Hey kids, do you want to feel so energetic? Oh, wait a minute. I'm not gonna do a YouTube commercial. I get tired of them already. I think she like left her own show. Oh, okay, she's gone. Yeah, I was in listening mode, so I didn't have anything to say. This one hit me, and I'm really just like just in tune right now because I am not a parent, and honestly, I didn't know the kids be still like going through this stuff. I thought they were like in tune. I mean, honestly, I guess that's why they is. Cause I didn't. They thinking too much. That's that free will thinking. I was told what I was good and what I was bad at when I was a kid. I had tasks to focus on.
Okay, I'm back, Lance. You was told what to do. You try to tell these kids what to do now. Yeah, what? Wait, my son. Wait, listen. My son was maybe 8, and I was like, "You can't do that." I forgot what it was. You can't do that. He said, "Why?" I said, "Because I said so. You can't do that. I'm my own person. I got my own mind."
I don't know. Okay, well, you take your mind and get out of my face.
That part. For real. I was like, okay, little Negro, okay. You better come here and pay some bills.
Do you have your own wallet?
Yeah, and then he goes, well, you know I can't do that now. He's 8, literally telling me this.
But that's like, honestly, that's why I don't know. These kids just seem like, me and my friend was talking about that today. I was like, these kids are this is the curve. Like, the learning curve. Like, people choose, like, the professor chooses the highest grade, the grade off of. This is our curve. Like, I think these kids are like the best that we're ever going to get. They actually have a chance to be self-aware. Like, this usually thoughts that you have when you, like, in your 20s and stuff.
But the thing, if this doesn't come up, I'll share the conversation I had with my son. But the thing of it is, like, I thought it was these, like, internet not going outside, and that could be. I think it has something to do with not as much sunlight and going outside and social, like, in person. I don't know what's wrong with it. Involvement, but he was my son was sharing with me that it's something that is within you, like it's you holding yourself to a higher standard. And he's like, it's not that, because he was saying the same thing to my daughter. He said, it's not that other people are telling me this. He's like, this is what I'm thinking for myself. And then I started asking him, I'm like, but wonder if, are you in competition with, like, the game? Or he's like, he said, believe it or not, it has nothing to do with the game. He said, now he do believe because you spend so much time on the internet, you're not interacting, you're not going outside. He believes that has something as well to do with it. I really, I really want to share this with you. All my information is here. It looked like I just got distracted, but I really
I want to see this. I want to see what she's talking about because I need, I got like 100. I had 120 cousins. I need to know this.
All the stuff is here. Okay, let me do this. I don't know why it's not. Do anybody know why it won't screen share?
But I'm not seeing the share button like I usually do. Like, is this usually like just up there, the screen share? I'm not seeing it actually.
Let me see settings. What's under
They
settings?
can't on the platform. I wonder.
Automatically add shared screen. Yeah, it's right here. It's up here to add it. When your share screen or video will automatically add the screen, disable this if you want to queue up and share screen. Oh, this doesn't affect. Oh, wait. Disable it? Disable it means to uncheck it, right? Is that the problem? That can't be the problem. No, that wasn't the problem. And Lance struggles streaming.
No, I just I hook my computer up to or my phone to my monitor to do, the little Dex casting thing, so it turns into like its own PC. So I could try to share this for you.
Yep, the competition is with self.
It.
It is. Wally, you're right. Yep, the competition is with self among their own demons. Ooh, not demons. Ooh, Lordy. Yep. Kids don't go outside no more like they used to. I think, and okay, so that's another thing, Wally. So I was looking up sunlight, exercise, and social engagement, like outside of the computer. So believe it or not, they did a study, and I have that here, that that it doesn't affect as much as you would think that it does, that it would. It is more so, for one, DNA. With my kids have the ADHD. Okay, I'll just go on and start sharing that. Okay, so with ADHD, depression, and most chromosome deformities are generic. So it is highly passed down. So with that being said, with my kid's dad, I'm not blaming him. He finally acknowledged it today after what happened with Jeremiah. And we were talking about Jordan, and I let him see the letter, and we're just kind of hanging out talking. And he's like, is it passed down? I was like, He said, because they're nothing like you. I go, And then he goes, well, yeah. When I was in school, which I already knew because I known him since 13, extremely shy, extremely. Even to this day, I know he went undiagnosed. He has a mild case of OCD. In my opinion, I'm not a doctor. It's just me observing and knowing the symptoms of it. And literally, my ex, what he does everything. Everything that he does is the exact same way, the exact same repetition every day, any time of the day. Depending on where he's at, I can tell you exactly what he's doing. And so not only that, he has social anxiety really bad. He doesn't like to go places, to hang out, to meet new people. Is very dreadful for him. He'll say anything to get out of it. He'll have to smoke a blunt or two or three or four before it, even then he still is very uncomfortable. So for sure, I know my kids get it from our DNA together. I'm not just going to blame him. It is our DNA that they get this from. And then another thing in the research, it shows that how it manifests in boys and girls. It's crazy because the one little slight change, and I see it in my kids, like they're totally twins all the way down. But when it comes to Jordan, her being the girl, is more so, they said it affects more so of the attention span of it versus the hyperactivity. Like my son can't keep still. He can't stay focused. And if you see him off his medication, you'd be like, what? Where you going? What's wrong? Blah, 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 all over the place. And my daughter the same way. But the thing of it is that he's hyperactive and he can't pay attention as long. And where she is more so the attention, more so than the hyperactive. So everything that I wanted to show you guys, I was going to point out the difference in them. And I'm so disappointed. I guess we're going to have to get off this topic soon because I can't show you anything else. I wanted to show you this too. Let me see if I can bring this back over here and show you this. I don't know why I'm trying. It ain't going to work, but I got to try. Share. Oh, you know what? I think I just figured it out. I think I got to take this whole browser down. It's telling me to take it down, but is it going to take me down? Oh, it is two of them. Oh, I think I just figured it out. I got to take one of these. I got you, Lance. Let me quit. Let's see. Enter. Okay, I got, you know what? I figured out the problem. I have two monitors and I got two of them open and it wants me to close one. But when I try to close one, it won't let me close this one. Yep, I got two things open and it wants me to close one. Okay, so okay, let's do this one. Lance, I see you there. I'm coming right now, Lance. Okay.
I don't even have like the option to share anymore.
No, because this is what I think it is. I have two, and I don't know how I got both of these open because normally it's not like this.
Usually, if I have the cam up, I have the option to share, and I don't even have the option. It doesn't even give me the option to share. I think it's something wrong with it. But I'll be more than happy to dictate or narrate for you.
Okay, stay there. Keep talking, Lance. Okay.
Okay.
Entertain the people. Now I know you can do it.
Okay, so some of the questions that I had was, you brought up an important point that I was thinking about. I was listening to Tony Robbins, one of the many motivational things that he has on YouTube, and he was talking about the steps it takes to like start a change in your life. And y'all know Tony, like that big old dude, big old motivational dude. Talks like this, he's really excited. But like this, he's made money just by just tapping into people's like soul and inspiring something in them. And one of the things he was saying was, of course, like being honest with yourself. But he was like, people focus so much on the identity that they create for themselves that they get stuck and focused on bonding to themselves with that identity that they think they are, instead of actually trying to do something different. So like, for example, the example he used was like smokers. He was like, well, I'm going to smoke. He was like, you can come up with a plan to stop smoking. He said, I'm going to stop, and this, that, and the other. But when I am a smoker, I've been smoking for 20 years. Well, you just set your own limit. You've defined yourself as a smoker. You don't even give yourself the opportunity to break outside the box. So, I mean, I wonder, and I hate to like take a situation like suicide and bring it down to a level of like control your thinking. But I mean, I do believe in the power of the brain, and I wonder like if the two things that I question is what has your like focus been on? Because I think about her, you know, her anxiety that she gets with actually being in front of people, or presenting herself in front of people, and the anxiety that your son has. And you told me how he has set himself to overcome it because he decided that he was going to get educated. The more he got educated, the more options that he saw to not be this person who suffered the anxiety of being in public and decided to take the steps, whether they were conscious or unconscious. He was knowledgeable enough now to know that it could be different. So that kind of opens the door for like what's possible. And I wonder if she's been so consumed with the thought and the pain of having the thought and the shame of having the thought about this anxiety and this pressure that she feels. Like, has she had the opportunity to do her own due diligence, and actually, you know, see other options? And I think her brother is kind of helping her with that, which is probably why you got the letter. And then also, yeah, the biochemistry. You know, Google, not Google. Oh, who is it? Google? It might be Google. I think it could be Google, but Google does like a DNA testing. Not like, you know, ancestry, but just like that though. But they actually find markers in your DNA, characteristics and traits that could indicate like what symptoms you are having, what kind of conditions you are suffering from, what your body is going through. And study actually marks your body chemistry. You know, everything that happens to you, there's some type of marker. But then also, it actually tells you what you could have, like a pre what do they call it? A pre I forget what it's called, but like what you can actually, like what could happen to you.
Predisposed.
Yeah, what you could be like predisposed to in the future. And it studies like your chemistry levels and your estrogen and your testosterone and how much you know of this and that you're getting a day, and what nutrient you're not getting enough of, and how that could affect you. So I wonder, like, because I've been trying to like refocus my life, and I wonder, like, is it possible that could help? Like, what if we all had like the biochemistry of what's wrong or what's right with us first, and how that could help us set a goal to like change our bodies and then change our minds? Because like, what if it's just our bodies just holding us back?
Wait, would you? And I missed the beginning of it.
You know, people when they change their diet, you'll see a personality shift. Because people are changing what they're putting into their body. But essentially, what you put into your body changes what happens in your brain chemistry. It changes what happens in your body chemistry. So I wonder, would it be beneficial for her to like do something like that?
Her, my daughter?
Yeah, and actually like have like a markup of her body, you know, her DNA, her body chemistry, see how her body's doing and whether her chemistry is affecting her brain. Because I'm more inclined to believe something like that instead of like it just runs through the family. I feel like
if I show you so you don't know what ADHD is, huh?
No, I know what ADHD is.
It is in the brain. It's because of the lack of the synapses are not reaching each other. I wish I could pull up, but they're not reaching each other. So when you take the medication, it increases it's a stimulant. So it increases the neurons in the brain to make at the synapses to make them meet. So with ADHD is the lack of it. So it is the chemistry makeup of the brain.
The lack of the serotonin or the
lack of the connection. The space in between, the lack of the connection. So essentially, it's not enough serotonin or the adrenaline to make these reach connections. So what the medication does, it has the serotonin and the neuron in the synapse space. The synapse is the empty little space here. It has them connect, and then that's
so it feels like a little bridge. So it's a shorter. Yep. So it's a shorter. Shorter trip that goes from one to the
or it increases the level. Actually, it actually increases the level. So it actually what it is, they're giving them a lot of adrenaline. Like when my daughter was first born, she was on caffeine, and it was like a whole bunch of caffeine to keep her breathing because she was a micro preemie. So it's an adrenaline to keep her going, to keep her breathing, make her body very, very, very active, so that she's never getting to a state of where she's so relaxed to where her brain or her can forget to breathe. Yeah. So it is in there. But let's go back to what you said with the diet. That does play a part in it as well. Diet and exercise. It plays a part in it more so when you get older, to where you're more alert of it and you're intentional. Like my son got off his social med, his I guess like an anti-anxiety, but he's antisocial. So he got off of that because he said he wants to be more aware. He doesn't want to be on all these medication. And so he's just more aware. Like he disappeared today, which he should have told me, which I'm glad he did go out with his friend, but he didn't tell me. So that's how his brain,
He wasn't supposed to take your mind with him and make you go out your mind.
Right. So he just leaves, So I'm glad he was
real confident now.
Right.
Okay. We can tap on you now.
So, but the food also with the hormones. This is just me personally. I was trying to find research about that, and I could not find anything research-wise about all the hormones that they're putting into our food. But me personally, I think that has a lot to do with a lot of stuff that's going on with our girls and our boys growing up mentally, development-wise, and all of this stuff.
I feel like people have like moments of clarity, like when they start to get depressed or they start to get anxiety from food, like based stuff, but they don't really know it. Like the first thing people that really changes is the diet. Like you'll stop eating because you start getting a little depressed, or you start feeling a little down, or you'll start feeling a little like withdrawn, and you start to like break your own little habits, And I mean, I know that's like the case with me. And then like I'll start just like slowing down eating for no reason, and then once I kind of figure out what's kind of going on in my head and in my day, all of a sudden I'm binge eating again, and then it's like up and down, up and down, and up and down, and it's been that way my entire life. And I've always eaten food when I've always not eaten food when I've been depressed. I actually don't do a lot when I'm just kind of just like in the zone, and that's why I call it in the zone, because it don't ever feel like depression. And that's the trickiest part about it. It don't feel like anxiety. It just feel like I don't feel like eating. I don't feel like taking a shower today. I don't feel like going to work, calling in late, stuff like that. And it's definitely that food. And they'll never tell you what they're gonna put in. I mean, never. It's not even real food no more. Was a well?
In the house, coming to the rescue. It's telling me something to do. It's telling me go to my security and privacy. I think that's under settings, right?
I believe so.
Settings. Oh, okay. So it's over here. So how are you, Wally? What do you think about the conversation?
I think this conversation, it's a very big thing. It's a very big thing. Yeah, I mean, in the mind state of these kids these days, is a crucial matter.
Yeah. It is. Do you have anything you would like to add or share?
I mean, for me, I say it like this. I do have some of these thoughts, but not. I mean, back in my time, but I clear those out with music.
Mm.
And even to that point, I even cleared them out by even writing my own songs.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
That
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying that is really good. Like that, and have your outlet, what that looks like and what it is for you. Have you dealt with this like from a child, or is it something new?
I say it like this. In my time of self-reflection with me, because I always believe in the mind state of me, myself, and I always have to revisualize. I always like to revisualize. I mean, I don't know, like for me, I always like to revisualize a lot of stuff. I mean, if you got anything from me when we first met on Miss B Finesse, I'm very much of a visualized person. So I always got to look at in myself, in my
Yeah.
surroundings. So
Would you consider yourself shy?
I am an introvert. I am, but
Okay.
but I'm in like I say it like this. I'm a very like I say I'm an introvert, but I'm also social. But I always say this. I'm more social as far as environments because I do like to travel. I do like to be in different areas, but at the same time, I'm somewhat social, antisocial because I don't like to deal with people.
Okay. Okay.
You know, some
So
people great, others not so much.
What does dealing with people represent for you?
I mean, you know how it is. Like, there's certain people, you can deal with, and it's a great time. And then there's other people they'll just fuck up the vibe. That's just my thing. I just don't like. I just don't like people that fuck up the vibe. I just hate people. I just hate being around people like that. One, you're a vibe killer. Then two, you just something that just like to start ish. Like, fuck out of here.
I don't know. I feel like I kind of expect it.
expect what?
Anybody to do anything.
Let me go get my son right quick, you guys.
Cause like I don't know. I think I have like an anxiety about that too. But like I've been around so many like different types
I
of people in
mean,
my life.
right. I mean, overall, I mean, yeah, you gotta have those thoughts, right? Because you never know what anyone will be able to do, right? Today you tell them your secret, and then tomorrow they telling the whole fucking world. And I don't know this person, but I know someone that I know through social media, and we somewhat talk here and there because he does music, and I support his musical journey. But he had a friend that he knew, and she was going through stuff. She told certain people that she thought she can trust, and she ended up killing herself. She ended up deleting herself. Yeah, trying to survive out here, and the next thing you know, people were telling her of her business, and then she just offed herself. I mean, you really have to ask yourself, who can you trust?
See, I don't think I've ever. I don't say I won't ever. I never allow myself to consider an event as traumatic as that. Like I don't think I've ever had. But also in my head, since I have been through so much trauma as a child, in my head, it does cause me to always be like overly considerate at the expense of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll get anxiety about actually being that person. And then I'll get anxiety for a person who I feel like is that person. And then I'll get anxiety about judging them. And then I'll go right back into over consideration. And then it takes away from my life. And then before you know it, I put a bunch of energy into like a person that didn't need nor asked for that actual emotional intelligence devoted to them. And then it's just, and you know, if somebody doesn't even ask for it or want it, then it's probably not going to be appreciated. Then the
It's
only time I
not.
get to really spend it with myself is like actually regretting that decision. So I
Yeah.
actually, like, when I think about it like that, I guess it is traumatic for me. I take in the trauma.
Mhm. You know, to your point, I remember I made that there was a song I literally have in my head, like I know I can make it in my head every single time with no problem, but I never wrote it on paper. Why? Because it is such a triggering song in my mind frame. This is like it's you wouldn't catch it if you didn't really listen to what I was really aiming at as far as the visual sense of it all. But if you catched it, man, it is so triggering to me because just because it reverts back to how I look at my old, like how I look at my yesterdays, who I dealt with, who I used to hang out with, and then it's like, you know what, it's like whatever, and it's like, damn, you know, I gave all my time to certain people, and it's like even through the threshold, here we are, they're there, I'm here. It's like, what the freak is the point? Sometimes you just gotta realize you're not for everybody. Even when you start off, you know, sometimes I mean, it's a tug and pull because I say this because you have to be very consistent with certain people, but at the same sense, even without consistency, I mean that goes both ways.
That's true. I always wonder, am I consistent with myself? Like, because I try not to blame other people like for stuff. Because like
Hmm.
I am like a real big believer on like you are control of you, and you have the power to do anything that you want to. And
Right.
anytime somebody affects me, I always like ask myself, and I don't know whether it's like, I don't know if I feel ashamed of it or not. I've never even really processed it like that, but I always ask myself like, how can I change me in this situation? Like, what can I do different? And I might not even get
Right.
like an answer. Sometimes I'll just like leave the situation and come back, and I'll just keep leaving and come back. But
Hmm.
I still let myself know that it's my decision to come back. And until I
Right.
figure out why this situation has value, I'm gonna keep coming back. Hi, Jill.
See, Jill.
I always be like, you know, I'm gonna keep coming back. So I do. I don't know. I don't know. I do think I always have
I
the
mean,
power to, but also I feel like, yeah, other people should care more. Like,
yeah.
but then like,
Um.
wait, how can you get them to care more if you don't even care enough to tell them what you care about?
Right.
And then I realized that I don't really give people a chance to care.
Mm.
I don't know, but I sit and
No.
think about this and I don't
To
usually express it, and that's the problem.
right. So to your
I,
sentiments a little bit. Right. So like to your overall sentiments, right? Like for me, I say like this. Once upon a time, I did used to blame certain people for certain things because it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. I know I was out of the scene, you know, as far as, you know, being there and, you know, being consistent with relationship with friendships. But it's like at the same time, couldn't you not ever meet me? Could you not ever check on what I was going through? Because I did at a young age, I gone through a lot, right? And none of my friends that knew where I lived, they never went to go see me when I was going through it. Because I had to leave school because I had to take a surgery that was towards my legs, and I could not be in school, which means I could not hang around with my friends. I barely got no visits other than one person, and there's only one person is because he lives right across from me. This is the only person that checked up on me every single time. Literally got me out the damn bed, even though I still had my injury, and told me to come outside and chill with me. Literally, only one person at the time. And the thing
for how
is,
long?
it's so fun, huh?
For how long?
Uh, I can't even think about how long it was. It was for a good while because this was basically trying to fix my bone structure, because when I was born, my legs were bow-legged, and that was because I was moved when I was in the womb, so that affected my legs. Right.
That
But
could take up to a year or so. You could be in a body or half body cast or something.
yeah, basically, and I had to went through multiple different scenarios just to deal with it. But to that point, that's how I used to thought. Like, it's like it's crazy how, time went by, all this, it's like, yeah, you seem like we're cool, but it's like, no, it's like it's been a minute. I had to wait until middle school to realize we can see each other again. I'm over here thinking to myself, like, you probably moved or something like that. It was, it was funny because it was one fateful day. Around the time when I was still in middle school, and I took the FCAT, I was going to school on the Saturdays because I was taking extra help. I decided to take extra help to boost my skills up. And funny thing, for some reason, I was calling my house and I was like, hey, try to come pick me up. Nothing was picking up. It just constantly keep reaching the caller ID. I'm like, all right, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to walk home. I'm walking home. I'm practically like a couple of minutes to the point I'm about to reach down to my household, right? And as I turn in and about to reach the next curve, I seen someone very familiar. Who I saw his father, literally living not that far away from where I live. I didn't even know he even lived that close to me. This whole time, I'm thinking in my head, like, wait a minute, you've been living here this long and you never fucking came to see me? That caused very much a lot of conflict between me and him. Because I'm thinking to myself, like, so wait a minute. We call each other bros and friends, but I was like, you never came to see me at all? But I was like, you know what? Eventually, during times after all that and, being out of school, I had to realize, wherever he was going through, maybe, well, I can't really ultimately blame him because, like, okay, well, when he was going through a lot of things, who was there for him?
Right.
So I guess someone say the same thing, but for me, it's like, it's neither here or there because it's like, different situations, different times. So I just should leave that alone. And I let that go.
See, and hearing it out loud now, like I'm like the same as you. Like that, the first thought I would have had, like immediate, but like immediately after that, I would have been like, I wouldn't have even brought it up because I would have been like, well, what has he been going through? I would have to assume to safeguard like my own feelings. I would have to assume that you had to be going through something to not care enough to care about me. And if I feel like we're on like some type of level as far as friendship goes. And then in my head, like if I leave it alone, then even still, I've had to ask myself, okay, well, that's not a solution. If it's easy for me to leave it alone, how important was the relationship even then, even at that point? How important was it really? If I'm not bothered that either one, you don't care about me, or two, I don't care about you enough. And then, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess then you start judging people's value system and like how they work, and it gets too complicated. And I'm just like, you know what? I care about you. You care about me. There's gonna be levels where you give 70, I give 30. There's gonna be times when I give 80, you give me 20. Like, I just keep it pushing and say it's never gonna be even. I'm always just gonna like just try to do my best. But that shit still makes me feel a certain type of way. Cause niggas knowing I will come through for you. But still is my standards. Like, you're not acting the way I want you to. That doesn't mean you're not acting appropriate,
Right.
I can't just put my standards over yours. So like, I don't know. I've been trying. That's one of the things I've been trying to really like kind of valuing how people care, valuing what they bring to the table, not dictating the menu, but enjoying the meal. Ooh, gotta write that down. Wait a minute now.
Say it again.
But I guess really what I'm trying to do is like, not trying to be choosy, because I mean, if my value system was so great, would I be questioning it right now?
Right.
I mean, for me, go ahead, Wally.
No, what I was gonna say real quick. For me, I always say this. One of the things I had to realize when I stepped, so I had to move, right? Once I moved, I've anyone that knew me, they didn't even try to even find me out. And then the funny thing is, once I found certain people on Facebook, it's like, oh hey, there was no excitement of saying, oh we have to meet again, nothing that. I'm like, at this point, I had to realize this is why you hear we're just associates, not really friends, and that's what you got to just take from it. They're for you today for one moment, but they're not really who they are for the next. So it's like most people, they're just associates. It's only that you think they're friends because you live in the same proximity. But when you actually distance yourself, you're gonna find out for sure who they really are, if they're for you or not. I'm not saying they're bad people, just saying who was really rocking with you. Because right now, I've looked at it like this. I have a lot of different people that are in distance from me. Only one person to this day now is the only person that had reached out literally to truly connect and to vibe and, to chill with this whole time, as far as people I know, or at least try to stay consistent.
I mean, but don't you think there's a flip side to that too? I mean, there are people who are paid to care, and even though they might do it well, I mean, even though they do it, I mean, with Kaya, for instance, she had a job working as a nurse, and her job is to care. And not to say that her caring wasn't, deep and endearing and honest or true, but I mean,
to care as a nurse.
But I mean, as a nurse though, like you care about like your job, you care about your patient, as far as like you being
care about your job and your money. We talk to a lot of nurses. I ain't talking about for me.
No, I'm saying for you.
Oh, for me. Oh, yes. Oh, I was like, oh, did you I have a feeling about, but no, for me, yes, I was my patient's advocate. It was though my family member was there. That was like, it was my mom, my dad, my child, my brother, my sister, even though I don't have any brothers, sisters, but yeah, always. That's
like once they left the hospital though, I mean,
what?
Like that changed. Like they were it was a realization that they were like your patients, and you weren't like hanging out with them afterwards. I think that because
there is some follow-up, it's up to you. I was that type. And then you have to realize in the hospital too, those people, maybe I'm sorry, but I'm coming in the middle of this conversation. So I'm not even sure the origin of the conversation, but sometimes, you get your regulars, they come back, they'll call you, Kaya, what about this or this? But I want to say real quick to Vaughn, thank you for the Cash App. I really, really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to shout that out real quick. Thank you for coming over here, being a moderator since day one, and just looking out for me. So I appreciate you. You too, Wally, but right now I'm thanking Vaughn. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Gotta thank you, big tip.
My son got it working. I had to call in the big boy, so he got it working for me. So, you guys finished talking, and I got everything set up. And
you had taken the house. You had taken the house this whole time. Come to show. You got the tech man in the house.
Right. Yeah, he right there. But see, I try not to bother him, but he came right on in here and fixed it for me.
See, she got her producer right there. I don't know why she's slowing down. See, she could be at 500 right now.
He tells me he do not have patience for me. I asked too many questions, and he said, you got to learn on your own. That's the only way you're going to learn. So
He said he executive producer. He's not the producer. He just a celebrity that put the name on the
I
credit.
even tried to pay him. He's like, I'm good.
You
buy the cow, get the milk for free.
Squeeze.
Meaning, he milked me for every penny. So
if you got pulled up,
the job's steep.
What'd you say, Lance?
If you got it pulled up though.
Oh yeah. Okay, so first I wanted to show the definition here of behavioral, because it's different than just reading that. Okay, there we go. Oh, there it is. Okay, now I'm getting nervous. Are we frozen? Are you frozen, Lance?
No. Lance, okay, Lance might be frozen.
Am I frozen?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Wait. Why it ain't coming up? Wait, I see it right here. Oh Lord. Wait, I hope I ain't gotta call him back. Oh, I pushed the wrong thing. Oh. Wait. Share. Here it is. Share. Oh boy. I see it back here, but why are they? Oh, add to screen. Got me nervous. Okay, so behavioral health versus mental health. What is the difference? Okay, so right here, if you see, it says mental health and behavioral health often gets used interchangeably, but they are not quite the same in either definition or treatment method. And mental health is more of like an illness per se, like they both get diagnosis, but more so like an illness. And it is because of the condition of the mental state, it affects your livelihood, your life. And the other one is behavioral, because of things you do, it affects your life. So it goes on down here to say behavioral health refers to how our daily cognitive habits affect our overall well-being, emotions, biology, and behavior. It's often used interchangeably with mental health, but it's actually a far more expensive term than incorporates not just our mental wellness, but the way our thoughts play out in real life. That is like behavioral. So it's your thoughts, it's your action. I'm trying to figure out, like, because if you get like bipolar, it's more like mental. It's like your mind is going into another gear. In like schizophrenia, your mind is going into a different gear. Sort of say. So that's what's affecting you and interacting so-called normal. So-called it impacts your life. It impacts it. Versus behavioral is more like my son and my daughter with the hyperactivity, with the can't focus and all over the place, and then the self-thoughts about themselves. I think that's wouldn't
the ADHD be the mental health, and then the conscious like awareness of the ADHD and the social anxiety because of the mental effect that it has? Wouldn't that be the behavioral health?
See, that's what I was thinking too. Okay, so listen to, because I was thinking the same thing, because I keep calling it mental health, but they're telling me it's behavioral health when I call like the doctor and stuff. So right here it says why behavioral health refers to how behaviors impact individual's well-being. So it's the behavior, the activity, not able to keep still, not able to concentrate. The behavior is what's impacted, where mental health is primarily concerned with the individual's state of being. So it's their state of being.
So like which one is which?
Okay, so behavioral. Okay, so let's go over here. So symptoms. What are symptoms of mental health? Symptoms of poor mental health are directly related to the mental disorder a person suffers from. Thoughts. General signs include sleep issues, problem maintaining relationship, various forms of self-harm. See, there we go. Back to mental health. What is behavioral? What is behavioral health counseling? Okay, failure to address mental health early on, especially with problems arise early in an individual life, can have long-standing consequences. Okay, no, I don't want to read that. Okay, let's go over here. This will break it down more.
So it sounds like the children are suffering from, it's chemical. It's like a mental health impact, but they have good behavioral health despite it.
But okay, see, here goes some examples, like symptoms of behavioral health: eating disorders, substance abuse, and social isolation. I think that's.
Sorry. This is like a thin line type thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like it really intertwines when you really keep on hearing it, and then now that you break down the symptoms, it's really more of an intertwine. Because like the eating the eating habits, because that's like that's because I would, for me, I think like for eating habits, I would usually put that in the consideration of mental health. But now it's like when you're saying that that's behavior health, now that's different.
Because it's their behavior that's causing an impact on their lifestyle. So the
mental health would be like eating disorder, like anorexia, or like
that's behavioral.
Because it's crazy how they don't really speak this stuff.
And then, so like social isolation, because of you are isolating yourself, that's your behavior. That's what you're doing. So substance abuse, you're using, so that use is your behavior. Eating disorder, whether you're eating too much or not eating enough, that's what you're doing. So that's behavior. Versus mental is, I wonder, did they give some example? So it's like sleeping issues. So your mind is not getting enough rest, I guess, or something like that. Problems maintaining relationships. So that's mental. That's a mental type thing for whatever reason. Various forms of self-harm. But see, it's losing me here. With the
I'm gonna need this link. I'm gonna drop this on my channel.
Yeah. I put it in the description, but I will also, I don't know how to get it to you. I copy it and give it to you?
Yeah, you copy it. So you see like where it's in the bars, search bar. Yeah, you just copy it and then drop it in there.
Copy it and then put it in the private or in the beginning, in the front.
You can put it in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
But it does say mental health and behavioral health.
I put the link in the description for these places as well. I did that before we came up. And then, so it breaks it down more. Okay, so this is. Okay,
I get what they're saying. I get what they're saying. It's one you can't have one without the other. One is a causation of the other. If you do drugs,
it's more like a cause and effect.
Yeah. If you do drugs, it's going to affect you socially. It's going to make you more social, or it's going to make you like overt social, or it's going to make you like antisocial. But it will change like your social, status, comparative to like, whatever you're doing, like, before you start doing drugs.
Okay, but see, look here at the beginning. You see right up here at the beginning, it says mental health and behavioral health often gets used interchangeably, but they are not quite the same in either definition or treatment method.
They also said it was going to help break it all down too, but
yeah, because but that's the thing though, right?
I got other stuff. Okay, so what I want to go to next was the ADHD. Okay, so here I'll just touch on a few things, but can you guys see that? Let me make it bigger.
Like when you talk dirty.
Huh?
Like
there
when you talk dirty. Put them words in my face.
Okay, so I don't know what you said. You know, I'm hard of hearing. Okay, so when I first, after I went to the school with my kids, and then they had their first doctor's appointment, I told you the doctor walked in and said, "Oh, they're socially unacceptable." And I was like, "What? Really?" And then he's like, "Yes, you can't take them nowhere." And I said, "Well, he tell them the truth, because they whoop." And then when he went over the list, because I didn't know any of this stuff. My son was 7, maybe 8. I think my son was 8. My daughter was 5. And I had never even heard of this, right? And so when he went down this list, okay, just real quick, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is marked by an ongoing pattern of inattention and or hyperactivity, impulsivity that interferes with functioning or development. People with ADHD experience an ongoing pattern of the following type of symptoms. Okay, inattention means a person may have difficulty staying on task, sustaining focus, and staying organized. And these problems are not due to a deficient or lack of comprehensive. Totally, both my kids, but really my son as well. Okay, and then this is what I was telling you earlier when I said the girl is different with the hyperactivity. This is more so, even the study shows it's not more so in girls, but all of them are in boys. But hyperactivity is less in girls, which is true. It's a little bit less in my daughter, which it means a person may seem to move about constantly, including in situations where it is not appropriate or excessively fidgeting, tapping, or talking. In adults, hyperactivity may mean extreme restlessness or talking too much. You may think that I have it, but I really don't. I know when and how to hush up sometimes. Okay, and then impulsivity means a person may act without thinking, like my son left today, and have difficulty with self-control. Impulse could also include a desire for immediate rewards. They both suffer from that, or the inability to delay gratification. An impulse person may interrupt others and make important decisions without considering long-term consequences. So that is one of the things. And then there's this whole list, like these signs and symptoms here. And when I tell you, my kids had everything on the list, like it wasn't one thing lacking with my kids. I mean, everything. And I thought, because of course these are my first kids, I thought it was normal. I thought this is how kids weren't all kids like this. And then just to share this real quick, so after my kids got the diagnosis, I told my mom, and my mom was like, "You ain't giving them no medication, don't be drugging my kids," and blah 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 blah. And I'd be like, "Mom, you be the first one saying they doing too much." She said, "But no, we can't do that." So we went on another week or two trying not to do the medication. I said, I'll be damned. I called that doctor. I said, I'm ready. What I need to do, and it's a triplet. So you have to go through these certain steps to get the medication. And when I told you for the first time, and I went over to my mom's house to do this because she was so against it, but she'd be the first to say my kids are getting on her nerves too. So I was over there, gave them the medication. When I tell you, it was like, zzz, and then stop. And me and my mom looked at each other. Jeremiah settled down. he just started like, instead of moving in triple, like what's that little guy in The Incredibles? Speedy, the little brother, the little boy.
Yeah,
Dash. Instead of him being like that, he sat down, got the book. Me and my mom, we were scared to talk. We thought if we was to say something, the effect was going to wear off.
Exactly.
And we kept looking at each other. It was
I know exactly what you're talking about.
different child, huh?
Now, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
my brother's done with that right now.
It was a whole, telling you for, I don't know how long it was, but we would not talk because we thought something would change. And a new kid, he was already doing good in school. The teachers right away, they thanked me. They was like, thank you. he got his back, like, yeah, and it was what he needed. It really was. And then my family, this is what you guys were talking, I think when I came in about family members, something Wally was sharing, people not being there. It was so much judgment. That because I'm open, of course I shared and none of them kept my kids anyway, and they was like, oh, I can't believe you got those kids on drugs, and that's what they want to do. They want all these black kids to be on drugs, and they just passing it out and giving it out just to I was like, I'll be damned. I said, no, I said my kids needed it. I said, they's like, no, oh, you're just being a lazy mother. You need to work harder and discipline and blah, 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 blah. I said, okay.
In other words, beat them.
I said, okay.
Words. People talking.
You guys, I said, I got to go to work. Who wants to keep my kids and without the medication? I ain't see no hands going, right? Crickets. So one time I did need an aunt, or my aunt came over to keep the kids. And I said, and on weekends when they were growing up, I wouldn't give it to them on weekends because I just wanted them to be free, even though they drove me crazy. But, that was just my way of, I would only give it to them for going to school. So I was working on a Saturday. My aunt came over and I said, I didn't even mention the meds, but she was one of the big advocates. Don't be drugging no kid. So she came over to keep the kids. I said, okay, I'm going to work, blah, blah, blah. She said, okay, I'll text you if I need anything. I didn't even make it to work. I thought, what, did they take the medicine? I said, no, I don't give them the medicine on Saturdays. On the weekend. She's like, well, they need something. I didn't even make it to work. I kid you not. I said, I thought you said no.
I might.
Baby. She's like, She's like, She said, where's it at? I said, She apologized later. She did. Because I said, I told you they need it. I ain't just drugging my kids. I ain't trying to get an easy way out, and y'all be putting kids to sleep with Benadryl and stuff. I said, no, my babies need it. I said, huh. And I said, and she said, you don't give it to them on weekends? I said, no, they be driving me crazy, but that's just my way of a little balance for them. Let them get, whatever energy out or whatever. Hi, Jedi. Haven't seen you in so long. I miss you so much as well. Are you done with school or are you still in school?
He's almost done.
Oh, he's almost done? Yeah, you can come up if you want or if you're just passing through. We appreciate you always. So good to see you, my brother. So good to see you. But what was you saying, Wally?
Oh, no, I was just saying something to Jedi.
Yeah. Oh, and Jedi. Oh no, that's good. Okay, so not sure how long you've been here, Jedi.
People forget what they had the energetic kids doing back in the day. Because back in the day, them was the ones outside. The good kids. That was the reason you couldn't go outside. You had to go to the other street when they. Oh goddamn! My goodness. Let me. I'm finna go home, y'all, because I don't. Finna go home.
Yeah.
This is some bull.
Yeah, but my brother, he's dealing with this right now.
You say he's dealing with that right now?
Oh yeah, he's like, he gives that pill to the boy, and he's like, man, just waiting for this thing to kick in, and he's like, what? Oh, finally, he kicked in.
I tell you, and with my son, when I found computers and stuff for him, when I told you, it was like, oh, and he was literally, well, it was before he got on the medication, but literally he dove into like every game, anything electronic. He can just, he figure it out. Well, as you can see now, you know, he builds computers and stuff now. Like they got 11 or 12 or something when he built his first computer. I want to say it was 9, but he said it wasn't 9. But all into the tech world and everything. I brought up, I wanted you guys to see my baby. So you guys can see, uh-oh, is that Sharon? Uh-oh. Whoop, I hope I didn't mess up. Let's close that.
Oh, baby.
My big boy. Wait, I was showing you Jeremiah, but everything went away. Wait a minute. Y'all can still see me? Can you see me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, wait, shit. Oh man.
Do you think it, like, knowing what we know about like food now and everything, do you think you would have did something different? Like, do you think
No,
maybe
I know about food thin. The doctor mentioned food thin, but my kids, I tell you, when I tell you it's genetic, if you look, I'm gonna show you that too. It is totally, it's in their genes. It's, you know, which they shouldn't eat as much sugar, which it could help with things. I don't know why I keep doing that. It goes, oh. It would help like with the hyperactivity of things if you wanted them not to take so much medication or whatever. But what they're dealing with is the brain chemistry. It really is. It's like it ain't just the food.
I was seeing a therapist during pandemic, and I was coming like to terms like some stuff about my past or whatever.
Yeah.
I had suggested to her that maybe I had ADHD because like I'll find myself in a constant pattern of creating messes to clean up, like mentally and physically. Like I'll get this like list of, like, it was getting to a point where like I would go to sleep and I would be like thinking about everything that I needed to do, and I wasn't getting sleep like at all.
Okay,
I'd stay up for like, you know, 2 days, 3 days in a row, and or else I would get up and I would start thinking about everything that I had made a task list for. I downloaded Microsoft To Do and I just went crazy, and I had all these lists, and I would get like, as soon as I didn't have one thing that I needed to complete that task, it would just deplete me. Like I was just done. I was done with it, and I was, and like when you mentioned like, you know, that like in like the immediate like need for like satisfaction, like that's me for real. And I'll find myself doing it to people emotionally too. Like I'll find myself like I am good at putting myself in like place of like other people, but sometimes I would do that so much so that I don't even give them the time to really even have an impact, you know, or feel their own feelings. And then it feels like I'm like trying to tell them what to do, and I'm just like, no, I'm just like, you know, I just care about you, and I'm thinking intensely about you, but like when it comes to myself, like I can't. That is like, because if I don't have the answer, then I'm just like, I'm done thinking about me. And I don't know, like I brought that up to her, and she was like, no, you're depressed. And I was like, I really don't think I'm depressed. Like I still experience joy and pain and laughter. Like I'm able to.
You can still, but yeah, for sure, it doesn't sound like to me. With what I know about it, it doesn't sound like ADHD at all. I'm gonna show you here goes the signs and symptoms. Okay, so with the tension, it's like you overlook or miss details. And I mean, it's like a lot. You make careless mistakes. You have difficulty sustaining attention, not seeing to listen even when spoken directly to. Oh, it's so obvious when you see it too. Find it hard to follow through on instructions or finish. You just said you stay at it until you finish. They won't. They totally easily distracted. It really is the squirrel syndrome. Have difficulty organizing
Oh,
tasks and
wow.
activities, doing tasks in sequence, keeping materials and belongings in order. Impossible. Avoid tasks that require sustained mental effort, such as homework. All of these things are so true. Lose things all the time. Oh my gosh, how many glasses I bought, how many everything I bought. Be easily distracted by unrelated thoughts or stimuli. Be forgetful in daily activities. I mean, this is all of them. And then with the hyperactivity and impulse, they fidget, those little fidget toys. I have so many of those things all over the house and squirm while seated, leave their seats in situation where they should remain seated, run, dash around, climb at inappropriate times. This was more so when they were younger and before the medication as well. And on weekends, I seen this all the time. Unable to play or engage in hobbies quietly, even if it's something that they enjoy or want to do, like even their game, if they don't have their medication, they can't even enjoy the things that they want to. Talk excessively, that's never been neither one of my kids, just me. Answer questions before they are fully asked, not too much. Have difficulties waiting one's turn, interrupt, intrude. They're kind of not those things per se. Okay, so this talks about the diagnosis for a person to receive the diagnosis. And also, it's more when you're diagnosed with ADD or ADHD, it's from like the age of like 4 to like 12, I think it was. Oh, here it is, 12, before 12. And then it can be diagnosed in adults, but it is different. And I think I have that somewhere else. See, here it goes. Okay, so the risk factors or studies suggest that genes plays a large role in it, which hence both my kids totally have it. Like many other disorders, ADHD probably results from a combination of factors, genetics. Researchers looked into the possibility of environmental factors. That goes to what you're saying, Lance, about the food. And wouldn't that be environmental because it's grown in the environment with the hormones and stuff? Is Lance frozen?
No, frozen.
Oh, I think he's frozen. Okay, so and then that might raise the risk of developing ADHD. Our studies how brain injury, nutrition, there go Lance saying nutrition, social environment might play a role into it. So with this social environment, when I read this and I already knew about the nutrition, that's why I was kind of blaming myself a little bit as well, because with me working nights and then when I'm off, even to this day, my kids are still night people like me. Like right now, they could stay up all night with me with no problem, sleep during the day. And that's one thing I know I played a part in, is that social environment type things.
I did want to ask though, as a parent, though, I wanted to ask as a parent, like, what do you, because I'm not a parent, and I think I asked this question, what is it that, I mean, I guess I can like get it, like on a common like level, like of course, like as a parent, you feel responsible, on an emotional level, but like on a logical level, like what as a parent are you supposed to do?
No, actually, okay, so when I say I do blame myself, I really don't. It's just the thought of, if I would have did this, could things have been different? But ultimately, I know it is the way it is supposed to be, But there is, you always feel like you could do more. I could have did something else or something like that.
This is why people tell you don't do drugs. Sorry, but this is why I said this is why you don't do drugs. Ever.
Why? I did drugs. I'm all right. I'm just saying.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't know.
Well, I didn't do drugs you know, like, ooh, I'm fiending, you know. But I shared a story when I tried crack cocaine with my ex-husband, my first husband. And I did it, you know, to be supportive to him. But no, I do hear you about saying don't do drugs, but I wanted you to elaborate on it. That's why when you said don't do drugs.
No, but I felt like, no, because I say in most cases, I feel like the drugs that you implement in your body in the DNA, it sort of travels, in my opinion.
Oh, you talking about drugs while you're pregnant?
Well, not just you. Well, just overall, but that is my thoughts.
Because your DNA is set from at birth, at conception. Your chromosomes and your 23, all of that is set when you're developing in utero. So
that's what I said in my opinion.
Change your brain. It can change your brain pathway. Like your brain, your synapses can regenerate and take a different path. Your brain, you know, it can reform, and you can totally damage your brain. Yeah, you know, from drug abuse or alcohol abuse, which can go. So yeah, I mean, you shouldn't. I don't want people to think I'm advocating for it. I really
no.
I just wanted you to elaborate on it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, Lance, do you still think you have ADHD? I don't think so. You do?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
so if you go to that list, I can point out every single one of my symptoms, and I can tell you exactly how I feel like I emulate it. The hyperactivity, completely.
Okay.
You don't understand how much of a struggle it is for me to be a good listener. It used to be. It's always. I don't have a middle. Does that make sense? I ain't got a middle. Like it's either like I'm listening or I'm talking. I'm listening or you're listening. There's usually like not a fair exchange, and there's always a point where I feel like I've got it. Whatever, I got the answer. And okay, it's time for you to listen. And I will. It's hard for me to wrap my head around that. I hate change. Like I say, it's like I am good with tasks, but tasks that I'm good at. Like if there is like a list and there's one thing, you know, on one of those lists that if there's a list and I don't have every single thing that I need, like say I got a list for like paying the bills that day, and you know my card, which is I do not have right now because I lost my wallet.
Mm-hmm.
If my card is like expired or something, I would just be like, I can't get anything done, and then I'll just go and do something that I know that I can complete, so I don't feel like a complete waste of a failure. Yeah, absolutely.
It still doesn't sound like ADHD though, to be honest with you.
I think I'm
okay. Here go.
I don't know. Okay, I try to be self-aware and like, you know, just try to.
So you're just managing it better where like maybe the symptoms are not showing is what you're saying maybe?
I think I think one of the things is that I'm good with other people's shit. I'm good at prospectively like looking at other people's stuff and doing something about their stuff, because like most of it might like be my same stuff. I'm very forgetful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit careless. I mean, yeah, I got all these symptoms. I mean, I really, really do. I mean, I personally feel like I might not be. I try not to label myself,
Yeah.
I try to stay aware. And when I am on a good diet and when I drink plenty of water,
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that and I develop a routine in my life, I noticed that makes a heck of a difference.
That's my
It's almost like
Jeremiah. I had to sneak and take that picture. He won't take pictures. There he is. That's like 2 years ago. My JD.
Mr. Prez. I'm start calling him Prez.
He did. And then I wanted to. I don't know. I got other ones, but I don't know how to. Oh, this one he was in his loner stage. Like we was at a Christmas party. Oh, that's Miss Jordan River. We was at a Christmas party. That's Miss Jordan River. That's Jeremiah that's after like we getting everything under control and everything. Oh, that's all of us. My JD. That's him. That's him, and he growing out dreads. I had to shave his head. I'm like, boy, you ain't even taking care of it.
Can we see that? Are we supposed to see that? I don't see nothing.
You don't see nothing? Oh, I've been showing y'all these pictures. Y'all not seeing them?
No, I see the pictures. Lance is the only one that hasn't seen these pictures.
Really?
Oh, you see him as a little boy now?
Yep, I seen them. Dreads and all.
Yeah, they're only ghetto.
See, even my phone got ADHD.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Yes, that's just your phone because I'm on my phone. I seen those pictures.
But yeah, so that's my big boy.
Oh, there we go.
Are you okay? Oh, there you go.
It is on 5%. It's like, look, you're not giving me what I need now. Hold on now.
I don't know what my camera doing.
No, I feel like I don't know, but like when I was talking to the therapist, she was the first one to even say that, like even call my life like traumatic. Like the psychiatrist thought that I had maybe PTSD.
Maybe you have that.
And I was like, okay, that makes more sense.
Let's look at that.
Ooh, let's not deal with me.
No, oh, okay. No problem. Amen. Let's not.
That's a whole cat bag and a half. Angry cats.
You brought it up.
No Garfields in there. Ain't no Garfields in there. No nervous.
But with and then also I wanted to ask you guys, so what do you think about like how old are you, Wally? You're 20s, huh?
27.
And Lance, what, you're 30s, right?
35.
Oh, so I don't know if you guys grew up in like, because like with especially with me, and as you can see with my kids, it was like mental health. You didn't, it wasn't even that it wasn't discussed. It was like, you crazy, we ain't no crazy people here. And it wasn't, so you guys are younger. So is it more awareness like with your parents or maybe your teachers and stuff as you was growing up to put attention on it or awareness to it or even talk about it? We didn't even talk about it.
You want to take that first or you want me to go?
Go, Wally.
Well, for me, I'm gonna say it again. Once again, this all goes back to me, myself, and I. I deal with this all on my own, really. My whole life is really just me being amongst me. Because for me, I say it like this. For me and my parents, there's a disconnect because they're islanders and I'm born in America. So we don't really, see eye to eye as far as visual stuff. So, it's different for me and them. But for my overall livelihood, it's like I'm mostly myself amongst my own space because I don't really deal with everybody else. My brother, he's out and about. I don't fuck with my sister. And the other brother that I do have, I don't fuck with him either. So it's like,
is this been your whole life, even growing up as a kid?
Yep.
Oh.
I usually like handle this stuff usually by my own or neither to a close friend. That's it. Other than that, I'm coasting by myself. Really. Well, bad at
What do
music.
you think that stems from? Have you ever thought about like where? And I know you say you didn't because you were born here. What were your siblings born here as well?
Yes. Well,
And
okay. So my brother and my sister. The other brother that I have, he was born in Haiti.
so do they get along with your parents, or is everybody like an individual?
We all respected our parents. I mean, well, my oldest brother, he respected my mother. He never he disrespected my father. He never had no respect for my father. And my second oldest brother, he had respect for both my parents. And my mother and my sister, nah, she was more disrespectful overall.
So you're saying you don't respect your parents?
Oh I have respect for my parents. I'm saying because we're in different times. You know, they're islanders. They were born from the islands, and I'm born in America. So there's a disconnect, and that is it.
Oh, did they raise you like tried to raise you as an islander, or is because of your influence here it made things difficult?
I'm morally influenced there. I mean, I have the island food and all that, but it's like I don't really know too much of everything of my own home culture. I usually take some time and do some research here and there of my homeland, you know, every now and then when I have the time. But other than that, it's like even when they trying to like, my mother, she'll show me like videos of where people doing carnivals and celebrations, in the island lands, and I'd be like, okay, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, I checked out. Like, okay, I'm out.
Oh,
And that's just because I know, and I know it's because it's me. I do my own thing nowadays. So it's like, yeah, I get it, but it's like I'm checking out.
wow. What about you, Lance?
I wanted to be a psychologist by the time I was in like freshman high school. Like I was in AP Psych by the time I was in 11th grade. And I feel like it was something more that like, I kind of introduced to them. I was, I guess, in an odd way, lucky enough to be in an environment that didn't really focus on I was lucky enough to be in an environment in a home that I got the benefits and like the disadvantages of being like an only child and a baby because I was born 6, 7, and 9 years apart from my brothers and sister. So by the time I was 10, they were gone. And there was our house was like, and they were, in and out, intermittently, but like our house was always kind of chaotic. And I didn't feel like I focused on me. So like, I don't know, to break it down, like they were like my family was kind of like my pet projects, honestly. It's instead of like, your kids having the opportunity to actually think about themselves, and process their feelings and then go to that dark place and then reassess and then come back, to their core, to, their raising.
I don't thought about it like that, but yeah.
That's why I say these kids, I think they have a way better shot than we do. Because we didn't, me personally, like my parents were both, farmer kids. Both of them came from families that were like 12 brothers and sisters. 11 on my mom's side and 12 on my dad's side. So it's a huge, huge family. And we just had a different outlook. Like we didn't have time. We didn't have the luxury to think of ourselves. You know what I mean? To think about yourself was a luxury.
Wow.
It was literally like, it was kind of like a reap what you sow kind of attitude. So I feel like in that aspect, but we were open emotionally. My aunts, especially on my mom's side, I didn't really know my dad's side that well because he was disconnected because him and his mom didn't have a good relationship, or rather, she had a non-existing relationship with him, and he wanted one, and he was the firstborn, so that was kind of weird. My dad was very emotional. So we kind of got like the full impact of that. Whereas my mom was more of like a workhorse kind of person. She had love, but I think he was the one that always loved education. And my mom loved me, and everything I was about. So she was intrigued by like me getting to know and us in a different way. So they entertained that. And then my mom passed when I was 19, and me and my father became estranged after that. Like we just stopped talking. So very abruptly. So like it was just kind of different for me. But I mean, I feel like I did kind of introduce it to the family. I'd say like when it comes to my dad, especially, I really got to know like the links of a person and what they would do and the high and the low of like the character of a person. And I don't know. Yeah, it was kind of different. So I
Did
say,
they
yeah, I got to introduce it. I got to
did,
introduce it to him, but I didn't really get to go like
oh,
full throttle like I wanted to. But that was really everything. Talking about emotions wasn't the thing. Experiencing them, having them, that was fine. But like coming to solutions and conclusions and shit, nah. we didn't ever get that far. So.
did you like growing up, did you know like at the time, like if I can only articulate or talk to someone and have them talk to me back, that things could have been different? Did you feel like you had to hold everything in? Or did you have someone, because I know you couldn't go to your parents, so did you have someone you could talk to and release yourself with, like
It was a
younger?
normal for me.
Oh,
There wasn't like a release. Like it was
yeah.
like we held this together. We were a family, and that was it.
Wow.
It was just something that needed to be done. I didn't think about what was I missing out on, or who. Like when I came back to Arkansas from Texas, I was I was telling my family like, you know, y'all don't understand. Like I've decided that I need y'all. Like, I've decided that I need my family. And there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, and I'm going to show y'all that by putting y'all as a priority. Because, like, in my head, I was just like, all this stuff that I've done and I do for y'all and blah, blah, blah. But, like, you want somebody in your life, there's never like an enough point. You're either going to do what you need to do or you're not. And that's the way we was raised. So, like, I mean, in some aspects, it's a lot more about action to me. Like either you're gonna do it or you're not. I mean, there is a psychology behind everything, but like also do it even if you don't know the psychology behind it. And I don't know, I don't know, it was just different for me. I always saw it different though. I was a very positive child. I was like always smiling, was always happy. Like I was a kid who was like going around giving everybody the hugs and stuff. Like I was emotional. If you were sad, like I wanted to know why. And that was like atypical of our whole entire family. We'd argue before, like our whole family, like we'll argue before, we cry, but we will cry, like it's not like we just sit up there stoic. But even my grandma, her mother was very stoic. She barely told. I don't think she ever told my grandma like she actually loved her, like my great grandma. I don't think she ever told her that, and that was really hard for my grandma to display to her kids. And I think the
Mhm.
people in our family, my aunts and uncles, were dedicated to try to break that, but like didn't really know how. They just knew that they had a right to express. And it just was kind of like in a raw kind of form. And I was always the person who was trying to figure out, well, like, what can you do? Like, change that. Like, can you do this different? Is that possible?
Do you want to have kids, Lance?
No, I want to be a kid.
You want to be a kid? Why?
I don't feel like I got that chance.
Let's look at this, and I want to continue that conversation. I found this. It talks about adults as well. It's only like 4 minutes, okay?
HD. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, or ADHD, is a mental disorder that affects the individual's ability to focus. They may need to move around frequently and might have trouble controlling their impulsive behaviors. According to the American Psychiatric Association, it affects roughly 8% of children and 2% of adults. Unfortunately, many misconceptions are attached to this disorder. For instance, many people believe with medication, ADHD can be immediately cured or grown out of. Some also commonly believe that it only affects boys because they're perceived as rowdy and rambunctious. We want to educate the public with only the truth, and we'd like to offer support to those of you who've been diagnosed with it. Here are 5 facts you need to know about ADHD. 1. Symptoms and signs of ADHD. First and foremost, we want you to know that it's never a good idea to self-diagnose. Please visit a health professional in order to receive reliable insight. Signs of doctors.
Look, I looked over at you.
Impatience, difficulty with following directions, and an inability to sit still in one place for an extended period of time. This is more than just a matter of not being disciplined enough or being messy. An unmade bed or zoning out during a conversation are not enough to diagnose someone with ADHD. People with ADHD have trouble learning and often repeat their mistakes. Instead of losing our patience with them, it's best to approach them in ways that we can help them grow and feel understood. 2. Causes of ADHD. To this day, researchers still do not know the direct cause of ADHD, but there has been evidence that shows a link between the disorder and genetics. Researchers also point out other factors, such as premature birth or the diagnosed patient's mother facing severe stress or using drugs and alcohol during pregnancy. 3. Treatment options. Treatment options available for ADHD include medication, counseling, support groups, and behavioral therapy. Before deciding which treatment to use, please talk to a health professional. Dr. Rachel Klein, a professor of psychiatry, notes that the long-term effects of medication for ADHD are still unknown. There is also evidence that shows it can suppress the child's appetite, which can affect their physical development. While medication has been shown to be most effective by research, children who take it are still at risk to its side effects. It's good to be aware of them and know that there isn't just one right treatment option. We recommend that you explore all before making a commitment. Remember, you can stop anytime you don't feel comfortable. 4. What teachers can do. Teachers often complain about troublesome students who may have ADHD. Instead of punishing them for being disruptive, there are healthier alternative ways to help them learn. Allowing frequent breaks and promoting playtime is one way to help students with ADHD get up and move as they wish. Other helpful tips include encouraging more class participation and providing hands-on learning opportunities.
I thought they was going to talk about adults
with ADHD to get excited about being involved in the lesson, whether it means being able to write their answers on the board or conducting a science experiment. 5. What parents can do. Parents can find it challenging.
All right. No, I thought it was going to talk about adults. In the description, it says adults. Okay, so Lance, I never want to go back to being a kid or the child. What do you feel like you say that, and I know we talked before and you said that before about you want to be a kid again. And a little teaser, you got Michael Jackson syndrome, huh?
I don't want to be Peter Pan. I like being a grown-up. I just don't like feeling like I have to be responsible almost. There's never, at the age of 33, I realized that I had been living my entire life for other people, because that was like the way I was raised. And I mean, yeah, it was like my normal, you know, and everybody's raised differently, and that's fine. But also everybody gets a chance to explore their selfish side, their selfish nature a little bit. I don't feel like I really like super did that. Like if you ask my brother or my sister, they'll probably be like, "This boy got to do everything he wanted to." But I mean, essentially, like everything I wanted is whatever my mom and my dad wanted. Like, and I lived that wholeheartedly. Like, I remember learning to cook as like when I was like 11, 12, like whole meals. I mean, cooking the greens, the cornbread, like you know how our cornbread and with the neck bones and the fried pork chops, all that candy yams, all that. I was cooking just to make sure that like when my mom worked overtime, like she wouldn't have to cook when she got home.
But that was your choice. You wanted to, right?
I fully took it upon myself to do that. Yes. But also like that was the way I was raised. Like you were valued by like what you were putting into the family. Like kind of said, they're both farmer kids, so you know it was kind of like a workforce environment. I don't think like my mom pushed me to do that or anything, but she didn't necessarily have to because I knew she was paying the bill, and I felt like that was my obligation, you know. So I didn't go out and do anything. I didn't ever go out and do anything. I think I went to the movies with my friends maybe once my entire school life. Like with my friend, I went with my cousins a couple of times, but like yeah, I didn't do any of that. I had to go. Like both my parents worked in the school district. I mean, so I had to, and they were both custodians. So like in my head, I'm just like, I can't, I can't be out here slacking. Like I couldn't. And even though it was incredibly fucking hard for me to do homework, so hard for me to do homework. Like that was like the most difficult thing in my life. I tell you, I asked for so much extra credit, it was crazy. I got extra credit because my mama had credit with them, really. So yeah, like I don't, and like part of me just feels like that's just not me. Like, but I'd like a chance to fucking find out. I want to find out if there's a selfish part and what that selfish part is, because if I never get a chance to explore that, then I'll never know how bad or good I can be.
But do you really think that? I don't know.
I feel like it's all what we kind of doing as adults right now. Like most of us, like we're readjusting our lives and trying to focus on like the stuff that like we truly like. I think now more than ever, at least in this day and age, we're starting to see what's possible, and not in the like the way that we thought it had to be. You know, like it's like usually like we had to set goals. You know, everybody else had these set goals back then. You had to go to college, you had to go to school, you had to do this, you had to do all these right things and steps. And when my mom died, I kind of lost those steps, and then I picked them back up. I picked up her steps, and I just started doing what she would do. And whether I like wanted to or not, even though I had an immense joy, and I still want to help people. Like, and I get an immense joy from like helping people. Like, yeah, I mean, I would like to see what helping myself looks like.
Well, why not choose to do it now?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I am doing. It just took me that long. It took me that long to realize.
But you don't have to go back to your childhood or go back to being.
No, I don't mean like literally go back to my childhood. But I guess like reimagine a childhood for myself. I would like to. I don't know. I would like to be in, I don't know, like a fantasy for a minute. I would like to dream, and I would like to be aimless and just wander and just wander and like not do anything or do something and not really super care about whether it's a waste of time or whether it's a waste of my energy or what else I know I could do, you know, and then feeling guilty about it. Like, I don't know, I got a lot of like guilt issues and regret issues. And I used to say I didn't have no regrets, but I had to realize, what a yellow. I had to realize I do. I'm like, I got some like serious like regrets and shit. Like, and I didn't even know it. And look at this. What is that? What is that? Is that a happy
It's
face on steroids?
wish he had
I can
muscle.
tell you.
You mentioned fantasy and dreaming, so he's dreaming and using his imagination what he
You
wished.
know, right?
What'd you say, Wally?
No, it's very usual. It's very surprising how Twitch has these many custom
Something
emojis.
Yeah. Well, I guess they could piece them together or something, huh?
Very unique, I guess.
damn piecing together Google buying everything.
Oh, you gotta buy those?
Well, Meta. No,
Yeah, probably have to buy those.
that's that metaverse. They buying everything. It started
Oh.
Instagram. And then it went to YouTube.
I spent too much stuff on whatever is possibility through my kids already.
They're gonna buy Amazon. They're gonna buy Amazon in a minute. What?
No, they not.
Google.
Who will
Amazon
buy
will
Amazon?
Google's on.
I don't know. If Google buys Amazon, I'll be amazed.
Look, you know, Jeff, what's his name? Yeah, Jeff, Belt, what's his name?
Basinger?
Bezos.
No,
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos. He said, BC Powder?
That part.
Oh, Jeff gonna sell that shit. Jeff gonna sell Amazon. Look, if Microsoft can buy Activision.
What is Activision? Oh, is that for eyes? LASIK eyes?
Activision is the gaming software, the gaming company.
Oh.
Activision is you need another set of eyes to see the amount of money they done made. Activision is the gaming software behind, like, think of every popular game that you've probably seen. Call of Duty, Candy Crush, all them little, like, online little apps and stuff. Microsoft bought them. So Microsoft is now the owner of, like, the gaming software company that's responsible for like 60% of games out there right now. The most popular one.
Interesting.
And they just did this like a month and a half ago. Oh yeah. Damn, like people don't make nothing new no more. Shit, we can't even make a new movie.
To your point about right. To your point about the Google buying Amazon, I wouldn't be now that I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised. Let me tell you why, because I just remembered Amazon actually owns Twitch. So
Amazon owns Twitch?
I didn't know.
Oh yeah. Amazon bought Twitch.
See, I didn't even know that.
So everybody's trying to. That was like, remember when cell phones first came out? It was like MCI, then AT&T, Singular. So all of them, they're trying to condense, like, to be the sole control and make it all one. What is that called when you're controlling everything and there's like no choices?
Monopoly.
Yeah, monopoly.
I mean, it is easier. I mean, they've got.
Right? Because when you think about it. Yeah, because when you think about it, Facebook or now Meta, they had bought Instagram, right? And Instagram was taking a lot of their waves because people like Instagram way more, and they bought Instagram straight up. So then they can drive out the competition.
Has anybody bought Snapchat yet?
Nope. You gotta buy.
Not that I know of.
But why? But then if you buy all of these, isn't it just Okay, so it's Facebook, Instagram, and what's
Well,
TikTok
okay, so
is
it's
with
face.
you? All of them are together now?
So say it again.
Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Facebook owns. Wait, Meta owns TikTok?
No, I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
Oh no, because TikTok was made in Japan. So
Oh.
yeah.
TikTok.
Hold on.
So I thought it was 3 of them. But they're coming out with the metaverse, so that's going to be 3: metaverse, Facebook,
Right? Because Facebook owns Facebook, Instagram. It owns Oculus. It owns WhatsApps. That stuff.
No, TikTok's still a Chinese-owned company.
Yeah.
And see, that's kind of what that's kind of the same thing that's happening with Microsoft and Windows and Samsung. Like Microsoft Microsoft and Google and Samsung. Because Google came out with the Google Google the Chromebooks. And at first Chromebooks didn't have like the Windows properties. But now Chromebooks can easily like adapt to like Microsoft stuff, and they even one step further. They've networked that public platform to work across many devices. So now Chromebooks can work in offices. So now they double as a personal thing and a laptop. Plus, they already got the kids, because the kids now have their little notebooks and their little tablets and stuff. And now Microsoft is over here like trying to compete, shutting everything down, kind of turning into Apple a little bit, honestly, because they trying to do their network thing.
Not close.
Trying to get better. They're getting real close. And Samsung's in the middle, like Samsung's like, well, we're still using Google platform because we got their apps, but we're gonna switch over to this Windows and do this professional straight up thing. And they just Samsung, I think Samsung waiting in the wings, like we about to own this.
Who knows? My thing is with with Chromebooks, right? Because what you just said, right, as far as like being able to have a similar version of their Microsoft Word and everything else like that, because that it's more accessible because it's easier, right? Whereas Microsoft, they put it in a locked facility, like, okay, they'll give you a tutorial, and then next thing you know, you actually have to buy it off, like literally. So, but even though you use the browser.
But the thing Google got over Microsoft is they can do apps. Windows sucks at apps.
Oh, hell yes.
They do. Apple's great at apps. You just gotta buy them. But people who have apples don't mind because all that shit works well.
I mean, honestly.
Okay, that part, Summer Mints.
That's why Microsoft turns a blind eye to people pirating Windows. If you give it out for free, people get used to it, and then when they have the money, they'll spend it on what they used to.
No, I don't think so.
Well, to be honest with you on that, I mean, Windows, you can even do it through the browser, so it's an easier version. So.
Okay.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that is true. But I mean, Microsoft then already gave permissions to Google for their stuff to link, and that was their mistake. But they had to, because Google literally is the sign-in, username, password, security, and gateway to like every single like popular thing that you could need.
Yeah, because to be honest, I mean, when it comes to the email service platforms, I always say this: you will definitely get your emails faster with Google, with your Gmail account, way more than a Yahoo account, in my experience.
But you'll get them more securely with Microsoft. And I do like Microsoft stuff. I actually like the way that they done upgraded all their stuff. I like it. But I mean, at the same time,
only you.
$1.
Thank you, DJ. Huh?
Is that to say 1 to 15? Can you even send $1?
Everyone donate $1 cash to Cash App, just Kyle. Yep.
My Cash App ain't working because my Google stuff got penetrated. And I don't have access to my Cash App. I'm sorry. I'll send you $10 in the mail.
That's okay. Just get your stuff working, baby. Get your stuff working.
I know, right? Find your wallet first.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's concentrate on that. When you say you got this ADHD, let me help you. Help you.
Do you see it happen? Did you see it just happen? I ain't self-diagnosing. That's the universe diagnosing me. That's the Lord.
That's the Lord. Oh, I gotta go pee.
That's what he say to me every time I get distracted. Lord, do you think? But let me ask this. I gave it.
Vaughn, thank you, Vaughn and DJ, my two main mans, looking out for a girl. I'll be right back.
Just Kaya will be back after these messages.
I gotta pee.
All right. Have you been experiencing anxiety with your Google accounts? Well, fuck them. No, I'm just playing. I love you, Google. Please don't kick me off YouTube. Okay. I was just playing. That's what we do on Just Kaya. We just playing. I really want to know though, like, I don't know if anybody's gone through like their account being hacked, but do y'all realize that if somebody take your account and change your information, there is really absolutely nothing that you can do, or nobody basically you can talk to. Which is big bucket.
Yeah, this is why I trust Gmail way more than I trust the Yahoo. Because one thing with Yahoo, this is the thing I don't like about Yahoo. So let's say you have your number with Gmail, and you probably have a couple of Gmail accounts just to separate certain things because you want to keep everything separate in most cases than not. If you have your number in multiple accounts, then Yahoo won't take it because it's like, oh, you have your number here and here. I'm like, what the heck? But with Gmail, it won't matter. It's just like, okay, great.
And but you know what though? But neither one of them. If I have somebody trying to steal my account in Microsoft, I can call Microsoft. If I have somebody that's stolen my account at Gmail, which I do right now, the only way I could get into my YouTube was to create another YouTube. Like, that's their answer. Sorry, you're gonna have to, like, everything that you do in Google, you got to do like beforehand. You got to be proactive. Like, if you want your stuff, you gotta set their stuff up so they can automatically sync all of your information and download all of your information. So that way, if you ever that does happen to you, then you'll actually have to just take that downloaded information and put it back, on your users or whatever. But the fucked up part is that the reason I got hacked like that was because the number that I had at the time was a text now number.
Oh,
because it was just like a free number. All somebody had to do, which text now ain't nobody get in contact with. Like, they're eliminating customer service. Which is crazy because there's even less ways to even get in contact with anyone. So now they just like, it's just straight chill. Like, they don't, like, you sign up with us, you don't. Like, you need so much shit to go through Google now.
Yep.
Or else you're gonna be writing down all your addresses like you got a black booking in the fucking 80s. Which is what I've been doing. Putting shit on no cards.
Yeah, I don't trust that text now garbage. I mean, to be honest, I had dealt with a scammer using a text now number. That's how I look at that stuff.
See, I just was like, oh, it's a number. I just need it for verification to make sure this is my phone. But any one of these apps, you don't know which one will allow you them extra properties to actually take over your phone. Because you automatically that you remember when we used to feel weird about permissions like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. My permission. You want my camera for what? Oh, it's just so we can take a picture of this. Oh, okay. But now if you notice on permissions, most of the apps, it'd be like we'll have the right to read, write, change all of your data. Your username, like that's like automatic give in now. So it's like, okay, bet. All right. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of got to do this because I mean, what else really?
Some people won't read.
So I'm like, really, it's like it's a trip. It's a trip. You really got to like give up your life just to have a life. Kind of feel like having a birth certificate.
But it's all because of data, really. They're always collecting data.
So they can advertise.
Yep.
But also,
and this is why people don't. This is why I be somewhat, in some ways, be laughing when people be like, "Oh, well, how do they know?" Or why you believe in statistics? My thing is because they're collecting data. You are a walking, living data. You're giving them everything they need.
But even if you went through all that stuff thoroughly, I mean, and picked out exactly what you do and do not want, the first thing you have to agree to is for them to have access and control over all of your files. They might give you access and control over the functionality of them, but it doesn't mean they're recording you. They're just giving you permission to use it for this specific thing. Can we use it for diagnostics so we can make your stuff work better? Sure, I want stuff to work better. All the stuff we're going to send all the information we'll collect is non-personal. Well, what else personal could you need to collect? I mean, damn, you already got my IP address. You already have my name, my birthday, my... What else do you fucking need? The only thing these people don't have is our hospital records. And that's only because of HIPAA. If you really think about it, that's the only thing they don't have is HIPAA. That's it. So all your money. And guess who has that? The government. Because they got to bill your ass. So what's the difference? Like, this is... And remember, they was making a big deal when iPhones wouldn't give out information. They're like, we're not gonna give out info. Like, that's not gonna happen. Cops come, I don't care. FBI come, I don't care.
Huh? You're sitting on the remote.
But now they done made it to where, oh, okay, well, you don't want to give us your info. We'll just have you sign it over. The last thing they got left is DNA. That's the only for sure thing. The only for sure thing, identifying wise, that they don't have yet.
Oh, they no. I don't know.
What's up, DJ Eddie?
But when you go to jail, don't they automatically get your DNA now on everybody?
They don't get your DNA. They get your blood type.
I thought they get your DNA. Oh, I thought they. Oh, okay.
And that's a necessity.
That's the same thing. Blood type. All they gotta do is run another test to get the DNA.
But now to actually get DNA though, you would have to like take out a certain amount of blood and run like a certain amount of tests. Like you'd have to do like a whole. It had to be like a whole like thing to like get like everything right. But And actually, I don't even know about that because they can really do it by swabs and stuff. Honestly, they might be collecting the prisoner's DNA.
I thought they do. I thought when you go to jail, they automatically do that because of all the cases that could be solved by DNA. Let's look
But
that
no,
up.
they don't have the federal right to use those. They don't have the right to use those. All the cases that they've solved have been stuff that just happened to be DNA information that just happened to be in the system, or stuff like on a case by case basis where they've actually, because even with you have to get a court order to force somebody to give you a DNA sample, or it has to be picked up like and left by like a person or left in a public like area where they can grab it. But like it like as far as like sending in like blood and getting DNA from like people from ancestry.com or 23andMe or something like that, they can do that. Yeah. But they do have it in talks.
Well, here in California, they collect it. Let me show you.
Do they really? Now I noticed where they had started talks because when that Zodiac killer case got solved, they made a big deal about that. Then that's when they started was like, okay, well we can use y'all's DNA platform.
There you go.
Ooh. Ooh.
So when you get arrested, they collect your DNA. And then it says Rule Monday. I don't know if this was Monday that police can routinely take DNA samples from people who are arrested but not yet convicted of a crime. What the fuck?
That's that tactic of cleaning things up. That's all it is. It's just reinsuring. Reinsuring.
Because I let it run when I was in there, daughter. Why are you worried about it? You ain't gonna clean it up. What you looking for? Did it go in the drawer?
Wow, I didn't know.
Right? Isn't that crazy? What state you in? You in Mississippi?
Arkansas.
Arkansas, same thing. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, look, we all fucking the same people. It's okay. Let Kaya tell it.
Let me well,
we
that's
all
my
river,
family.
We all river kids. We the river kids, baby.
There you go. They doing it in Arkansas too.
Wow.
I'm telling you, they do it all over now.
But it's just in the correction. That's in the correctional. That's in the correctional officers. Oh, today all 50 states have passed their own statutes that require certain offenders to provide a DNA sample for inclusion in CODIS, the Federal Combined DNA Index System data. Wow, that was quick. That was quick. That was just a couple years they were talking about that. A couple years ago when they found a Zodiac killer in California. Wow. That's why they gave us weed. They let that slide on through, baby. They let that slide right on through. That's okay. We'll find out who the stoners are in a couple of years. Don't worry.
See, they swab your mouth as soon as you go to jail. I thought I had heard that somewhere.
I did not know that.
Yep.
I am so upset.
Yeah.
I am so worried right now.
Why?
Nigga, you can't even get away with nothing.
Duh.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
you shouldn't be doing nothing.
I mean, people live and learn. Yeah, I know.
Oh, wait. Here it says, what does expunge mean? Mean taken away, right?
Expunge means sealed. Like that's what they do to records. Like they expunge the records.
It says the sample is taken at booking and expunged upon request.
Oh, so you have to pay money to the system in order for them to not.
You gotta pay for the request, huh?
Oh yeah, an expulsion of the record. It usually costs like $1,200 and up.
Oh damn! I wonder, is that what this means?
The only time it doesn't, if it happens when you're a minor. Minor stuff is supposed to be. But I'm sure that's before they catch you in a case, not after. I'm sure after they're going to be like, no, we're going to need this. We're going to need the data.
It says the sample. So the sample is taken at booking. And wait, Arkansas don't want to give up the information. Oh, here.
Welcome. Arkansas don't like to talk about nothing. You'll find out when you go.
Okay, so there's if you're convicted or have a felony, they keep it capital murder, of course. Oh, I guess I could share it, huh? Wait. Oh shoot, wait. There we go. So right here it says convicted of a crime applies to the post-conviction DNA testing. The application must assert that their theory of defense may establish actual innocence. Oh, I don't know what they're talking about.
Wait, what is that?
Right back here?
Yeah, the state allows individuals convicted of any crime to apply for post-conviction DNA testing. Their application must assert. Oh, so they're saying giving them a DNA would prove them innocence. And applications can only be submitted if the individual has exhausted their direct appeals Arkansas Code specifications for the preservation of biological evidence.
Wow, so that sounds like they got the DNA, but if they don't want to use it, we don't have to use it.
But this saying you have to exhaust your direct appeals. So that means you actually have to go through the appellant process first. How many ever times they allow? I think it's like 6 or 7.
Wow, what?
Before, if I'm reading this right, before they would even consider giving a DNA sample as evidence. And you have to prove, in theory, that it would actually prove you innocent. They could still say, oh, this DNA doesn't matter. Next.
This is crazy. It's always something.
It's about to be always everything. It's crazy. I was talking about this with some friends today, and I was like, along with the kids being okay. And we were just talking about, well, what's going to be the next thing, and I was like, pandemic. And I was like, well, wait a minute. The Christians haven't been on an uprise in a while.
What?
I was like, I mean, let's not pretend like Christianity isn't suppressive in the wrong hands.
Oh, boy.
I mean, we had a whole Jesuit order where they still spread Christianity to countries that don't have any desire to know our God. But I mean, now I'm looking at this. At first I said government, and maybe my first mind was right. I was like, it's gonna be like some kind of military, overhaul. They're gonna start treating us like they did the Indians.
Treat the who? The heathens?
The Indians.
Oh.
She said the heathens.
Are we the heathens?
Same time. Yeah, it's about to be. I don't like that. I don't like that. Woo.
But did you guys see that? Wait, let me see if I can find it. That Jordan Peterson. Oh, wait, here. Making his money. He got 12 more laws. Y'all know about the laws?
Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I know you know who Jordan Peterson is.
Sure don't.
You mean Juicy?
Huh?
You talking about Juicy?
Juicy?
Jesse, whatever his name is.
No.
Fraud. That should be locked up right now.
Wait, did he get out?
Yes, early.
He was supposed to do 150 days, so he got out because of the suicide scandal thingy.
Basically, that's a big part of it.
So what is it? Oh, we gotta look that up. Okay, what is that?
I'm a baby right now.
Trash Can talked about that today. I was like, man.
Oh, he did. Oh, we can go to Trash Can's thing then. He did a whole thing of it. Did he pull it up and stuff?
Yeah, he talked about it midway within the live.
Midway. Okay, let me see. Let me go there.
Yeah, because Trash Can, he dropped a lot of jewels in that live stream last night.
Today, early. Okay, so like 11 hours ago, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, let me go. Let me go because I started listening to it, but I had to get ready for mine. I said I'll come back. Oh, who's this white boy up here? I like his. He's talking all that political stuff. I get knowledge from him. Let me see. It's towards the middle or towards the end.
I believe it's towards the middle. Not mistaken, because I think towards the end he was talking about something else. Because I know there was a point where he was talking about the kids in Disney.
Oh, here it is. Oh, I got it. Okay. All right, let's see what he's talking about. Wait a minute. Let me pause it. Trash Can, can I use your stuff? Thank you, brother. You awesome. Y'all heard me ask for permission. Oh, shoot. I keep doing that.
I see he gave it in the back chat right here. That's going to disappear as soon as we exit.
Okay, let's see. So, wait. Oh, shoot. Where'd my stuff go? Oh, there. Okay, so, okay. This Trash Can Waves, you guys make sure you go over and subscribe and follow him. Awesome content creator. He give it to you like it is, baby. Oh.
You can believe what you want to believe about it. Those elitist motherfuckers ain't one of you.
Oh, he cuts too like me.
The ones with the loudest voice, acting like they going through what you going through. They want you to go crazy. They want you to go crazy. But these elitist motherfuckers ain't part of it. They ain't one of them. Case in point. Let me pull up this bitch ass motherfucker.
Here we go. Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Smollett. Juicy Smollett.
Yes, no
think that he's one of you. That he goes through what you go through. That he's down for the cause. You know? He's down for the cause, and he suffers as you suffer. He wants you to think. You might believe whatever you want to believe, but he wants you to think.
So it won't let me.
That he abides.
Oh well, I was trying to make
by
it
the
big.
Same rules in society as you abide. Let's hear him talk.
I am not suicidal. I am innocent. I'm sentencing you to 30 months felony probation, and the probation is going to.
Juicy Smoulier.
Oh, that was the wrong one. There we go.
Has been sentenced.
Why he call him smooth?
For lying about a hate crime.
What?
There's so much hate crime out there that he had to lie about an event occurring. Hate crime. He's a self-proclaimed Tupac. There's so much hate crime out there that he had to get 2 Haitian immigrants in order to whoop his ass and be racist against them. Because there's so much hate crime out there. Let's hear him talk. This is him getting sentenced for lying. You know what he lied about. He's the only one that don't know what he lied about. Scratch that. Him and his family are the only ones that don't know what Juicy Smollett lied about.
Going to be to this court. You're going to be allowed to travel wherever you want. You do not have to live in the state of Illinois. You can report by phone. I know that you're going to.
We getting there realistic. You gotta let me alone, Kofi.
You may have to go to other Los Angeles. You can do those things. You will pay restitution to the city of Chicago in the amount of $120,106.
Oh, that's light.
You are fined $25,000, which is the maximum fine, and you will spend the first 150 days of your sentence in the Cook County Jail, and that will start today, right here, right now.
Right here, right now. You one of us, Juicy.
You see, he said his first. That means technically he's supposed to be there. He's supposed to go somewhere longer.
No, I thought he goes on probation for 5 years after that.
See, this is my whole point. He deserves more time. This is bull.
Yeah, he goes on probation. If I heard it right, earlier when I watched it before, mental illness can be measured by behaviors. That's absolutely correct. Hopeful, yes. Peace, big homie. Oh, okay. Let's get back.
After you lie, but people losing their life through actual hate crimes. After you lie, and we're gonna get into the hate crimes that people lost their lives on in a second. After you lie, people lost their life over this shit. Juicy? Let's see what you have to say about you.
If the jury found you guilty,
you know you lied.
You have the right to appeal the findings and rulings of court, or ask your sentence to be modified. To do those things, you need to file a notice of appeal in writing within 30 days. You also file a motion to modify your sentence, which would have to be filed in writing within 30 days. Anything not stated in those filings are waived for purposes of appeal. You cannot afford lawyers and transcripts. They would be provided free of charge. Do you have any questions?
Do you have any questions about your obvious lie and your white ass sentence? Out here, you one of us now. Doing time and answering for your crime as if you one of us. Do you have anything to say for yourself other than thank you, Judge, for this light ass sentence? I should have got 3 to 5.
Right.
But thank you for that. And I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Keep quiet. I'm gonna take it.
Hey, Hopeful, welcome. Appreciate you coming
what's
up.
Going on? What's going on? Thank you for having me up.
I
see y'all got Juicy Smoothie up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this boy ain't gonna never have his name said right again.
We're talking about the mental health and behavioral health, and we kind of ventured off into this, but
he said he's not suicidal though. You know what I'm saying?
He said he's not.
Also that's part of it. You know what I mean? As far as for mental illness, you already know, like black men are, deleting themselves at a higher rate for some reason. And
what do you mean deleting?
Self-deletion. Yeah, suicide or whatever. But self-deletion, the reason I think in our community it's more prevalent is because of lack of awareness as far as for ourselves, like for our mental status. You know what I mean? Like, how do you really judge if somebody's not doing well mentally? That's not something you can just notice, like having, a mark on your face or a black eye. You know what I mean? It's deeper. And the only way to
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying the only way to even delve that deep is to have conversations, you know what I mean? To kind of get into people's head, what they say, how they react, their behaviors. But like he was, going through something as far as for trying to be relevant on the show, and then came up with what we would call a crazy idea. But in his mind, I'm sure it sounded plausible. It sounded like something that would happen in Chicago. Somebody rolling down the window, because it's you can't really put it past them. You know what I mean, so to speak. But at the same time, it has to be what they call a reasonable, you know what I mean, explanation. And once they found the guys who did it, and you saw how what were they, Africans? They were they French
or Haitian or something like that?
Haitian, something like that. Once you saw that, like the evidence started coming out, it's like, okay, now your whole plan, your scheme is falling apart. And at what point do you stop and say, okay, you know what, I'm caught, in someone to keep going with the lie, to not die with the lie, to say, no, this is actually what happened. I'm serious, you got the wrong guys.
That is a mental issue there.
right?
But I
Like
guess
at some point, you gotta stop. You gotta stop lying. I think, right? Or do you keep going? Like, if you caught, do you just say, you know what?
my
You don't
bad.
know, right?
I'm sorry. Laptop.
Right.
A
That's my
bit
fault.
too.
You know what I mean?
Oh, y'all looking?
Bow out.
Like y'all looking? Oh shit!
Like, dang, I
Okay,
didn't
y'all.
have to go this far. I didn't know when to quit.
Did you check under the couch?
Right.
What was that Eddie Murphy things? I think it was Raw. He said, wasn't me. He said, I don't care what you say, wasn't me.
Yeah. What's that?
Call it an act.
I don't
Wasn't
know.
me.
I don't know how many episodes he had of Trapped in the Closet, but it's just, once you unravel one thing, it just keeps unraveling that from that. So, that same story, you can keep going. Or you can stop with the truth. But sometimes the truth is even more crazy.
Sometimes. But if he keep going this way, and we'll never know why he really did it, because I mean it's obvious he did it. But
I thought
it's
I
because
thought the
he
reason
wants
was
to
so he
get
could
this.
get a higher contract.
Yeah, he wants to stay relevant still.
But he didn't say that. So if he innocent, that can't be the reason, because he ain't do it.
No, what I'm saying is him sticking with his innocence. He still is, as a profession, going to jail doesn't make you not be a good actor. You can still, you can
He
still
don't
get
get
an
no
actor.
work done. Ain't nobody gonna hire him. He a liability.
I think he's gonna get hired to do that Prince biopic because he can sing and all that. Yeah, he probably end up coming out and doing that Prince
White man,
biopic.
why?
Oh, I didn't know they was having a Prince. Okay. Well, he gonna have to lose weight because look right here, he's swole. Look, he eating good. He lifted. Look, he's what is that? I'm not gonna be a bitch.
Okay, that's that prep for prison workout.
What comedian was that?
15 workout plan.
Workout before you get it. Get your swole on.
We're gonna do long.
Because
you done create a whole game in for like 5 years. Honey, they ready for the Powerpuff Girl.
Now he look like he ready. He wish a motherfucker would.
They trying to blossom. He don't know he can go in there looking like a nice, cute ass pound cake.
But when he got up, that booty went up. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Let's listen to more of it.
Like,
I want to hear did he get out?
Like if it happened to you or me, this is what we have to go through. Ain't no talking about it.
No, I was just like sitting around I am not suicidal.
Okay.
I am not suicidal.
Okay.
Countdown to this motherfucker do another fake hate crime on himself and hang himself up in on his jail cell with a crocheted cashmere sweater.
That not crochet
or some shit that it was laying around on the prison floor. He gonna wrap some cotton around his ass and try to fake hang himself. Countdown to that shit to happen.
I am not suicidal. I am innocent. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in fears of Black Americans in this country for over 40
I'm the gay Tupac.
The LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I'm
Yeah, man, wow.
He's delusional.
I'm not suicidal. If anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it.
You going down with your lie. I can't knock you for that. That's juicy.
I bet he had this. His lawyers and him came up with this plan.
Carry out to the end. Take it to the grave with you. If you want to go with that lie.
Must all know that.
He said he innocent. He ain't do it. He ain't come up with this plan. The money that he gave them wasn't for that. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild.
You found guilty. You one of us, Juicy. You gonna get some jail time. Yes, if you found guilty in the court of law, that's how it works. If I go to court of law, I don't take no plea deal. I don't admit to my wrongdoings, and I actually go through it. I'm gonna get jail time, Juicy.
And he only got 150 days.
Yeah.
I can't say that. I don't know. Juicy said it. He on YouTube. He's saying it. Let's hear from his family, because family wanted to go. You don't even know the half of it. You can't fool Pop. But we gonna get there.
He will be in PC. Oh, what is PC?
Go a little early. I ain't gonna pull my
oh shit.
PC. Public. No, private.
Private
confinement.
Where they're like, it's like the safe zone.
Private, public, no, private confinement, or
I forgot.
Public confinement.
Is it public confinement or private confinement? Well,
private. No, there's no private. It's public confinement.
You got to ask my brother. He in jail.
From his family. Let's hear from Juicy's family. Hayes and Timber, you know, you want to. This is the people that add to your ignorance. You know, family can do the.
What if he didn't do it though?
Yeah, I mean, because real life, I don't trust the police. That's the only thing. It's like real life. I feel like, you know, all the crimes that they could have been researching, and they, you know, caught this one. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying?
It was all on videotape. They got the guys buying the stuff at the store. They got the guys walking up to the place. They got the guys. They got Jesse walking. They got Jessica. Who gonna keep the noose around the neck? See, my evidence. I had to put this on so y'all can see for yourselves.
Yep. Like, who the fuck keeps it?
Get a sandwich at 2:30 in the morning in Chicago. I heard it was real cold that morning.
A celebrity.
Had to go to Subway real quick.
Smollett.
He had to go to Subway. It was the only thing open.
Didn't they test the rope from around his neck with the rope?
You know, all the evidence.
They was waiting for him to come out that hotel. They was waiting for him. Yeah.
Wait, didn't they have the recording of them doing the plan like they did? Like Watergate? Didn't they have Jesse on tape saying, now, if this go down, you don't know me. You don't know Jesse from Empire, right? Y'all repeat after me.
I don't know.
No, wasn't me.
I mean, but what if it wasn't you?
Jesus is somewhere here hiding, and he just waiting for the right time to come out of hiding.
You're right.
I mean, on earth as it is in heaven.
Okay, I don't know. He might be innocent. He might be innocent. I don't know. But I'll tell you, they said a fool ain't born every day, but a fool was born that day if they believe that he's innocent. Okay, I'm done. He might be innocent. He is a black gay man, and they probably target his little light-skinned, fine little mixed. Is he mixed? He mixed, right?
He gonna be mixed with some prison.
You know they go after the light skin with the good hair, and they told him, you see, he cut it off into an afro looking now. Now it look all, he ain't got those little curls. What happened to his little curly pretty hair?
Hell no. That nigga ain't even gonna sing when he get in there. He ain't doing no singing.
Harpo said y'all was gonna beat me, so I got on slow. You came over there, guy. Okay, y'all right. He might be innocent.
Might? I don't say might. I say he is very much guilty.
But we just had. See, you just Wally. You just didn't hear the possibilities that he might be innocent?
The circumstantial evidence is overwhelming.
Right. Yeah. See, you can't bring in the recording of him saying the plan because he said his name, but he didn't mean to. So since he didn't mean to incriminate himself, that what is it called? Evidence has to be thrown out. He's not black enough for that evidence to be put in.
Every party has to be privy to the recording.
Oh, that is just blown up my life.
That part. The two guys he was telling what to do, they didn't know they was being recorded, so you can't use that evidence.
I mean,
Technically, right.
I don't even know if that's how it works in Chicago. What is
Technicalities.
Technicalities. And y'all didn't realize the two guys that they had that he was trying to frame. Juicy was trying that the CPD was trying to frame. They didn't even realize they was on a flight turning back and coming back from Haitian. So it was impossible.
Listen, I'm obligated to
I'm having technical difficulties, y'all.
It's okay.
First one we have two prior conversations. So.
Lance is having mic technical difficulties, but we just letting it go. It's all good.
He's having a technical difficulty in Juicy. That's having a technical difficulty.
Are you twisting your hair?
Always.
That's one of the things both my kids do with they do that all the time. And my son does it and pulls it out too.
Yep.
Hair everywhere.
That's why it's short. I cut it down. And
he does that terrible. That's why he had to get rid of his dreads. I'm like, no, spotty.
It helps with the rest of the anxiety. That's my vision.
Okay, you can stop.
You got crochet him. Crochet.
They would call it.
Man, I didn't know what he said.
We talking about I think
you sound.
What he's saying. I can't understand.
It sounds like he's far away, right? Like
it sounds like he's underwater, far away, gurgling and gargling and everything. Okay, let's listen. Let's finish listening to gurgling.
Oh, I thought you said
gurgling. You know, I can think of a moment where that could be pleasurable. Vibrating. No. Let me stop.
Oh, Lord. That trash can have heard you said that.
Trash can ain't here.
Say the alphabet backwards. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
Your ignorance and your stupidity, they could be handled. Let's hear it from this guy.
Right now. So let's go over that right now. He spoke about his arrogance. He doesn't know the struggles my brother is encountering. He doesn't know anything that he's dealing with. He doesn't know anything.
He ain't supposed to be your brother's friend. He one of us, damn it. Don't you understand that? He just got sentenced in the court. He going there. The judge ain't supposed to be nice to you while you get sentenced and you did something wrong. He supposed to let you know you did something wrong and carry out the sentence for you. What are you talking about?
That part.
Yeah, he got to be conscious of your brother's need. Fuck your brother.
Or anything that he's dealing with. He spent all that time shaming him. In 2022, we don't shame people like this.
In court, yes, you get shamed. You've been found guilty, and they're gonna let you know the seriousness of your.
He looked like the Malcolm X of Juicy, huh? Because he looked just like Juicy. But he's like the Malcolm X or the Martin Luther King version, like the way he talking and, you know.
The more militant version.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to, yeah, like that.
That looked like his replacement on the show.
Nah, he not gay.
That don't matter. Look, a lot of people not gay when they come from prison.
So proud and want you to be found guilty and why your punishment is about to be handed out to you. It ain't supposed to be nice. It ain't all these fucking participation trophies and everybody on winner shit. and you got to be nice to everybody. This is what it's led to.
All right. He basically called him a mental case. All right.
He's a mental case.
He is.
He basically reiterated and regurgitated all the prosecutors said. There was no independence. This is a duly elected judge.
Yeah, I don't know how you define mental case, but this nigga, the fake getting his ass whooped, poured bleach on himself, asked the motherfuckers to sit him on.
Wait, he poured bleach on himself?
I supposedly.
Oh, okay. Supposedly. Possibilities.
Oh, yeah. Asked the motherfucker to set him on fire, then tied a fucking necktie around himself, made out of a cashmere sweater, and pretend that he got beat up in the street by MAGA people with red hat, and he hired black H's to hand out the ass whooping. That nigga, he that's a mental case, ain't it? I don't know what your definition is.
The county. He's supposed to be elected by the people, not just a stooge and a rubber stamp for the plot.
Oh, so he blaming the judge for being dual voted in since he wasn't elected by the people. So they saying since that didn't happen, that's why he got this verdict. That's what he's saying right here, right?
No.
Oh, maybe
Is the judge elected in by the people? Wait a minute.
That's what he just said. It's a dual election for the judge, and he said that he wasn't elected by the people. So it seemed like, you know how you they divert into the judge or whatever. That's what it sounds like. I could be wrong, but
Yeah,
Ocean's not mentioning that.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know.
Prosecutors.
See?
And I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. My name is JoJo Smollett.
I'm disappointed too. I'm gonna let you know why.
Joseph Smollett, though.
His sister kind of cute though.
Say quickly. My name is Jazz Smollett. I'm his older sister.
They're all
I want to say
J's.
my brother is innocent.
Mm-hmm. You know how we be doing.
Be a controversial statement
Name
because
all
it
the
is
same letter.
All right. Your brother ain't innocent. Your brother
Right.
obviously lied. He won above, and he got to go through with his sentence, or does he? You think this motherfucker got to go through his sentence like if I was in court? If you was in court,
You got more than
if your kids
150
was in
days.
court, your parents was in court, and they been found guilty, and they done handed out a sentence to their ass. It was a light ass sentence, 150 days. That's just 5 months. Juicy.
Yeah, he about to be out already.
Go to town. You know? You think we wouldn't have to do our fucking time? He's supposed to be one of us. But it turns out this elitist motherfucker ain't one of us.
Oh, he got out?
A week after this motherfucker got and sent to jail, Juicy Smollett walks out of jail after appeal court orders release. Served less than a week of his 150-day conviction.
Wow.
Obviously is guilty. What could you appeal when this motherfucker is obviously a guilty? We don't get to do that. I got family in prison right now. I got friends in prison right now that don't get to file an appeal, get out on bond, and not serve their whole time in prison. They fight your appeal while you in jail. If you want to appeal something, if you want to
get money.
Ocean, you gave us permission to look at your show.
It's too sad it's the law, right?
I got your confirmation back here in the private chat. Thank you. Hey, Ocean. How are you, my brother? It's Wally's fault.
No.
I'm joking.
You ain't gonna blame this on me.
I wanted to hear. I can't believe old Juicy got out of jail. I didn't believe it. And Wally told me you did a story on it. So we're getting updated. Thank you for your amazing content. Please make sure you go over and follow Trash Can Waves. He is amazing at what he does. I just got finished adding the tags. What is okay? Amen. I don't know what that means, but amen. Okay, we gonna finish while you interrupting us, Ocean.
No, when he said the tags, he's talking about basically, just to get the video out more, basically.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just like deja vu. I was like deja vu. Right. But thank you for your amazing content. It helps me out. Helps us out. We're talking about mental health. And this is a great current event mental health example. Thank you. All right. Oh, Lance, question. Is this mental health or behavioral health? Ooh, that's a good question.
We'd have to do a psychological profile on his history.
Behavioral.
I say behavioral too. But Lance, what you say, Gary?
You gotta do a psychological makeup. And then there's the accountability, you know, what he's being honest with, what he isn't being honest with. Do you get a profile? This is the whole thing about psycho. That shit is behavioral. I'm sorry, Justin. Goddamn, Justin, slow it.
Oh, Ocean, I'm not sure if you heard, half the panel here think he's innocent. They're not sure if he's guilty, so I don't know. Let's carry on.
I mean, OJ was
A 34th of the panel believes he's innocent. Damn shame. Damn shame.
It was two. It was Hopeful and Lance said he was he's innocent. He could be innocent.
Oh, you believe he's guilty?
Yeah.
Who, me? Oh, you do too, Wally. You believe he's innocent, possibly innocent as well?
Hell no. I say he's guilty. He needs to be in the disclaimer.
Oh.
Hey, police be throwing people, you know.
This is the ridicule that JoJo was talking about. This is the thing that's convicting. We should have kept our mouths closed.
Because that's what I'm saying. They have false accused so many people, had them in jail for years. And they will, you know, let them out. Even if the person who did it confesses, they still won't let them out. Like, you got to have more evidence to overturn your case. That's really how they do people. Like, you can.
Man, I should have read when the co-host, what's her name? The one that played his mother.
Oh, Taraji P. Henson?
Yes. Oh my goodness. She even believed that he's innocent.
I know. Did you see her compare his issue to Tillman?
So that was some bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm calling it out right now. I'm willing to call it out. That is some BS.
Listen, look. Okay, y'all be talking about women and support.
Lance, you gotta fix your audio. Can you?
I don't know what this is.
Go out and come right back in.
My phone ain't trying to hear this.
Your shit. We ain't trying to hear your phone scraggly one.
Oh, we didn't say nothing about your old smoker's mic when you was talking at the beginning of the episode.
My mic is good. Okay. There's nothing wrong with my mic.
She pulled up the hole.
Oh gosh, now he putting the. Okay, so who would like to get a pass on behalf of all the right? Okay, come on, Hopeful. This question's for you, Hopeful.
What's up, Beauty?
It says, who elected Juicy to get a pass on behalf of all the innocent convicted Black people?
Oh, nah, I ain't electing them to get a pass. What I'm saying is that has to be taken into account also. We can't just brush that under the rug and act like the police don't frame people, don't, manipulate information, all types of things. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay, so basically dirty cops. But in this case, we're talking about two people actually beating up on one person.
We talking about Chicago, ain't we?
True.
Yeah.
As far as with Juice, well,
So hopeful. So did you see like the videos and stuff how they show them? Did you see that the evidence, whatever? I only see like the videos they put out. Did you see any of that?
I know it wasn't really clearly defined who it was really. I mean, the videos they had could have been who knows, right? Who knows when? I don't know.
So really, like Chicago, or I'm not putting. Well, you know what? I hear you. I'm not putting anything past anyone. Okay. Well, amen. I mean,
And you see, he appealed and what? He out.
Yeah. Let's finish listening to what Ocean has to say. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, because I am that type of person where I'm like all in or not. But I mean, anything's possible. In the same breath, y'all say if a woman falsely accuses a man of rape, she deserves jail time for lying. But let this ninja get a pass when he obviously lied. I agree. I totally agree. If a woman falsely accused, yes, she deserved to whatever sentence he would have got. I think that's what she should get.
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, I feel like, okay, for lying, you should get sentenced, but I don't know about the same sentence because some of them sentences is too much anyway. Like, especially when it's like, you know, the woman wanted it or something like that, and then, you know, later on regretted it and then just try to say, oh, he took it. You know what I mean? It's women like that do that.
But
so I don't think, yeah, but that's kind of like lying. It's fabricating the truth.
If a woman lies about getting raped and he goes through the whole process and get convicted, right? And he gets sentenced, I don't know how much, let's say he got 10 years. He gets 10 years for it, right? And before, well, I don't know, maybe a year into it or whatever, she is found out that she absolutely lied. You don't think that she should have to do those 10 years for lying?
Yeah, I think she should. Yeah.
Yeah,
have to do some type of time. I don't know about 10 years.
Well, he was going to have to do 10 years, and he really didn't even do it.
I don't think he should have had 10 years either. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's like one of those things where, okay, if, say, for instance, you know, it's something that you said that they did, right? And you told a lie or whatever. That you think that the thing that Juicy did, you think for a hate crime, because for a hate crime he would have got how many years? At least
I think 5
right?
to 10, was it?
For a hate crime, I'm pretty sure it starts at like 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So just for lying, you think Juicy should have to do 10 years?
No, I'm not talking about Juicy right now. I'm talking about when he gave us this other scenario. If someone is falsely accused, what I believe, right quick, because Ocean said the last 9. So not only should I think the woman who lied, should have to do whatever time that men would have got or got. Also, it should be more time put on that because that is malicious. You have lied. You have committed fraud to the federal system. I think it should even go further than just the time.
Let alone ruin the man's reputation.
Yeah,
so you saying the same thing for Juicy?
No. I'm going by this scenario. Okay, so for Juicy, I would say whatever the penalty is for what he accused mega people of doing this, yes, he should have to do the time plus some, because
if they would have found 2 white men. And say they found 2 white men just walking and they arrested them, and you they would have said, look, we found you, and look, we got evidence of this guy who said that y'all put a rope around him, and Juicy says, oh, that is them. He lies and says that is them that did that, right? But then the video comes out. So now we realize, okay, this ain't them. You know what I mean? These guys are innocent. But they was about to give them 10 years. You don't think Juicy should have to do them 10 years?
Yep, he should have to do those 10 years. Wait. Because he was like, I'm going back to the thing that he set this all up, that it was a plan from the beginning, that he paid these guys to do this, and he said, yes, and more time, a penalty on top of that for the malice behind the whole scheme of it all, because you had every opportunity up until it was carried out to pull out, and you never did. That's evil. And then,
No, I'm just agreeing. That's why I said hello.
Yeah, because that's crazy. Now, supposedly, if they would have found two white guys for whatever reason in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they go spend some time, he would be hanging at the stake. He would really have a noose around his neck. If these good old boys was in jail because of his lie, But yeah, that's evil. I can't believe you can even go through. You can even. Yes, no. I no. You deserve every bit of it and a penalty. So if you think about you, Hopeful, just think about you. You're on a date, and the same thing. You still would have the same view if you had spent maybe 5 years in jail and didn't do anything. And then it comes out, the truth comes out. You're good with her just saying, oops, sorry.
Yeah, I see. I don't think that I don't think that should be where, now you got to spend 5 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So basically she go, oh, sorry, and it was, sorry.
No, I don't think, see, that's the thing. I don't think I should go to jail either, because I feel like it should be enough evidence where if I didn't do it, like she should have to have more evidence than just her saying that I did it. And so if just off her word and somebody else is corroborating her story saying that I did, in hindsight, I don't think it should be able to convict someone for going away for no 5 years. I don't think so.
Okay, so in hindsight,
just her being able to lie shouldn't be enough to convict me to go away for 5 years, is what I'm saying.
All right, so in hindsight, you would be willing to give yourself up to being checked for DNA, correct?
Right, all that. And
yeah, because that's the next step. If you were great, DNA test, because then you would need the condom, everything else of that nature. So,
no, I'm saying even if say we did have sex, and, you know what I mean, and I'm like explaining all of this, and it was consensual, right? And she said it wasn't. You get what I'm saying? Like,
no, I get it from your stance, but I'm saying no. But now that Kaya gave it to you in a different stance, and you said that she needed evidence, well, the evidence would be the DNA.
No. I don't think that's enough. I feel like that's just showing that sex was had.
But that's my whole point, though, because she said that you raped her.
Right, but what I'm saying is, okay, it shouldn't be a he say she say thing.
But see, that's all they have, so of course it's gonna be a he say she say thing.
No, I'm saying if it ain't on film, yeah. If it ain't no evidence, then nah. I don't think you should just be able to say, oh, you did that.
So okay.
See, oh my goodness.
Like if you say you're in my house, right, and we're having sex, right, and then you go say, oh, I took it. I don't think that should be fair. I don't think that's fair at all.
Okay,
life ain't fair.
Like you came to my house under the pretenses of what? You get what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't you be getting some dingling?
Because we don't think alike. We don't share the same brain. I wasn't coming there for that. I wasn't thinking about that.
Right.
I mean, because okay, if that's the case, the only other step to the whole great factor is then there have to be scars, there have to be bruises, because you have to physically force yourself. That's the only other thing.
But people have rough sex nowadays.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know about that.
Well,
either,
see,
rough sex still. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like, okay, I get where it is really like a touchy subject too. So I don't want to trigger anyone, but I feel like, women are not weaklings. Like they're not all little pitiful princesses that can't fight back or anything like that. So yeah, I feel like it would be more of a thing that you would know. Okay, especially if nowadays I get it. You can drug people, you can do all this type of things, and you don't even know that it happened. Like Bill Cosby, you know what I'm saying, with the Bill Cosby, whatever. But that's what I'm saying. This man got acquitted afterwards, right? Like a lot of times, you having that status, someone can say that you did these things just so they can, put an asterisk by your name or whatever the case may be. However,
Now, but the only thing with Cosby, there was other people that came out against him, though. That was the trigger.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you say I gave you a pill, you take it. You get what I'm saying? You came to my apartment. You came to my hotel. Anything like that. Now, if it's your house, then definitely that's evidence, like that right there.
Why? Because you could go to someone else's house and it still be the same scenario. If we're going by if she's lying or not.
Right, but
or even a hotel.
If you at their house or a hotel or anything like that, yeah, it's like that's more evidence towards you saying,
wow,
likewise.
Oh, okay. So before I lie on you, let me just make sure we at a hotel or at my place, and then I'll lie on you.
Right,
and then,
exactly.
Oh, okay. And
then they can believe a lie more. Yeah, exactly. But
can I ask a question?
My house, that's wild.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Good.
So what if it's two guys? What if I slip a guy a pill, but he's done drugs before?
He's
done drugs before. There's drugs in his system. He knows I'm gay. He comes to my house alone. He says that I raped him. Mm-hmm. There's no scars. There's no anything.
Say that no.
Well, okay, wait a minute.
What is he doing going to a gay man's house? You get what I'm saying?
Why should my sexual orientation matter if I know that he's straight, he knows that I'm gay? Like, people have seen us together as friends. Like, it's not 1940. Like, I mean, who we hang out with isn't sexually
to your
based.
point, right? Because to your point, to your question, right? Because here's my thing. Because you said that he came drunk to your house, right?
No, I said that I drugged him, but nobody knows that. I mean, because he does drugs. We do drugs together.
Oh,
is it his fault then because he's inebriated? You have to understand is that sexual assault cases. There's a lot of sexual assault cases that men are found in favor of because of that simple question. And as much as you can scrutinize it, it's judged off a person's intent, but also lawfully, a person has a choice to change that intent anytime they get a chance to, anytime they want. So like, it's one of those things where like, yeah, there should be stuff that like proves innocence, like common sense wise, but and the same thing, like if a girl goes to your house and you hold a gun to her head and you tell her to don't fucking move while latest piping you, she's not gonna move. They tell you, I mean, for real, like they tell you if you're getting raped, they tell women like don't fight back at all because it could be
murder.
Yeah, exactly. Like that could be your last fight of your life. Surviving is not fighting back. I mean, and they will tell you that, like, don't fight back. The last thing you want to do is fight back in an assault because it could escalate very quickly and it could be the end of you.
But Lance, what do you think about the lying portion of it? That's more so what the malice comes in that you're lying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It always comes. There's a lot of cases where it comes down to he said, she said, and a lot of times the men are ruled in favor because even though this jury will believe this woman as much as she cries, there are women that have cried wolf, and they have to do it based off the evidence, not the circumstantial, not the emotional, but like, yeah, the physical, like was there scarring, and then they have to dig into their history and start judging their character. And that's usually like, it's the character. If they don't have additional witnesses, it's the character is the only thing. And then even still, like when they go to court, like they'll tell you, and a witness statement is not really reliable, especially, even if they saw you.
But the question is, do you think the person that lied, should they have to do time or not?
Oh, I mean, if it's found out beyond a shadow of a doubt
she
that they lie.
She lied. It's all a lie.
I mean, absolutely.
And he in jail. He been in there a year. He got sentenced to 10 years. Do you believe she should have to do those 10 years and some?
I think she should have to do the years that are given to her as on a jury of her peers, and then yes, any additional time that he or she did. Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's where it started. So, but hopefully,
because you have to be an example. Like even you have to be an example. You have to be an example. Like, we can't have that shit going on.
But how, the part where you're going, hopeful is saying that it should be more evident, or it can't just be word he said, she said, against each other, that it needs to be more evidence. That's how we got evolved up into that point in the conversation. And then that's how we led up to the point, whether if it's in a hotel, he said if they get invited to his house, then, and it's just he said, she said, then that's not enough evidence to convict him. But then he said, if you go to a hotel or if he goes to her house, then that might be enough evidence. Did I get it right, Hopeful?
Nah, I'm looking up. Hold on, sorry, I was educating myself real quick. So, in order to actually get a conviction, they have to go through a lot. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
So, for a false allegation, what usually happens is that it tarnishes the reputation of the person who publishes the statements. Many of the false allegations are found out, because of people's account of the, scenario.
Yeah.
Usually, if someone is, changing up their story more than one, you know what I mean? Once you say a lie, you got to keep repeating it. And if you don't remember your lie, a lot of times that's what happens. People with false allegations, they tarnish their own character, their own credit and integrity. And
But also you have to remember, if somebody's been raped, they've gone through a traumatic experience.
And they can recover damages by saying that they're, lying and slander.
But the question is, do you think that they should have to do time?
Yeah, I don't know about. I think definitely get, some type of reciprocity, some type of, I think they should have to pay. Like
pay money.
The person, yeah, definitely, yeah. Like if they can't pay, then yeah, they got to go to jail for that. Do time for that.
Who should they pay money to?
The person they lied on.
That's not the only people that was affected, though. They held up the court system. If it's an intended lie, if there is proof that you was going to say that I raped you.
Oh, premeditated, huh?
Yeah, if it was intended and there is proof that there was a plan, absolutely, you're going to jail, not only for falsifying evidence, but what is it called? Restricting police procedure
Falsified.
And blackmail, or and whatever else. Absolutely, because I mean that's the whole thing with the court is that
had a heart attack and I couldn't get the police here because they was dealing with your bullshit because the times match all of that.
Because I mean, we can't have people lying in court. Hell, we trying to stop the motherfucking judges from lying. I mean, I'm just like, no, there can't be no foot down on that. Absolutely not.
About 10% of cases are false allegations
that get convicted.
Right.
It's true.
What you eating, Lance?
It's a Reese's cup pie thing or something in a jar. Country shit.
That look. What's the white stuff on top?
What's that whipped cream? And it's kind of yellow, so you know it's the good shit. The whole milk.
And that's Reese. That's peanut butter and chocolate at the bottom.
And graham crackers and some other stuff. And cheesecake.
I started to see. I'm on my new life change fitness. Oh, that look good.
Your new life got some old habits.
It's so easy though. I really only crave chocolate and stuff when my period is due. So it looks good, but I can resist it right now if I had to.
I don't know how y'all eat chocolate while y'all bleed. I'm sorry, I was damn.
What you bleeding got to do with chocolate?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
But no, actually, it's the decrease in estrogen that it drops so much you crave chocolate. And then for me, and it's for most women, for real, that once your period comes down, you no longer crave chocolate. Once it starts, you don't no longer crave chocolate. It's just like a few days up until it literally you crave it. Sounds like a great system with a grade A 90% success rate. Okay, let's finish. Let's see. Why did he get out? I'm still curious. Why did he get out?
As of 6:41 today, you're happy in the middle of the night and whatnot. You was just waking up. That's what I was waiting on. Following the decision earlier,
y'all go to bed.
Boys,
what's right?
To cut short the former Empire star 150-day sentence pending appeal. This motherfucker gonna fight that appeal for months until that 150 days. It ain't nothing to fight. He gonna file appeal after appeal to fight this shit and stay out on appeal bond and not serve his whole time in jail like me and you. Smoulier walked out of Cook County Jail at around 8 p.m. local time, surrounded by members of his defense team, family, and other
hours. An hour and 20 minutes.
As he had exited the Chicago facility. Defense attorney, motherfucker threatening to harm himself. They had scared these motherfuckers. They would have cared if you threatened to harm yourself. If I go in here shoplifting, I'm gonna harm myself.
He only drank water.
A rubber cell with a breakaway blanket. You're gonna serve your time. Told the civil media that his client only drank water over the past 6 days and ate no food whatsoever.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right.
Where the force feeding tube at? No.
Nah, that food in prison, you don't want fucking eat.
Women's suffrage movie, force the eggs down this motherfucker's throat. Make this motherfucker eat. But you gonna serve your time. After less than a week behind bars on 150, you on a fucking hunger strike. On a 150-day sentence for faking a hate crime, Juicy Smoulier will be walking out of Cook County Jail on Wednesday. It is now Thursday. He got out in the middle of the night. And a one-page order unceremoniously released by Illinois Appellate Court today in a 2-1 decision. This ain't the judge's fault. It's his fault. But they say white supremacy is the biggest thing in America right now. And this motherfucker is getting a walk for lying. Granted the motions from a former Empire actor's lawyer for a stay sentence. denied an appeal by sentencing judge last week. The defense team sought to set Smoulier free while his appeal on 5 felony convictions is pending. The appellate court judge agreed, citing that Smoulier likely already would have served his jail time before his appeal had gotten very far. The order, so this motherfucker is because your appeal take a while. Just serve the time, motherfucker.
Right.
But it wouldn't be fair to me if I serve all my time and my appeal goes through. Motherfucker, it's 5 months.
Oh, I see what they're saying.
Order also noted that the actor had never been convicted of a violent crime. In fact, the paperwork's only real demand was that Smoulier put up
you tired of Ocean's commentating.
personal recognizance bond.
You take it over, Hopeful.
Oh,
you better come through with that PBS narration, baby. Look, he demanded attention and everything. Look, I thought he was listening to BBC World News, man.
He's like, wait, he giving too much commentary. Let's just read what.
The process around that bond and Smoulier walking out a free man for now is taking place. I hear.
But I get what they were saying about if his appeal
was going to be quick anyway.
So no, what they're saying is if it takes longer than 5 months for his appeal to even be addressed, and he wins the appeal, so their argument is he would have served all this time when he shouldn't have. Exactly. So now he gets out, but he still got to do the appeal. So if he loses the appeal, don't he still go back to jail? To do the 150 days?
That's part of an overall sentence of 30 months probation. That sentence also included $120,106 in restitution to the Windy City for cops' overtime spent on his initial case, and a further $25,000 fine.
If that was getting paid that much, then shit, they wouldn't even have this problem. He could have get stop playing, Chicago, stop playing.
Well, I guess so. Hopeful has finished off Hopeful has finished off for Ocean. But what is this little girl up here? What is this for?
I don't know what that is. She got the peace sign up though.
Right. Let's see what he
took away the police officer taser and pulled it on him and shot at him to taser the officer, and they returned with gunfight.
What?
Wait,
because the officer was incapacitated. He felt that he was vulnerable to get his gun taken at the Wendy's. He was gonna get his gun taken. This guy already proved that he was willing to do violence on the officer. It was just a regular stop. DUI, spank on the head, lose your license. No big deal. Got in the scuffle with. But doing all that, some riots broke out. Some protest events broke out. And this 8-year-old girl ended up getting caught in a crossfire. Why, you ask? Sakaria Turner had to die, this 8-year-old girl. 8-year-old black girl, if that matters. I don't think it should matter what color she is. But that matters to some people.
Wow, okay. All right, Mr. Hopeful. So what you think about that whole Jussie Smollett juicy? Do you think he should get out because of his appeal? Because you like it's not even really to you. It sounds like it hasn't even been proven that he's guilty, technically.
Yeah, I think he's good enough to get out.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't do too much.
He's black?
No harm, no foul. Hey, I'm saying they've been getting away with doing that shit for years. Oh, it was a black guy. Some black guy did it. It was a black guy that did it. You know what I mean? Actually, they had it was a dude who was going on a whole string of robberies, and he was getting away, but he was using a black face mask. Or he was wearing blackface or something like that.
Wasn't
People
there a
thought
celebrity that did like 11 days for some crime?
it was like he was a black guy. They kept saying it was a black guy, but he was somebody white in a black face. And people are so quick to judge and say that, oh, somebody black, you know, that's how easily they could get away with shit like that. I don't know what his name was. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
No, Ocean said you can't fast forward me. I'm taking you on a journey. I know, I know it, but you know, yeah. Give the ninja that chemical-ish from that Oz TV show that makes you a or sentence in order to get out early. What? Oh, I didn't see that show, Oz. Hey, B9, what it do, boo?
How y'all doing today?
You're
good. How about you?
Be nizzle.
In the hizzo.
I am blessed by the best.
Amen.
I have no complaints at all. I hope everybody's having a wonderful morning/night.
Absolutely. How about you?
Oh man, I am wonderful. I'm well rested. But yeah, I'm listening to ESO, and I can relate to ESO being a black man. I understand that we have been railroaded numerous times before, and that all things have to be looked at to make sure that we're not being railroaded again. However, I think that you're trying to really put a square peg into the circular hole on this one. Like, you coming up with excuses and reasons that other black men have been railroaded, thus that gives Juicy Smollett some type of special get out of jail free card because his ancestors and other people that look like him have dealt with such atrocities and this and that or whatever. But we all know that the court system works on a case-by-case basis. So Juicy Smollett's case and evidence has nothing to do with any other case or any other evidence, period. So I just don't understand. I understand that ESO is being sympathetic and showing empathy. But the one thing that I'm missing out of all of this stuff is evidence. The one thing that I'm missing out of all of this is actual substantial corroborated evidence that proves that he wasn't lying, that proves that he did not take his acting abilities and his background and try to put that to work in real life. I don't see where ESO's argument has actually taken on any of the actual facts that went on here, but yet he's gotten him out of jail. He's gotten his appeals approved. He's done all of this stuff without any evidence. And if you're that good, I need you to be my attorney, ESO. I need to hire your services.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate that. What I'm trying to get at is, you know, that it's got to be, you know, more than just, you know, he say, she say to convict somebody.
Now that part I agree with, but if the he say and the she say, the she say has video evidence, the she say has forensic science and criminal science to actually backtrack and see all of the holes in the dam. I don't think that dam should get approved as being safe and being useful when it has this many holes in it.
But what if the he say was falsely represented? I mean, because technically we don't know if the he say on the he say recording where he say and she say was actually him said. Because I mean, if we're talking about acting roles, let's not pretend that there's not 100 people that can sound like a light-skinned twink. I mean, we don't know. And then we have to put Chicago's police force credibility in.
Let's stay right there. Let's stay right there with we don't know.
I'm just playing devil advocate.
Right. Unless you are at the scene of a crime, scene of an incident, none of us know. None of us know. The judge on every case has to make a decision on something that he or she was not there to see. So he or she is always making a decision based off of what they don't know because they weren't there. They weren't there to see that you were jaywalking. They weren't there to see that you stole the chewing gum. They weren't there. They're never there. So that whole argument has no basis because if that was the case, all I would have to do as an attorney is go walk in and say, well, you at the Piggly Wiggly, judge? Oh, well, then case dismissed because you didn't see it, so you don't know.
I mean, but has the judge been examined? Because if the judge was he of sound mind? Because he sounded a little inebriated when he was closing out.
He sounded. Hey, judges be most biggest crooks out here.
So now our second argument is that we're going to put the judge on trial.
Nah, the whole system need to be on trial.
Yeah, the whole system. Justice is blind.
Because of Juicy Smollett, we're going to put the entire judicial system on trial.
Because of any man.
Oh, because of any man. We've got the resources and the money and the time now to re-examine the system over any man.
I mean, he has been out of jail. I mean, it's been 3 years since it happened. We obviously have the time.
I just want you to hear yourself. I just want you to hear yourself because if you do this for Jesse Smollett, that means that you've got to do this for, like you just said, every man.
Well, anybody with this much circumstantial evidence.
I just want you to hear yourself as you make this argument. I want you to apply this in real life application. Every man is going to reapply and re-examine the judicial system on a case-by-case basis.
Justice for Juicy.
I thought what Lance was saying though and Hopeful was saying like the whole system needs to be revamped before we even carry on. I didn't take it as an individual case thing. Like everything needs to be revamped.
But how long are we holding on to actual crimes until we revamp the system? How long is the waiting line going to be for actual raping cases?
We'll do like the movie Purge.
So now we're putting this on a 2 hour. So now we're putting our life on a 2 hour and 15-minute movie. All of these ideas sound great, y'all.
It seemed fine. It seemed fine when we did Birth of America.
Hey, all of these ideas sound great. Like I said,
Birth of a Nation.
Whenever y'all run for political office, please believe y'all are getting D9's vote.
I don't know. I'm gonna be a police officer. I'm trying to get the justice. Now, look. All I'm saying is, voices can be replicated. Them scatty ass cameras that they got. You call them security cameras. There's some tight. There's some tight. It's clear that he was framed. It's clear that he was framed. And I don't even stand up for light skinned dudes like this. So I just still sometimes.
Hold on. Who framed him? So if it's clear that he was framed,
who did it?
I don't know who built the window, but looking outside, looking in, I see the frame. He's framed.
I'll be back.
Wow.
I mean, okay, what is his real means and motive for doing this? Now, I do want to say the motive speaks to a lot. Yes, there was a contract issue, but there was no guarantee that him being the whole motivation seems just like off. You hire Haitians to pretend to be white people and be seen on camera for evidence, right?
Like, you could at least got some white people.
You know, white people love him. I mean,
You feel me? You feel me?
I mean, the motive does seem kind of just like fucked up. And if that was really his motive, then I'm like, okay, let's take a look at his like psychological background for real. Because I'm just like a hobo on his last hot dog could have probably came up with a better idea.
I was hoping his family would have been like his man, his brother Joseph should have been like, hey, you know what? Look, my brother, you know, he ain't all that. You know, he look, he wow, yeah. He went to Hollywood and he like actually got in, and he was like, I don't even know how he got the motherfucking interview. Like,
let's take this off of the way that y'all current. Let's go y'all direction. If Jesse Smollett is being framed and all of this is some elaborate thing, this is the worst acting and the worst script that was ever written.
And we've seen him act.
But that's my point. And I think, being honest, a lot of his guilt is coming from outright stupidity.
Not be able to pull off the role of a lifetime. Exactly. Literally a life.
The nerve of you to think.
Nah, he did that. He actually did that though. You know what I mean? He pulled that off. You know what I'm saying?
Look how y'all going back and forth. For one sentence, he's innocent, but then the next sentence, he did that shit.
I was concurring with your idealism. I was not agreeing with your final assumption. I was just saying I got it, but
substantial that would once again have you disagree with my final conclusion. Everything that you're giving me is like literally you can pull out 2 action figures, 2 G.I. Joes, and you can act out everything that y'all are saying. And that's why I'm asking you to really apply your words to actual real life situations.
Make me sick now.
Like y'all playing with Star Wars action figures over here and shit. Like, oh no, you're innocent, Jesse. You didn't do it. Okay.
I'm dead.
Did Lance finally tell the truth that he was just bullshitting?
Wait, no, really, I do. I want to speak to this motive though.
So while you speak to it, once again, I want you to speak to it and know that we're going to put this into a real application. We are not going to. This is not Elmo's world.
Oh wait! But you do bring up you do bring up an interesting theory for me that goes for you. What if this is an investment in a movie deal?
Yeah, that Prince biopic, yo.
Hey, well, if it's
I mean his own bio, pick.
No,
then he got no choice but to go to jail.
He's a wild one.
Which means it could already be set up. That's probably why the judge did his worst acting job, because he probably was overdoing it on the sentencing. See, now this seems more Shaw style.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Chicago,
but him being just a dumb nigga,
this is funny. This is also funny. Now we've gone out of the judicial system. And we've gone to the inner city style in which he created his perjury. Like he didn't do it St. Louis style. He didn't do it DC or Arkansas style. He did it Chicago style. So now
deep this shit.
Now he's a form of pizza. Now his perjury is a form of pizza. You know, he didn't do New York. He didn't do New York thin crust style perjury. No, in Chicago thin crust.
Yeah, that deep dish.
Yeah, he did perjury.
You got that deep dish.
So I just want you to see where y'all where real life application of where the finish line is, where y'all take shit.
I couldn't in my head. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that like his motive being this was a dumbass. Like I can't. And then Haitians don't like us anyway. So it's like. But maybe he didn't know the Haitian thing.
Maybe they set him up.
No, let's be real. Let's be real here.
And they told.
They did it for money. They did it for money. They didn't think that it was going to come back. They thought they was making a quick little $100, quick little flip. They never thought that they would be famous or be over this shit. They thought this was a one-time pick up the suitcase, drop it off at the destination. You'll never see or hear from me again type situation. So it ain't got nothing to do with how friendly he was with the Haitians or did he go to the embassy and get thug for hire and all of this and that. It was a simple as, look, you get this bread. I'm going to say it's some white boys that did it. That'll get them off your scent. You take your money and no one's ever the wiser. The problem is that he's going to jail because of poor planning. That's really what it comes down to. He's going to jail for poor planning. No different than a contractor that didn't measure twice but cut the wood, and then the wood didn't fit into the space. That was your crime right there. Is that your execution was piss poor. We see crimes that go on every day, and ESO has pointed it out. Police being involved in elaborate schemes, all of this stuff going on, but it works because the planning wasn't piss poor.
I mean, there wasn't even any piss in this plan. There wasn't a piss. There wasn't pot. There wasn't a.
He's free right now, not because he's innocent. He is free because this thing called statute of limitations. And after that statute of limitations has passed, you can't just rewind the clock. You can't just rewind the speedometer on the car once it reaches 100,000 miles and set it back to zero. That's the only reason that Cosby is free, not because it is fair, because the justice system has a time clock. If the justice system would have pulled these crimes up within the proper time window, Bill Cosby could and still would be in jail. But because there's a technicality, not fair, a technicality which is actually unfair, makes him free, makes him innocent, makes him absolved of any legal ramifications.
He's a felon. He can't vote. And every vote counts.
Once again,
you silly.
That's all I got. I don't. The defense rest.
Let's just all get our favorite Luke Skywalker action figure. Let's just keep acting out all these bullshit ass scenarios.
I mean, he's not even on drugs. You would have to be on a special delivery ordered type of Nicaraguan grade A heroin for an extended period of time to come up with this, to get two dark ass Haitians to pretend to be white mag.
There's a lot of people that most people, these drugs that you're talking about is detrimental to them. But there's a small contingent that need these drugs.
You're right.
And Juicy might be in the small contingent that actually needed these drugs.
You could have done something.
Not needing those drugs. Like, he might need those drugs just to make him easy. Just to make him not see, like you say, not be the fifth element. I see white people. White people. Like, he might need those drugs just to see that, oh, those was Haitians.
Like, nigga, when you still on Empire, ain't you? You thought you was looking at the crew?
Like, my bad. I'm so sorry.
I thought they said they were Asians. You didn't say Asians?
The funny part about this to me, and this is a question for you all. Everybody had Michael Jackson as guilty. Everybody had Bill Cosby as guilty. Why is it so polarizing and even a point of contention to care about Juicy Smollett? Like, what is the allure with this dude?
I just found out about his conviction today, like on this platform. I really thought Chicago was gonna let that go, but it was so dumb. They was just like, nigga, like we gotta put you in jail. Damn, Juicy. Like, somebody got to go to jail for this shit. The whole world.
It's like that point where your kids lie to you and you get extra mad because you lied so bad. It's like, come on, I taught you better than this. You know?
I can't believe I had your ass.
It's like the old TV show where they're literally lying to your face. Like, no, I didn't eat the cookies, and they got cookie crumbs all over their face. They got chocolate around their mouth. Like, it's nowhere in the world that's and the only other person that could have done it was the other 3-year-old brother or sister. And so you know for a fact, like, okay, this 3-year-old is not smart enough to train this 7-year-old. So we can't use, okay, he was set up, or this or that in the scenario.
I mean, but some families got a Stewie.
But that's my
they got a what? A stoolie. Oh,
a Stewie.
And if you don't check that baby Stewie when it's a baby, that baby turns into R. Kelly. That baby turns in, because that's the excuse everybody uses for R. Kelly. Oh, well, he was hurt as a child. Hurt people. Well, that's why you got to get to that hurt person while they're still young, while they're still impressionable, while you still have a chance to make a change. Because if you don't make a change in that young hurt person, they're going to grow up and they're going to repeat the cycle, and they're going to hurt the next young person.
I don't think we have to worry about Juicy hurting anybody. I think his change happened in
you forgot he got all swole. We gotta worry now.
Juicy Smollett. Yes.
Prove now.
He gonna come back mad at y'all this one day he was in. Like, y'all, and you dark skinned motherfuckers let me even that. Do you see my skin?
And he's like, now I can grow my curls back.
All that though.
Nigga, I'm on Empire.
No, you're not, Jesse. You got
but that's a serious question that I have for you all, for real. Like, what about this F-list actor is so polarized, where we now want to examine the whole judicial system over a motherfucker lying and trying to do this for his career? Like, I could see, like I said, if this happened in some type of civil rights movement or this or that, but he clearly was doing this shit for his own personal benefit.
I say part
in this was going to help Jussie Smollett out. How was the end game going to help Lance or ESO or B9 or Wally or any of us as a people? Like, what is
he saw this racist MAGA curve coming before we all did.
He said
And
it
he was fighting for our civil liberties.
Okay.
He probably took the alley, but he still was trying to get to the street. Okay. And I do want to say this.
Wow.
How many white celebrities have we had run into somebody after they've had a drink or two? And they've gotten off with probation and silence.
Preach.
Stay home, stay in Malibu. And be good.
So
I'm not saying that's justification for him getting off, because at some point it has to end. But it ain't got to end where the light skin began. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, and that's a beauty, and it rhymed and everything.
I'm telling you, look, I was on the OG. I was on.
But this
Love doesn't fit. You must have quit.
The problem with that is that we are now creating a system that says, okay, I'm not guilty, even though I did the shit. You let this white guy off for shooting this little black kid in the back. So I have to be found innocent because this other person that was clearly guilty was found innocent. So now that sets a precedent that it doesn't matter what the crime is. You didn't convict the last 10 people. So don't come over here now trying to convict the 11th person.
It absolutely does set a precedent, though. It sets a precedent of standard, a standard that we should have never had, and we did not set. We only are trying to get in on. And a precedent that honestly doesn't even have really much to do with color. It has more to do with money. The only reason they convicted him probably was because of the black cops that were just like, you dumb nigga.
Hold on. You cannot say that.
But then it is about color.
You can't say he didn't get locked up by color.
It's about money.
Come right back and say it was black cops that did it, saying you dumb
I said
nigga.
maybe.
But you said it all without taking a breath.
And that was all a theory, a one breath theory.
But do you understand how that theory literally covered the whole earth?
Just the earth as United States knows it.
I put it like this: if I give a theory out here, if it's not head, if you flip a coin, if it ain't heads, it's gonna be tails.
Hey, speaking of theories, y'all know of any conspiracy theories y'all really rock with?
Oh, not me.
I think the earth is flat.
Think the earth is flat?
I think the moon landing was fake. I do think there are aliens. I believe that our souls are more scientific than we have been led to believe, and that we are a combination of beta and delta waves.
Dang, Lance, you've been thinking about this, huh?
All I do is think about shit. There are a couple of theories I believe in, only because I believe that anything is possible. I mean, really. I mean, and scientifically, those things are possible. We do have people who apparently landed on the moon that are telling us verbatim out of their mouth that shit didn't happen. They're saying it to kids. They're saying it to news reporters. Like, I mean, they were the ones that landed. How am I gonna tell them no?
Well, see, my question about that one is, and not to say that they didn't even go to the moon, but how did they land all that TV equipment on the moon? How did they get all of those? Because there was no wireless technology. There was no Wi-Fi. Everything that worked off of actually having a cable attached to it. So how long was this cable that ran into space to allow you to have the TV footage in the 1960s That's my question. That, and not the people. How did you get the technology to the moon and be able to simulcast and send a feed? Now I lose set. Now in 2022, I lose my cell phone coverage if I go next to a tall building. But in 1960, you have the daggone technology where you can have a TV camera feed from the moon to every home in America. Right now, there are people out here on StreamYard who have bad connections. What the fuck is over there in Germany? Like, really? What the fuck is in Germany with his badass Wi-Fi saying, really, in the 1960s, you had the clearest feed ever to report from the moon into every American home.
I do want to. I want to say, theoretically, if you go to like where they make like where the Ericsson company is, who makes most of our phones, they have like a 20G network.
Yeah, it's an antenna, broadcast antenna. That's how they were able to do that.
And we did have a satellite up there, so we
and the cameras, I think it was 8mm or 16mm lenses. So it was like
my question is how was there no light change? Because on the moon you're either in the light or you're out.
So
and who did the exposure?
So you're telling me even though we had a satellite that we had the capability of doing all of this wirelessly, because 40 years later, Ericsson, a company in Switzerland, is going to come out with the technology so that JFK back in 1960 can get us to the moon. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm saying that technology had already been used. Military had everything first. I mean, and we did have CB radios. That's all you really needed. I mean, a CB radio is nothing but an antenna signal bouncing back. All of this wireless shit is nothing. But
they had Earth orbiting satellites.
I give you video imaging.
I mean, the walkie-talkie radio shit. But I mean, that's still. I mean, that's just a picture sent in imagery. I mean, it's just the data transfer.
It wasn't just. I mean, do you know that televisions just came out in the 40s, in the 50s?
I mean, in the 60s. In the 60s, we had color. The television came out for popular.
We just got color in the 60s.
At home.
But you're talking about 20G.
At home, we just got it at home. Don't forget, they had all this shit before they let us know.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
all the technology.
When they made it available for public use, they already had technology that was more advanced than what they made for public use.
So okay, hold on. So you're telling me now that they had the technology back in the 60s. The military had the technology back in the 60s.
40s.
That they had, the 40s, even better. The 40s.
Yeah, for televisions?
I mean, television didn't even exist in the 40s, but like I said, we'll move on from that. But they had the technology in the 40s that we still don't have as regular folks in 2022.
Radios have been around. Radios have been around for a while.
Yeah,
radios have been a while since honestly, since Morse code. I mean, right after Morse code.
I'm talking about radio, and I keep saying video.
It's the same wave signal. The only
thing.
Yeah, the antenna from the radio simulcast is how they got the picture for the moon. That's
so more. So let me
video images.
Let me explain. So what happens in Morse code? It signals like by the timing and by the amount of times you hit it, it prints out on the other side and lets them know what the image is supposed to portray. The same way a computer works. When you hook it up, it lets the computer know in every single little dot what color's supposed to be there. Depending on how high def it is, the dots are little
It's
smaller.
called the Parkes Radio Telescope Dish.
Yeah,
It's
they just
in
it's
Australia.
it's
Why you telling this story? And let's not forget why you telling this story about how little the computers were. That there was no such thing as a computer in 1940.
actually there was a computer way before that. It was a supercomputer. It was huge.
Yeah,
It was really big. It wasn't like a PC. It was they have had this stuff. It's been yeah.
They found a wristwatch in the Egyptian tomb.
Charles Babbage.
It was an Apple Watch.
Yeah, Charles Babbage.
It looked like it was
1833 and 1871.
It's been around. They've known about wave signal, which is why I believe in the wave signals and how they play a part in our lives. And now they're controlling the weather. They actually had the nerve enough to show that shit on TV. Like, hey, look what we can do. But we're not doing it to us. But look, we just want to show you. But look,
that's what I'm saying. By the time we get the shit, it's they already have something more advanced than that. Like, you know, like 4K and all that shit. Yeah, they got shit that's way more advanced than that.
Y'all gotta educate y'all literally I figured this thing out, man. I figured this whole YouTube thing out, man. Like, they're like all of the people that still play with action figures come together late at night. That's why a lot of y'all screens are off.
1927.
You don't want us to see your Luke Skywalker action figure while you telling me these stories. That's why I respect you, Trash Can, because you're the only one man enough to come up there and let it be known. Like me and G.I. Joe have worked this out. We have G.I. Joe and Cobra Commander have solved all world hunger issues. We have peace now.
Did you know in 1960, I think it was the mid 1950s, maybe, but definitely 1960s, there was a car that could run off of like trash alone, like a truly like recyclable car, and the government shut it down.
There was a car that actually ran water.
That too. Government shut it down. I'm telling you, the government will seize anything that they want anytime somebody comes up with a great idea.
Oh, you know about the car that ran on water? How the hell you? So you don't think they got something more advanced that they ain't letting us know about?
Hey, did y'all Google the time traveler pictures with the dude that's wearing the sunglasses, looking out of place in the black and white photo?
Is that the one you had up?
I'm gonna send it to you.
This is why I believe in a lot of theories. They lie to us. That's all they do is lie to us. That's the only thing that people know how to do well.
DJ Eddie King said they had touchscreen cell phones in 1988.
Which means that they definitely had computers and the technology to send images from the moon to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Little Rock, Arkansas. That means if they had that in 88, that means that they definitely so that means that it's real then, right? That means that everything that JFK did and all those people that was on the moon and then
he thought it was real for sure.
All real, right?
He thought it was real for sure. And when he found out it wasn't, and he was going to tell everybody because he was one of the few people that were good at being honest, they shot his ass in front of everybody so the world would be a witness to the power of what the Rothschild and everyone else who is in charge can fucking do.
Yeah,
don't fuck with us.
That's halfway right. That's halfway right.
I don't know the rest of it because I'm scared to find out.
Yeah, right. It had nothing to do with the space program.
I'm very well.
Anybody that comes up with their own money system means that you're trying to put the Rothschilds out of business.
Speak on it.
They're in the business of making your money for you. And with that money comes along debt.
Can you talk about this?
Yeah, that dude right there in the with the circle. That's a 1940s picture, but that nigga look out of place in there. Make it bigger. Make it bigger.
Oh, but they could have put that in.
No, second one. No, they it was undoctored.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, the black and white. Yeah, that one right there.
Bruh.
They took that shit from the 1940s. That nigga look like he came out the 90s or something.
Why is Arnold Schwarzenegger's father standing up in this motherfucker?
But see, the problem with that theory is that fashions always recycle every 20, 30 years.
Probably because people are time looping it back motherfucking 120 years and restarting that shit.
My point is that those same fedoras that are in that picture, those are the same fedoras that are made today.
I mean, B9 The Simpsons is telling the future right now. There's a whole cartoon. It's been on the wall. It tells the future, my dude.
Simpsons is ahead of
Did we forget about the nigga that was on the jetpack? Did we ever find this motherfucker that was flying around on the jetpack?
Not at fucking all. Where is he? Amelia Earhart somewhere.
That's a time traveling motherfucker right there.
I'm just saying, yeah, I believe a lot of this shit because I honestly believe that we were underground first. I believe in Atlantis. I believe we were underground Earth. I had a dream one day. This is gonna sound crazy as hell, but I think it's crazy that we're supposed to have a magna core of heat where we could be underground and completely protected. The pyramids, we can't figure out how they were built. Nobody even thought it possible that.
How we gonna freeze underground?
I'm Nick Nimitz,
and
I'm for the last 6 years.
It's the ground. It's the ground. It's growing shit all the time. Maybe oxygen is a lie. Because we've been doing worse. What the fuck? We've been doing worse since we've been above ground. Every year we've been above ground. We've been becoming more diseased, more paranoid, more disillusioned.
Cancer.
I mean,
it was where do these people go the most? So I use the pass. And right then and there, I have my drug deals in seconds because there's the frequency meter right there, and I can see the pass. So these two houses.
What is this also?
We did search warrants on these later.
This is surveillance that they have
on who?
on whoever, wherever streets you see them cameras.
Oh yeah, they can see through your house.
Oh, make it bigger. Can you make me bigger?
Make them the single screen solo.
Does that look like a regular house to you, or does that look like a drug mart? It's a drug mart.
They can pinpoint how many people go into which house, take all the other people off the street.
So what's the point of that?
I used to go at 4 in the morning with a sleeping bag of granola bar and set up my documents. And then when the sun came up, when I could find a way to evaluate.
Hold on, let me go back.
And then we were seconds because there's the frequency meter right there, and I could see the pass. So these two houses were in concert. We did search warrants on these later. But I also want to know, just for my own edification, how many people just go?
Let me show you all the way back again.
So
they have where people walk up to certain houses, and they can have what time they come in this frame, what color. They can pinpoint by what shirt they have on, the color of their shirt. If they have a backpack.
Track you by your damn phone.
Whatever.
So what is the point of bringing this up, though?
There's the frequency meter right there, and they can see the pass. So these two houses were in concert.
Can you hear them, hopefully?
But I also want to know, just for my own edification, how many people just go?
What'd you say?
I said, what is the point of bringing that up? I'm trying to connect the dots here. What was the point of bringing that up?
Reason I'm bringing it up is because it's certain advancements that they're having in technology that is getting past the level of human, capabilities, where robots are going to be the new wave. When we were talking about conspiracy theories, that's one of mine. I think robots is going to take over. It's like the Matrix.
Fuck that shit. I saw Maximum Overdrive. I ain't gonna let these self-driving trucks.
They already take your data right now. They're literally recording our behavior modifications as we speak.
Yeah.
Right. These phones are actually little robots, like for real.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
These cameras stay on. Why you think these batteries still dead? These supposed to be goddamn best batteries we didn't had in motherfucking 25 years every year. Oh my God, this battery lasts 2 fucking days. This shit still don't last past 8 hours. Motherfucker, because these cameras too goddamn good. Y'all better
your
watch.
phone never turn off. That motherfucker always on.
Elbow.
It's sending a signal back. It's always on, even when it's
Elbow.
off.
It's picking up vibration.
This is why y'all need to be investors. Because while you're making money in the stock market, you are forced to do your research and actually study these conspiracy theories that you all are swimming in. And it lets you know that the actual real technologies are being formed and being dealt right here, right now. And you will actually have a real basis and understanding of where we're really at versus just making up this Jetsons episode in your mind where you're the new Elroy. Because
I'm a motherfucking Jetson.
A lot of things that y'all are talking
Meet George Jetson.
A lot of these things that y'all are talking about are real, but the application and the way that you are using them is completely off basis. Like
if you
technology
think
that you're talking about, like facial recognition and all of that,
I got that.
Even the thing that ESO was showing us, that was metaverse technology. Those was digital. That was digital technology. And that was the metaverse, because this is they're trying to create a simulation world so that they can have a new way of cross-referencing data before they put it into the realistic world.
they already know how to cross-reference it. They're just collecting it, and they're creating predictable data, because that's what humans need to be above all, is predictable, which is why they keep us in the box that they do, because they can't make their bet on irrational, intolerable beings with their own free will or thought. They have to make us predictable. And now they have the internet, which keeps us in little bitty boxes.
And you do the same. You help them out, because like I said, as long as you're at home applying these real life applications to your Ken and Barbie dolls.
Don't
the pandemic was a test.
You stay in the box and you stay controlled and you stay manipulated, because once again, we as Black men in particular are the most studied yet the less educated. We have to actually get outside of the box and put the action figures down and actually educate ourselves of what's really going on. Because when we take our knowledge and actually apply it to the places where it needs to be applied, that's when we can call ourselves kings and queens and great men and people of
I ain't no
power.
fucking king and queen.
But right now we not, because like you said, all we doing is making theories and applying them to action figures. So of course we only kings and queens in our house, in our neighborhood, in our this, and we create our own little fake utopia versus actually taking this shit out into the real world, connecting with real people that are actually doing the research on nanotech, that is actually doing the research on, like I said, metaverse technology, on blockchain technology. All of these conspiracy theories are not conspiracy theories. They are actually real life applications that are going on in your everyday life. What makes them a conspiracy theory is that you always got to add a little mustard and a little pepper to the dish when it didn't need that extra season.
It come well seasoned. Come well seasoned. Marinated. I don't look. I only know this shit is true because it's shit that I thought my whole life, and the government is saying it's true. The government released declassified documents saying that aliens exist. They did that.
That's a distraction.
And you're so right, because they don't give us nothing that's relevant or valuable. that they haven't already fully exposed and ran through, like an Asian $2 whore in the Western gold trade. Like, and it's, I mean, that is the absolute truth. I mean, it's a thing of, you have to choose your own value, you know, and who's to say what one value is less or more important than the other. I agree with you completely. We should be capitalizing on any monetary value that's going to give us any kind of advantage for a world that we cannot plan, or we do not have like an actual like even key towards. But I mean, at the same time, you have to pick, you know, I'm trying to make sure people ain't killing kids on the street, you know, too. You know, that's a value for me too, no matter if the government sees us as valuable or not. But the actual, when we're not going to be valuable until we can all agree and make decisions together. That's the one thing that we have. If we could all fucking just join together. See what is this? What you showing me?
I think DJ Eddie has a question. Have a quick question. When you see the majority of Black people's skin that has been burned, why do they look like Caucasian individual after? Is it probably because the muscle is being exposed? I'm not sure. I didn't know they look like Caucasian. I don't know if you guys have any input.
Air exposure reacts to the chlorophyll and our melanin of our skin tone. So it's just like blood that turns a different color, that blood that gets darker. But if you actually pull it from the body, and you like see anybody in dialysis, that shit's bright red. That's because it's purified oxygen that's contained and filtered in our body. But everything exposed out here is actually dangerous. It's killing us slowly from the outside in. That's why when a Black person goes north, they usually get lighter. They're at a higher elevation. If you go to Norwegian and you live in the mountains, you're going to be fucking light skinned. The white people
I see some dark motherfuckers. They're going to be dark.
Some people they're dark, they're going to be dark. It's just going to be you got that valley skin. It's just got that onyx. And more power to you. But for most people, like if you go the higher elevation you go, the lighter your skin becomes. There was a girl actually, America's Next Top Model. Her name was Kizzy. She was in first season, and my sister knew her. She came from Arkansas, and she was probably like 2 shades lighter than me, maybe 2 or 3 shades. She went to New York. That bitch came back a whole light skin teeny bop. I was like, whoa. Whoa.
Bleaching her skin?
No, it was her whole body. It was a whole body. And I thought we swore she bleached her skin, but then like after we saw a few more people, they were like, oh shit, okay. I mean, but yeah, it's the pollution in the air. Probably some shit that they're keeping the control of us. Probably why they hate Black people right now. It's probably why we got such a about us.
We don't always have to look for the big things though, because it's a lot of like they closed down a lot of department stores, and Amazon that took over instead of you going into a department store and you know what you're going in there to get. One particular thing, you walk in and out, grab it. Now they close down that store, put you on Amazon, and they give you a list of things that they know you want based on your search history and put it all in front of you. So you end up buying more than one thing that you wanted. You get all kinds of things at the same time.
We can go where the bees? Product. Where are the bees?
You the product.
Where are the bees at?
Oh,
the pollination of the bees keep our world alive.
They trying to kill them bees off. They're gonna make something to kill.
They're gone. They haven't been in circulation for about.
I see bees around my house.
You don't see, they haven't been in circulation. It's the circulation, it's the routes that are important. And now the birds are affected because the weathers have changed so much. They just started mentioning global warming like 10, 15 years ago, but these past 3 years, past 3 years, everything fucking changed.
Well, you see what happened when we went in for the pandemic and stuff. The animals took back over the streets, so that just shows you if we already leave shit alone, they'll take them back over.
It's what is it called? It's a point of no return. Yeah, we already passed it. It's like pretty much They know, all right, yeah, well, it ain't nothing we can do. So that's why that movie, don't look up. Y'all seen this movie? Don't look up
on Netflix.
Is that
so it's pretty much
go in the house and cover up the windows and stuff?
No, you thinking about something else. That was a good movie too. That's
that's with Sandra.
That's the Bird Box.
Bullet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Bird
Box.
Bird
Same
box.
Same thing. Don't look, don't get hurt.
Yeah, just don't look.
But DJ Eddie King, the answer to your question is that when things burn, the ultimate level of something being burnt is when it turns white. The ash is not really completely burnt until it's completely white. And when you really look up the definition of white means void of all colors. And when you really look up the definition of black, it really means the inclusion of all colors. If you put every color in the rainbow together, it's going to make black. When you take every color out of the rainbow, you end up with white. So when you burn something and you burn all of the color, the light, the energy, the matter out of it, what you are ended up with is white ash. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So now you're literally back to your original form that goes back to creating life in its first place at an atomic level. So that's why when you see black skin being burnt, it turns white. And that's how we know at the end of the day that white people are the people that are burning, because they have already gone further.
With to add to the black is the rainbow. If you have black ink and some water or whatnot, and you put a piece of napkin in it, it will separate it to the colors of the rainbow as it soaks up into the napkin.
It's true.
It will do that. So it
is a mixture of all colors. It sure will.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought about that. Okay.
So black is all the colors mixed together. That's why if you black, go ahead and be with a white person or be with anybody you want to be with, you know. It all mixed right back into the same
vanilla
thing.
and chocolate still make chocolate.
Still gonna be
That's
black.
that hot shit.
Man, what?
Oh, Snuggles have a question. Why is a funeral procession? Do people dress black when life is created from the dark and the absence of life is?
Is life created from the dark? Is it?
Yes, it is. Because remember, what was God's first? What was God's first words?
Let there be light from the void. Yeah.
So that means and off that premise, to answer your question, Snuggles, the whole world has everything backwards. The whole world will tell you that the definition of darkness is the void of light. But the actuality is the definition of light is the void of darkness, because darkness precedes light.
It's the absence of anything.
Right. So how can the master be subservient to the slave? The slave is only subservient to the master, and dark is the master.
See, you tried to get on me when I was talking about the motherfucking Fijian country and motherfucking how we was all black at first. See, you tried to get on me. I'm mad at you for that.
Break it down, because I'm not following you. Break it down for me.
The Fijian world. Is that right? Am I saying Pangea? Right? Yeah, Pangea. Yeah, Pangea. The world was one.
Right.
And the people were one. We were all this. We were all that. That was the beginning. It was the separation that God had. I don't even remember the part in the Bible, but there was a part that I think they've ripped out of the scripture where God actually separates the countries and the people. And
they were building the
Babel.
ladder. They were building the ladder to heaven.
There we go.
Babylon. Yeah.
Yeah. It was all us at first. It was just us. We were all one people.
But see, the problem with that
We thought we was as powerful as God that He separated us.
Even being one people, we still had anomalies. Even being one people, we still had
the red-eyed albino.
Yeah, we still had albinos. Exactly. So we still always had anomalies. And once the weather changed and the ice age came, those anomalies that were traditionally weaker
recessive traits
became stronger. And us, because we are sun people, when we lost all of that sunlight and we had to deal with the ice age, we developed rickets. We the stronger ones became weaker because of the elements. And so that's where the real turnover took place. And that's why at any given moment, that's why you always have to, you know, your history. That's why you always have to be humble and be nice to anybody. Because one day the pauper becomes the prince, and the prince becomes the pauper. It's not going to happen with the snap of a finger, but the Moors, we as black people ran Europe. We act like all of these Europeans, this and that, are out to get us. Yeah, they are out to get us because we ran Europe. We came into their land and ran them. And then they took our game to the next level through slavery and colonization. But we started that shit. They perfected it. They took it to the next level.
That's why I say we can't segregate, because we need to understand, like, the one thing that white people did get right, boy, they were studious. They were studious. They learned, they were humble, and they learned everything about everyone and found every single nook and fucking cranny.
Based on what B Nas just said, we're supposed to be segregated. That is actually godly. Because when we got together as one in Babylonian, God said we was getting too uppity and too powerful. As you can see now, when we get together in NATO, they're getting all these countries together, and we got all this wickedness going on. It's coming more evil. We actually supposed to be separated like Babel. So we want to be thinking we just as good as God, and we can create our own shit and whatnot. Yeah. So we actually supposed to be separated.
My uncle used to say there's no such thing as a white seed.
Do you guys know I don't know what this is, the concept.
Tell your uncle to go look at sperm one day.
That's not a white, that comes from the creation of absence of, it comes from the creation of blackness. But our sperm has been tainted.
What?
Our sperm has been tainted, as told by the Bible. And we were the first tainted thing that the earth had. Lest us not forget. Just throwing that out there.
We was the perfect thing.
That does not, all of that extra information does not change the fact that your uncle is wrong about white seeds.
Where else is there a white seed?
Pumpkin seeds are white.
Pumpkin seeds aren't white.
They're off-white.
They're white.
After their dehydration period, they are white.
Grape seeds are white.
That grape seeds aren't white.
What's white to you?
If you actually look at a seeded grape, have you seen a seeded grape?
Yeah.
You've never seen the little seeds. You never seen the little seeds inside of grapes.
That old school Reggie used to have them white seeds in them too.
That shit was worthless, man. That shit was worthless.
Your uncle is wrong, man.
I want y'all to look up every seed. Look up every seed. Look up every seed besides sperm. That's the essence. We can't even call that a seed. That's the essence. They need a combination. Look, my uncle said, and goddamn it, my uncle said.
And then watermelon, sometimes they used to have them white seeds. They had
Oh yeah,
Genetically-
watermelon seeds is white.
Genetically modified watermelon, yes.
Oh, come on now. Don't you do
Oh, look, she
It
done
is?
pulled up a whole list of them. Damn.
What's it?
all kinds of white seeds,
All
right?
kind of white seeds. Sunflower seeds.
All that shit bleached. All that shit.
You can't convince them.
All that shit. All that shit.
Can't
All
convince
that shit. Hey, look. Okay, them sunflower seeds.
Hey, Lance,
What the motherfuck is? If them sunflower seeds, what the fuck is actually on the actual middle of the sunflower? Because that's where the fermentation happens.
hey, Lance, we gonna let you win today. We gonna give you grace, and we gonna let you win today. But
I don't know about that, but I ain't about to let him.
I mean, that's the pollination. That's the pollination.
With his seed supremacy.
pollination.
be a lesson
Yeah,
to
too
you,
much
Lance.
seed.
That's the seed.
See,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's the
Nah,
that's
they
the seed.
bleached it inside of the.
Your
the-
teeth white. Your teeth white. Why your teeth white?
Hey, let this
My teeth be birthing lies. You see that though? Don't you
Hey,
see my
listen.
teeth be birthing
Hey,
lies?
you already know.
learn from this, Lance. You need to go back
Hey,
and
nah, color is abstract.
everything
You
your
gotta think.
uncle has ever
Color
told
is
you. Okay?
abstract, yo.
Let this be the lesson to you, Lance, that you got to go back and examine everything that your uncle has ever told you.
I want you to look up. Y'all see, y'all looking up the shit
Like,
y'all
how do
eat from
you
the sunflower.
describe
Y'all looking
color
up
to
the.
a blind person?
Hey, your uncle. Your
I don't.
uncle.
How do you?
Your
These are
uncle.
white seeds.
Your
How do
uncle
you
been giving you
describe
water
white
boy
to a
advice,
blind
Lance.
person?
Hey,
We
Lance.
wheat goes through a process of germination, and it changes the color. So does flour. Flour's brown too.
But
Check
okay,
it
the
out.
question
So
is,
is sugar.
are these seeds?
I
Or
don't know.
not?
I ain't studied every damn seed, lady.
No, you just made a definite statement that there is no such thing as a white seed.
Damn, look, just because they
He was
call it
pulling
white,
that out
this
his
don't
ass.
don't none of this
sesame
don't none of
seeds.
this shit look white. This look like the color of my damn blanket, and that blanket is a high yellow.
Parasites are white.
Letting you know that he's the real life version of the water boy. He's like Mama said.
My uncle said, "God damn it!" My uncle said,
Alligators got all those
Look, everybody's calling my uncle crazy until motherfucking we found out that somebody.
These are not white though. He said there's no white. He said white seeds.
Name one pure white seed.
I just showed you a whole bunch. Sesame.
Them sesame. Sesame is not that color.
That's the devil.
Hey, you know what'd be fucked up if y'all could go back in time and y'all can see what color Adam and Eve was, and Adam was a white man and Eve was a black woman.
God damn.
Y'all be mad as hell.
Now, what'll be really fucked up? Y'all go back in time and see that Eve was born before Adam.
Well, once again, I just told you.
Well, Eve had a penis too.
Hey,
how does the very essence of creation
Hey, so y'all think
born
which one
after
came first?
the help?
Chicken or egg?
I
don't know, but it had a white shell to cover it up, so the mystery still remains.
Oh, that's another thing that's white. Eggs are white.
I'm stupid.
That was stupid. That was good stupid though.
You gotta look in between the lines.
Oh, okay.
If you are a believer in God, then the chicken came first.
The chicken came first. Yes, absolutely.
If you are
it was created.
Technically, if God created it, isn't he the egg?
No, what? Huh?
Don't y'all know snakes used to walk?
That's why God is the creator. He is the creator. He's not the egg.
Y'all ain't know snakes used to have legs, did y'all?
Yeah, because they were dinosaurs.
No, snakes had legs in the Bible.
I'll just play. I don't know what snakes had. I thought they had the little wavy things beside them, like the eels.
When the serpent got cursed.
But that's how you know God is a gangster. Like God handles stuff like the mob. He's like, oh, you cross me, I break your legs.
He took the legs. Said you gonna crawl on your belly from here on out.
We're gonna give these little embryos a chance. Okay, you motherfuckers grow. See how y'all do. Are y'all eating apples now?
But
I thought that was what the fuck.
Your theory, Adam couldn't have been white because Eve came from his rib. So color cannot
Dark
come
side,
from the
dark
absence
meat.
of color. Only the absence of color can be born from color, though.
Through God, all things is possible, be not.
Well, no
They
argument.
Even all black seeds.
No
What's going
argument
on?
there. You trump me right there, trash can. You
Oh man, I had to throw that card in there, you know.
and you see, I had to just step back and respect it.
Hey, I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm definitely not smarter than you. He knows way more than B9 ever will.
But wait a minute. I do want to say, isn't there talk of a female that was before Adam and Eve? I forget her name. Lilith.
Yeah.
What about Lilith?
That's the first wife. But she wanted to be manly and take the dominant position.
That is not what happened. Stop.
She wanted to be manly and get on top of Adam and ride his ass. That's a sin. Instead of taking the missionary position. And God said, this ain't right. They was born equal. He created Lilith from the earth. He created Adam. He's like, no, I don't like this shit.
Okay.
Lilith thought she was a man.
The moral of the Lilith story is...
I've never heard that before.
I fucking hate you. Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it.
Lilith is in the book.
Wait, I want to hear what?
Lilith is in the book of Enoch. Lilith is not in the Bible. Enoch is referenced in the Bible, and the book of Enoch is a 750-page book that really goes in depth on their stories, and he tells the story of Lilith actually being the first woman created, but she wasn't created from the rib of Adam. God just created her.
Just like he created Adam.
And the moral, and God created her, and because of this, she saw immediately that she was more powerful than Adam mentally.
This is good.
So
that's what she thought.
God basically sent her to be Lucifer's wife, and then created Eve out of Adam's rib because he knew that he had to create a woman from man, because if he didn't create him from man, the woman would always dominate the man.
Yeah, fun fact, a woman was the first demon.
And so the actual scientific evidence that proves this is the female genetics of being double X chromosome. Now, the man has one dominant X, but has one Y, which is not dominant. So even if you have a good heterosexual relationship, there are still 3 dominant X's there and only one recessive Y, because the man is half woman as far as the genetics are concerned, as far as dominance is concerned. And so when you know all of this information, that is why we have this debate even till this day of the single modern woman versus the traditional helpmeet, because Lilith represents the modern woman, the woman that says, I can do this.
You Liliths out there.
I don't need you. I don't need anybody.
Independent.
Well, there is a theory that Lilith was created because Satan had to be created in order to have balance, and so Lilith essentially becomes Mother Nature, and in like the actual conjugal like togetherness symbolically. So she rules over Earth first before Satan essentially takes it over during the great fucking divide. Y'all know when it happened.
The woman was the first demon created in the world. That's why y'all got all that hell in y'all.
She was first demon help, man.
Women got all that fucking hell in them.
I mean, that's true.
But and another and it's just a P9 theory. But Lilith being able to union with Lucifer gave Lucifer all of the ammunition that he needed to manipulate Eve.
Which God foresaw, because he knew that manipulation.
He already had. Lucifer had the advantage. Lucifer had what we did not have: a woman. And he had a woman who, and because even though she didn't want to listen to Lucifer either, Lilith wants to take over hell and Lucifer as well, because she came from nothing, so she owes no one anything. So her philosophy is the world is mine. And thus the whole Mother Nature thing that Lance is making reference to. But she's the first Scarface. She's the first one to let it be known the world is mine.
I have a theory that Satan isn't bad. He's just necessary. Like in order to truly have an emotional bond to the idealism of free will to work for God, you have to be given the option. You have to be given temptation, or else the will be meaningless and it'll be Babylonia all over again forever and ever to the days of eternity. So, I mean, I don't think he's evil. I just think he's necessary.
He might not be bad, but he bad for us. Yeah,
but you're absolutely right, Lance, because as much as Judas is the bad guy, he was necessary. He had to sell Jesus out so that history could go in the chronological order that it was supposed to go in. Imagine if Forrest Gump history at that point, and you would have been able to talk Judas out of doing that, and then Jesus never gets killed, thus never having to rise and show his real power.
We just have a whole bunch of gods. All these
at that moment, and Jesus just died of natural causes at 87 because Judas didn't betray him. How messed up would history have been and our perception of history because of it?
Like you said, there ain't no light without dark. There ain't no God without the devil. You got to have one and know the other.
And that's what people have to understand, is that as much that they act like that the devil is on one side and God is on the other side. God is everywhere. And the devil is just one of the many tools that he has in his work box that he can use to get the results that he wants to get. That's all that the devil is. Just like Eve was. Adam had the choice to say, no, I'm not biting that apple, bitch. He had that option. And he used Eve as a tool to see what Adam was really made of. And Adam failed the test.
For a woman.
But Eve did her job. Eve was there to test you, to test the system. The devil is there to test us. Just to say, hey, there's an easier, I know that I can, if you go to college and you do this, I can give you $100,000 a year. But I can put this crack in your hand and just go right outside your front door. And in 10 minutes, you'd have made $1,000, or you'd have. That's the test of the devil, is, are you going to take the easy, quick way out, or are you going to actually put in this work? And once you put in longevity work, you get longevity results.
I want y'all to understand, though, that it was because of damn Eve, Lilith, woman. That's the world. Damn Eve, woman.
Man.
X and X.
So if it was his Adam and Adam, you say we would have had this problem. Ooh.
I didn't say
You
that.
don't want that shit.
Adam didn't step up and do what he was supposed to do and lead. So
He
that
couldn't.
was
He had a damn rib missing. He was incapacitated. He had a rib missing. What would you do with a whole rib missing, Kaya? Let me
see,
stop.
that just shows how weak a man is, because a woman can have a baby, a full baby, and still get up and go right back to work. He just had a rib missing, and he was put to sleep to even get it taken out of him. He don't remember that pain.
She shouldn't have been working. She should have been at home. Let me stop. Let me stop.
The other thing that is about Lilith, and I don't have documentation to prove this, but this is a theory that has run around, that Lilith was made in a more truer image of God than others, because Lilith was a hermaphrodite. Lilith had both sex organs, and God separated Lilith into Adam and Eve, where that lock and key had to come together, which is another reason Lilith had the attitude that she had. Is she said, I can fuck myself. I don't need you. I can do this all. This is a one
I
person.
just had a fucked up thought
with Lilith. But God said, you know what? I need to go back and I need to make sure that the lock and the key are separate, but yet they can only function together.
Well, no. If God is an omniscient being, then He created Lilith so she could in essence see how that much power.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking that.
She had to see. Anything that is not Him cannot fully understand the necessity of balance. So He had to create her by herself so she could see, so she could know that she must be separated and there must be a will upon both to equal herself out. He had to let just like He had to let all of the people who wrote the Bible, goddamn, I can't even think of the name. The disciples. He had to let the disciples have their evils so that they would know what good was. And He has to let the humans have their evils.
You think Adam?
You're halfway right, but the other half that you're not putting in is the human factor. He also wanted to let her know that even though you have a close form of what I am, you can't handle this pressure. You can't live this life. You can't take on. You Scottie Pippen.
Right. right.
Just because you have a lot of talent and a lot of this, don't ever think you're gonna sell 100 billion shoes. Don't ever think that you're gonna be ever as popular and as loved, and it don't matter what you do.
When it come down to it, you still a cheat code, bitch. You still a cheat code.
Here go a fucked up thought for y'all.
God taught this lesson to Lucifer. He had to teach it to Lilith. He had to teach it to Adam and Eve, and He's still teaching it to us till this day, because we think that God needs our help. We think that God can't get into the rainforest in Brazil without us sending missionaries over there with a good book to get to those people. If God created those people, He can get to those people without your help. But we so smart that we think even till this day that God needs us, when it's the exact opposite. All of us need Him.
Here go a fucked up thought for y'all. Y'all say Lilith was a hermaphrodite, right? So,
oh God! Oh God. wait! Let me.
Y'all say she was a hermaphrodite, right?
I didn't say it, but let's go with it. Let's go.
Let me take a look at these comments.
maybe she was fucking Adam too much, you know. Adam liked the domination of a woman dominating him. He felt that, but God didn't like that, so he got rid of Lilith. He said, Adam, I don't want to see you get fucked no more because it's messing your head up. So Eve showed a little domination when she took the fruit down there, and it reminded Adam of Lilith, and that's why he submitted to her, you know, because he wanted to be dominated by a woman again.
What?
Ended up messing up, you know.
Okay.
Amen. Amen. I'm glad you done. You
So,
done with that
so the
thought.
hermaphrodite fucked Adam's head up, you know.
Why are
Okay.
there still hermaphrodites today then? Why are there still animals that can procreate among themselves?
And they can't procreate with themselves. They even got one or the other internally. And able like you can, or they can't have kids at all. They
No,
might can't have.
there are animals and plants that can in fact procreate
I'm talking
among
about
themselves.
humans. I'm talking about.
Well, I mean that can be explained by a poison in the air.
Well, see, but for my
They've been trying to. You don't know what was possible before then.
Frogs can turn sexy.
What?
From an animal standpoint, hyenas, the dominant decides who's pregnant because all hyenas are hermaphrodites.
Finding Nemo was a hermaphrodite. So when Finding Nemo mama died, if they never found another clownfish, that motherfucker was waiting to fuck his son after he turned into a woman.
Wait,
or vice versa.
Exactly.
Where do you get that theory from?
Clownfish can turn sexist if it's not a female present. So that's why his daddy was such in a hurry to find Nemo.
Do you throw a boomerang to get this shit and it comes back to you?
We only do clownfishes.
Them satellites we was talking about.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Them satellites we was talking about. This where the images come from. Them with the satellite. He getting them satellite images, nigga. You got that direct TV brain. I'm with you. I'm rolling that.
Man.
Only trash can would take that information and go straight to clownfish.
That's the clownfish.
Wait, I don't get it. I want to what?
Clownfish turn sexist if it ain't another. If it's all male clownfish, somebody gonna turn into a woman in order to procreate.
And that's why Dory was a lesbian with one finger. I'm trying to look. You right, honestly.
So we kept watching the Finding Nemo story. We might have saw some further developments happen in there, as they got older. Might have been a little further developments happening,
And Moses was a representation of the simp.
How Moses was a simp?
How you save all those people and you thought they was just gonna do right after they cross a whole damn river for 60 years? Get the fuck out of here. And you died as soon as you saw they wasn't good. Oh no, God, my people.
That was his punishment for disobeying. He wasn't meant to see
disobeying the people because he did what God said. He was a simp.
He did wrath. He showed wrath though.
But I do believe that if you had the whole version of the Bible and the whole story was told, you would see how dominant throughout history in the past women have been. And I think that they pull a lot of this stuff out for weak men's narrative because only the weak man needs to have a victory void of a woman. In my opinion, a strong man is going to have, victory with the women and other men in the mix because that shows real competition. That shows how cream really rises to the top. But if you're going to manipulate it, and like Lance said earlier, if I'm going to keep my box small and I'm going to make sure most people can't get into it, then I've eliminated all of my competition. So of course I'm going to be number one. Of course I'm always going to be in first place because I'm the only one that's registered for the race.
Them the Ken and Barbies.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly right. But the problem with that is y'all aren't Ken and Barbie. Your theories only work on Ken and Barbie. Your theories that you come up with, if you take it outside your door and you take those theories, especially those Juicy Smollett theories.
Juicy, don't get me started on Juicy Smollett. Because y'all was talking a lot of crazy shit up here.
I was waiting for you with that.
Y'all talk about women can't report R words if they don't got video evidence that they done been R word.
That was hopeful now.
So basically, it's like a free fall. If you can't prove it, bitch, it ain't happening.
And that was my point. Do you know how many grapings there would be if all I knew I had to do was make it a he say she say thing? Like,
well, you can't prove it.
Rampant rates, and what we have to realize here, and once again, we're dealing with an actor who has money, resources, and is trained to be a fake person.
You think he's living in the movie now?
If you allow them to be a fake person in real life and create these fake scenarios up at Subway and this and that, then you are now allowing way better actors than Juicy Smollett to create their own reality show and end up on the news and end up with a lawsuit because they have way better actors, they're way more creative, and they would write a way better story than who hate
example of that story is that Rosewood. A nigga, it was a nigga. That was a made up story. And you see how that ended.
But I mean, like, can we talk about Avril Lavigne? And can we talk about Cardi B and the rumors around them that they're androids? I mean, because Cardi B looked right in the mirror and she said,
Cardi B teeth was too fucked up to be an android.
Bro, hey, look, that's the genuine nature.
I heard that before.
That's the AI robots. Droids. Droid. Look, they've been promoting droids for a long time, and now they're the number one operating system on the planet. That's how they hide truth. They put it right there in front of your face. Droid. This bitch was looking motherfucking, who was that? It was Denzel. Was it Denzel? No, it was as a matter of fact, it was the motherfucker Terrence. It was Terrence Lawrence. Did y'all see him? Did y'all see him when he was on the thing talking about he was talking about the third opening of the planet of the way and like the light, and he was so excited to expose the world to this. Did y'all see that?
No.
Somebody looked that up. He was at an award show and he was talking.
What's his name?
Terrence Howard. I said Terrence Lawrence. Terrence Howard. He was saying some weird ass shit about opening the
weird ass nigga.
No, man, this was some Scientology shit. It was at I don't know, opening to the other wall to a new
Aquarius.
Some shit. He was an age or something. No, it was creepy. And he seemed for real. He was really, really fucking serious. He was so excited. It was crazy. Jim Carrey then came out oh man, this shit ain't real. Bro, Cardi B was looking in the motherfucking camera. All of a sudden, I don't know what happened. Y'all saw them 4 people when they was like, oh shit, no.
I just want to know if Cardi B daughter teeth gonna be fucked up.
Stop it.
Because she had her teeth fixed.
To get them fixed, so don't worry about it.
Is the baby gonna have veneers? I want to see what the baby's mouth is gonna look like.
Oh my God, you are a hot mess.
I just want to give a shout out to the chat and the panel. While Lance tells these stories, please make sure you have your cigars ready to light up, because Cardi B is a drone. She's out here
a sex robot.
She's out here giving cyber top.
Cardi in the party with the Bari. Did she told you Bari with the boat? You didn't know what the fuck she was saying. She was speaking code.
But you understood her.
I didn't know what she said. I just heard Cardi and Barbie. Cardi and Barbie. I was looking
about this Terrence Howard.
I swear to God, I don't know what this nigga was saying. He was talking about some motherfucking fifth world opening up.
Oh, fifth world?
I swear to God, I don't remember what he said. But this nigga was excited and he was not himself. And he wasn't drunk. He wasn't motherfucking smoking nothing. He was on some. Look, I mean, you can tell. You spend your whole life watching fucked up people. You can tell when they.
Speaking of all these people that's fucked up in the mind, how did Jim Jones, the original Jim Jones, convince all them motherfuckers to drink that Kool-Aid? Motherfucker, I ain't drinking that Kool-Aid. What you talking about, bro? Go somewhere. Black people.
The same way the Bible makes you read that Jesus had a skin of bronze and hair of wool, and then you turn around and look at a blonde, blue-eyed Jesus and say, "Hey, that's
that ain't me.
Amen.
You ain't talking about me."
But I bet you wouldn't drink the juice. I wasn't talking about you with the Jesus juice. But the people that did drink that Jesus juice, I'm talking to them. They read that literally read like a caramel candy bar, and then end up eating white seeds.
The motherfucker
And
crazy.
look, I grew up Jehovah's Witness religion. We said praise Jah. We didn't say amen. Amen. He said it right there. Amen.
That's just the seal, you know. Amen.
I mean, it was right there. Amen. Jesus, just us, is just us.
But I know they were saying in the Jim Jones documentary that they had did many of test runs before, and most of the people thought it was just another test run type thing, that they really wasn't going to do it. Even so, that doesn't excuse it, but
that shit was actually kind of sad.
I think a lot of people was trying to get out.
Okay, so let's just take the Jesus juice out of it and put gasoline or poison or arsenic there. Does the saying test run now validate it?
No, because the test run was like fake. It wasn't really juice.
But my point is a test run.
It's a test run.
Test run for what?
When the people come for them, when the government comes, because he was telling them that the government or whoever was going to come for them and destroy their whole way of being and living. So when they come, the test run was for that. I ain't saying that I would do the bullshit. I'm just telling you what he said.
They didn't have any control over it though. Like they came to
a point where they were holding guns on them saying, "You better drink it, you better drink it."
It wasn't, yeah.
And
the government didn't have any control. That shit was crazy though. Like them trying to get all them bodies back. Oh, when I saw the film footage, them trying to get all the bodies from over there. Damn, that shit was disturbing. It was all them bodies fucking bloated.
Sugar's question for.
Wait,
I don't think B9 was ever convinced otherwise. Right?
And the answer to your question, Snuggle, is education.
Oh, amen.
If you are properly educated, then you can't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. But if you are miseducated, you will fall for anything. Just like the example I gave about Jesus, his description does not match the picture. But because you are miseducated, you fall for it. And don't even question how you fell for it. It's just right because they said it's right. Because they told you so. And it's the same thing that for decades they've told people literally that tobacco is good for you.
Mm-hmm.
They're told people, even
they had the baby smoking
out here that are saying that coffee is good for you.
Now wait, tobacco in its rawest form is not dangerous, and it does have health attributes.
The chemicals that they add to it.
Yeah, it's the chemicals. If you it's pump people in other countries smoking real ass fucking tobacco, like real tobacco. They're living 110, 115, 120 years old. They're the only ones that tainted everything. Lilith is in the earth making some great shit, and they're just tainting every guy. Look, don't ask Lilith. Not Lily.
Lilith wanted to get up on you and ride that thing.
That's the weed. That's the weed right there. That's that ride up on. Oh shit! Or that poppy seed.
So why you ain't supposed to eat no pussy? You know, that's a Lilith thing. You know, that domination.
No, like every damn fruit look like pussy.
Man. You gotta stay in control now.
Stupid. No, seriously, every bad thing that we've ever had has never come from the earth. The only bad thing we ever had was an ice storm and a
What
flood.
about the seed of the poppy?
That wasn't bad.
Seed of the poppy is bad. It's addictive.
The seed of the poppy is not bad. People have addictive natures. They get addicted to it. People who didn't like poppy weren't in poppy fields. But it didn't become a problem until they concentrated it to motherfucking heroin and shit. That's when or opium. That's when it became a problem.
Is this what you're talking about? What this here?
He didn't have some more interviews. Yeah, that one. That's
This
the
was
one.
2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago?
Well, this one. Then this guy is reacting the awakening. What Terrence Harris
The
was
awakening.
talking about 2 years ago.
That's what he said. He said it was an awakening. Like, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. I was just like, my boy, you either on some real shit or you on some nigga. Real shit.
He fucked up a great opportunity when he was in Iron Man. He fucked that up. He could have been making all kinds of money.
Now he tried to pull a Justin.
That motherfucker, he fucked himself up.
He pulling a Justin.
He thought he was worth more money than Iron Man.
Yeah. And he got kicked off. They showed him he wasn't. One nigga don't stop the show.
Why did he get kicked off?
Because he was demanding more money and talking shit.
Because he was friend. Him and Robert Downey Jr. smoked together. So he actually helped Robert Downey Jr. get the job as Iron Man. So he pretty much wanted a finder fee for not only doing his acting job, but for bringing
Robert Downey
Iron Man to the mix. And
mind you, Iron Man was a crackhead at first.
And the other white guys was just like, fuck you. We can easily replace you. And not only are we going to replace you, we're not going to even try to find someone that looks like you.
They got that.
Outright undib your ass and just say, all we need is another nigger to come in and do this job.
We ain't got Stan telling us shit. No, Stan's out. Daddy's gone. Daddy Stan's gone.
Wow.
Them motherfuckers will rewrite you out of stuff real quick though. They'll rewrite.
I mean, they'll do it to but let's be fair. They'll do it to anyone.
Anybody.
Somebody else. Just other people are a little more.
How they gonna do it to Black Panther though?
And
if they gonna do it,
black people got to get over their own little special rules because, like you say, these white people will do it to their own mama. So what makes you think they ain't gonna do it to you, Tyrone?
Them motherfuckers will take you from the grave even after you dead. Shout out to Paul Walker. They'll take
Shout out to Whitney
out.
Houston.
Whitney Houston
did a whole fucking concert
with her own. Oh yeah, Tupac put you on the stage even after you dead. And you still got a contract.
That's just the way it is.
And not just on stage. Tupac has made more records in the afterlife than he ever made alive.
Yeah.
Ever.
Still coming out with shit.
He got a hell of a
Where's all that money going to?
Tupac got a hell of a distribution deal.
His record company. His record company.
He don't have no kids.
His record company.
White people.
They get the money.
That's
the distributors.
And see, that's why you after you're dead.
It's the royalty rights. It's just like when you have a play.
Like once you're dead, most people don't put the proper paperwork into play to protect your privacy rights. So once you die, all of this stuff kind of becomes public, and that's when they make their money off of it. The only one that doesn't fall for the okie doke is Marvin Gaye's estate.
I thought Prince. Yeah.
Michael Jackson too, and now Snoop got Suge Knight shit.
But see, that's my point. So now Suge is going to get paid. I mean, now Snoop is going to get paid off of Tupac.
Yeah. So Snoop's gonna get that money now. So, you just gotta have the royalty rights.
The decisions on what could be done as far as when they do the hologram stuff. Who makes those decisions to put all this? Huh?
Judges.
Judges? Really?
No. Sometimes they have it written up in contract before because I mean, it's okay. So for example, like, Karen off Will and Grace, little Will and Grace show. Karen, a little drunk bitch. She can't do that voice anywhere else. That voice, that likeness of that character, they own the rights to the likeness of that character. And
if she does it, where do they go?
She's sued. She's sued for millions.
And so who makes the decision?
The company that NBC.
The judge.
No, it's already written up. I mean, yeah, the judge will. I mean, NBC, they already have the contract. It's a no.
And that's why I'm trying to hurry.
Yeah, I got you.
Line. That's the finish line right there.
Yep. The judges. Yep. The probate is it a probate judge?
It to happen
by the judge
through probate courts and through other court systems. They decide whether this is public domain or private information. Or like Lance is saying, did you have a contract in place giving you exclusivity to certain things? Like another example,
Prince
and Rosa Parks. Don't just go around using Rosa Parks' motherfucking name.
You cannot.
Rosa Parks is coming after your ass in the afterlife because she made sure that the language was there to protect her legacy at all costs.
Yeah, we don't hear her name pop up too much like other people.
Because you got to pay to play.
Prince is called the artist formerly known as Prince because he didn't realize that in the contract they had the ownership to his name that he created and any likeness of it.
Anything under that name.
Anything under that name.
And not just his name, they own the color purple on him. That's why he went to yellow, because they own the color.
That's fucked up. It's fucked up in a way, but in some ways,
it's business.
You like movies and shit, and and those actors be dying prematurely and stuff. You still want to see them and stuff. Like you still want to see Paul Walker and Fast and the Furious. You still want to see Chadwick Boseman and Black Panther, really. So if they can put them back in
and you
there,
will. He gonna come there as a spirit tree or some shit. They're gonna make the uranium, whatever the fuck they.
They should have Will Smith do it.
Fuck Will Smith. Stop talking about Will Smith now. he got hit by Lilith.
Lilith birthed him especially. Lilith birthed him especially.
Long pipe his ass.
When Moses ran down the river and that bitch picked him up, that was pretty much the end.
Wesley Snipes then.
Oh, well, the government owns him. It's too late for him. He's collateral damage. He is collateral damage.
He had to learn.
He paid his debt.
You think so? Oh no. See, you don't understand. We're born in debt.
And he did that movie with Kevin Hart
as an apology.
He got apology to who?
to the people in charge of his spirit.
Wu-Tang Fu.
Hey, look, he was still good then. He was playing a whole woman. A whole woman.
All them people that's
bonus
Juicy,
points.
All them people giving Juicy a pass. I want y'all to know, since y'all gave Juicy a pass, y'all can't care that other rich white boy got a pass who daddy knew the judge after he raped a woman, and they said he can't go to jail for a little piece of ass. He can't lose his whole life over a little piece of ass.
I hate that. Yeah, that little white college kid, the judge's like, oh, he's got his whole life ahead of him.
He got his whole life ahead of him. He can't lose his whole life over a little piece of ass. Now y'all that's gotta be cool too.
Wait, for Wakanda, Morris Chestnut.
Hell no.
You're gonna have to get some. No, it's gotta be the dude from Get Out. We need some new blood.
In the lace stockings?
What?
The
boyfriend.
Killmonger can be Black Panther.
The dude in Get Out. The dude from Get Out. You don't think that's a good one?
No.
He's too short.
Is one guy who looked like
he's short.
Okay, T'Challa was skinny as motherfucker. He was string bean. Okay, granted, we didn't know what was going on, but I mean, he was skinny as fuck. The muscles.
I thought you were doing a role. I thought you were preparing for a role. Shit.
Yeah, right.
He was
Like,
playing
damn.
the T'Challa, the afterlife.
That's fucked up.
The role of a life.
Hey, let's be real though, man. The only reason y'all liked him as Black Panther is because that was the first role where he didn't have to be nobody else. Like, cause he didn't look like James Brown. He didn't look like
He did not look like James.
He was getting typecast for a while.
He didn't look like the baseball player. He didn't look like
Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, Jack. He didn't look like Jack. He didn't look like any. He played every black biop movie and looked like none of the actors that
Tom Hanks did the same thing.
none of
Tom Hanks played the I'm the Captain Now. He played that. He played the one where he landed the plane.
He be playing regular niggas. We don't care what they look like though. That pilot, that
Sully was not famous on his own. Like Jackie Robinson was famous. You know what Jackie Robinson looks like. You know what James Brown looks like. You know what those people look like. I can play the mayor of Little Rock. Because I mean it's only famous in Little Rock. To the rest
But Denzel,
never had a black
Malcolm
mayor.
X.
I don't think you could play.
But you understand the example.
Yeah, I get that. But Denzel did look like Malcolm X though, a little bit.
No, he didn't.
With those glasses, man, he blended right into Malcolm.
No,
X.
I tell you who did look like Malcolm X is the dude that played Malcolm X in the
not that liberal shit.
No, the TV show with Bob Bunky.
Oh, okay. Bumpy Johnson. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
Bumpy Johnson. Yeah.
I know who you talking. Godfather of Harlem. Man, he had that motherfucker come down there.
That's a badass.
What do you call him? Big Dick. He called him something. That motherfucker came in and hit you with that pipe. He called him Big Dick Buster. Big Dick Buster. When Big Dick Buster came through, and he had that motherfucker for real on hire too. He was hitting motherfuckers for real with that motherfucker.
Oh shit!
Big Dick Buster.
That was a good ass. Oh man, there's a third season out yet? That's a good ass show.
Yeah, I ain't even finished the second.
Now that's one that's one respectable nigga. What's it? Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker is I don't know how he flew under the. It's because he ugly. That's how he flew under the radar for so long. That
the bumps in the back of the neck. That was
all that. He's a fucking ogre. He's a fucking ogre, but he's a genius.
That's an ugly motherfucker.
Oh, he's amazing. You are Otter, the king of Scotland.
You say he a great actor. What you
Phenomenon.
Hey, all I gotta say is Ghost Dog.
Yeah, he played Ghost Dog like a
you got. Sometimes you got to make a money. Look, you have a part-time job before you find a career. Okay, they trying to get some cash.
That nigga ain't do no karate either.
Have you seen Ghost Dog?
Yeah,
I've seen as much as I could. As much as I could.
Make it through the whole movie.
He ain't used none of it. I watched the whole movie. Though.
He made his money. Okay, he made his money.
Real about this. Forrest Whitaker's movie career improved when he accepted Tom Cruise's Scientology religion. It had nothing to do with his ability or his.
It was more like an acceptable of like. Not Tom Cruise. What's the other dude? Face Off.
Oh, Nicolas Cage.
No, the other dude.
Oh, John Travolta.
Yeah, it was John Travolta's because we accepted Scientology. He was kind of cool about it. We were like, okay, well let's research it. I was cool with when Tom came out there with Oprah. I was like, this nigga is gone. We're done with you.
But that's what he'll come out. It's about Hollywood is about who you know, not what you know. And once he got in with that clique of Scientologists, he started getting movie roles out the.
So he a Scientologist now?
Yeah, because I tell you,
know that.
He would have been the king of Scotland. Remember the African dude that liked Eve on Barbershop?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah. Blood Diamond, Blood Diamond dude.
Look just like Petey Amin.
He do. You right. He do.
Real life.
He do for real.
And he got an African descent, so he know he could have played the role.
Yeah.
Well, they interview one of them Scientologist people.
He's not African descent. He is African. He's he's straight up from the
Them
motherland.
Scientologists supposed to live their whole life perfect as if everything great. So it's a part of their religion. So if you in their religion, you an actor, they gonna give you roles and make sure you portray your life as you living it great and whatnot. So
I mean, anybody can be a great
do that.
actor as long as they believe it.
That's how.
What?
They did a study with
I believe it.
they did a study with kids, right? And they told the kids, they told half a group of the kids to lie about something. And when the grown up come in, just tell them this is what I did, and you'll get this, and give them a reward. And they told them to lie. And they did another half of the kids where they told them to lie and didn't give them a reward, just based off loyalty. Do you know that the kids that lied and didn't get a reward stuck to their lie stronger than the kids that actually got a reward and didn't tell the truth? Because they had
what's the premise behind that?
That if you give a kid something to believe, it was off of a basis system. Like, would a kid operate? Would they still tell the truth if they were offered a reward to, as opposed to whether they were given anything to keep the lie? And the kids who simply did it based off the fact that there was an adult there that they trusted in a short amount of time that told them to do something, they stuck to the lie even harder. I can't even remember specifically like what the subject matter was, but that was the outcome. These kids lied because they had this adult.
But let's put it in a real life situation. Remember when Jamie Foxx was dating what's his name? Tom Cruise's ex-wife? Katie something.
Oh yes. Katie Hudson or something. Yeah. Katie Holmes.
Yeah.
Remember, he had to keep that relationship secret for about a decade. They rocked with each other for a decade strong. Could have been married and everything. They had to keep that shit a secret because Tom Cruise let it be known that I will ruin your career, Jamie Foxx, if you try to take my son away from Scientology.
My daughter. His son. Oh, that's right. He got the adopted son.
Wait a minute.
Will Smith said to August.
Wait, Jamie Foxx was dating Katie Couric or Katie Holmes?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
They finally came out and then they broke up.
Right there. Remember, I always said that they would spend $1 billion to make sure that you don't make $1 million. Well, Tom Cruise had millions of dollars to spend to make sure that you didn't know that his ex-girl was getting nigger dick.
Is that a thing?
Yep, that's the thing. Don't act like you ain't got one.
I don't know. I don't got a nigga dick. Regular dick.
It's in Lilith. That's why.
You got a regular one?
I got a regular dick.
Holding on to that blanket so tight. You gotta go.
Oh, man.
You gotta go.
That's how my shit look.
You got.
You silly?
Okay, Filbert.
You can't see it now.
That was a quick one. That was a good one. You came right back on.
I'm nauseous. I'm nauseous.
I can't with you guys.
God damn. No joke.
Yeah. So it's fatter in the girth in the middle part and smaller on the top, huh?
You gotta take this tree trunk. You ain't ready for this tree trunk, guys. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't even know why. I don't know why. Forgive me. My bad. That's my bad. That was really my bad.
You gotta open wide.
I apologize.
Trash.
I am so sorry for saying anything. Please accept my apology.
I know SO and Wealth ain't fell asleep through this goddamn conversation.
Wealth to sleep like a motherfucker. He just
He
switched out.
always go to sleep on here.
And so is ESO. ESO done hit a J. Out.
No, I'm surprised ESO usually not here till now.
No, he comes.
He was coming around about 6 Central. I'm taking my ass to bed now that we crushed all the theories and solved the world. Is there any way possible we can like just clip like every single thing that we discussed in sections and send it out to the manosphere and just see if it ends up in the recycling bin?
We ain't put out the other one though.
What's the other one?
The other one is as long as it's a group of people, you have to find somebody you hate. It's gotta be somebody the enemy, you know. Just like Lord of the Flies shit. When they put them kids on that island by themselves, they found somebody on that island to dislike and somebody to be enemies again.
Going the wrong way with this trash can. The moral of tonight's live stream is that if you allow Juicy Smollett to be free, all black people problems are solved.
No, fuck that, man. No, Juicy Smollett gotta go to jail.
That's what they said.
The whole key to the whole black community is keeping Juicy out of jail.
Hell no.
Just keep Juicy free, and we as a people have risen.
Man.
All problems are over. You can go to work and whistle at Walmart now. All because
Juicy Smollett just proved that white supremacy don't exist. The only thing that exists is if you got money or you don't have money. That's how you're gonna be tried in court.
White supremacy exists. It's just that it's not supreme. It is not the supreme power.
Well, both of y'all just
ain't a factor, really.
Both of y'all just said something that's confusing to me because you just said Jesse Smollett just proved that white supremacy doesn't rule.
Yeah, he had money, enough money, and
No, he
enough
said it
clout.
doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah,
but it does exist.
Then you just came back and said white supremacy exists. Because when you talk about money, you're talking about white supremacy.
No, that's anybody can get money. Just like Justy, he got money.
But who can make money?
Let me ask though. Let me ask this.
Print money up. Who has the special paper and the special ink to actually make money?
Let me ask this though. Wait a minute. Wait.
Answer my question first before you ask another question. Who has the ability to actually make money?
The fiat.
White people.
Hold on, wait. Different countries have been making their own money for centuries though. Chinese people have been trading out yen.
The black person that's making money in Africa. Name me the Asian person that's making money in Asia.
Who made crypto?
We still don't know who made crypto.
Satoshi.
That's who they said.
It might be a black person that came up with that.
Yeah, they also named the person that killed Martin Luther King and JFK, but we all found out that was wrong. What a damn missile they telling off about the NASA and the moon. We don't even know if the moon up there. Hell, we don't even know if the world round. Come on.
In 2022, if a black person invented anything you know about.
No, he keep that shit secret.
A black person is not going to let it ride under the radar.
Yes, he is. He know they ain't gonna sell. Nobody gonna report this.
Can I pose a theory? Can I pose a theory? Just taking fact that if black people were the first on the earth, right, and we have a history of selling each other out,
right? Keep going.
And we know that in order to stay rich, you live a poor means. And with Africa being the continent of the lowest means, then maybe besides South America, could we not maybe say it's possible that black people have been eradicating all of the black people so that they could truly stay in power? What if? Because the richest person in the world is still to date. It was a black king.
And how long ago was that?
It don't matter. People
it matters.
No, it's a theory. It's a theory. I don't know shit. But I'm just saying.
You know shit. You talking about Hannibal.
I'm just saying it's a theory that if someone knows how to rise to the highest power, so high, so rich that it has not been capped yet, who's to say that they ever fell out of power? Who's
Power
to
is
say
the
that?
money.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
Not
'cause
necessarily.
power is
Value.
The
The money, the currency can be exchanged, as you've seen.
ain't about the currency.
But the power and the money that you're talking about in Hannibal's day was actual resources. The power and the money that I'm talking about now is paper and ink.
But that means nothing. That only means something to a certain level, to a certain level, to a certain level of people. To us, it means a lot. But it's the resources that give the paper power.
Power
We're
is
just like we're the resource to our birth certificate. It's just we human beings.
Y'all got it wrong.
The essence and the value of our work and that we have as a whole as humans is what gives our birth certificate and that certification number its power. So if you get rid of the people, your certificate means nothing. We already stated that the government is centuries ahead of us when it comes to technology and power. This is a theory. Who's to say? Well, look, come on. Maybe they were saying in Black Panther. Did you ever think that maybe Black Panther was a biopic?
Power is influence.
T'Challa.
If you can influence the ones who has the money, they think they in control because they got the money. But if I can decide and make you do what I want you to do with your money, it's just like me having your money. Well, I have
which is what a
burden
resource
of having the money.
Which is what a resource would do. That's what the resources do.
Lance, you're playing with action figures again.
Hey, listen, some have been unreleased. Some action figures never got out the box, baby. Some action figures never got out the box.
But we're talking about the action figures that got out of the box.
Okay, I'm just saying.
And are actually making deals in the real world.
I got you. We can go back to that. I was just kicking a theory. Now that is one theory that I'm like, I don't know, 20-30% in. What if Black people never really lost power? What if race was the ultimate divide that they knew would create the gap? That long rickety swinging bridge that you always see in the movie. They could have built that, especially Indiana Jones, who in the temple.
Power is I'm gonna tax the company that you work for, and then once you get paid, I'm gonna tax the money that you get, and then once you spend that money, I'm gonna tax the motherfucker you spend the money with. I'm gonna keep taxing that dollar till it doesn't exist no more.
No,
that's true
power. No, this is how power works. Okay, power works off of illusion. Power works off of me selling you something that does not exist.
That's what I'm saying.
That's how power works, and all of this money is supposedly backed by resources. But back in 1971. France said, you know what, America, we've given you a lot of resources and you've given us a lot of this paper money. I'm ready to trade in this paper money for the actual gold that you claim is backing this money. And when it was time to pay up, America said, duh, because we know there's not enough gold to actually back all the money that was printed. All the money that was printed during the pandemic. There's no more resources to back up all that new money that is.
That's why we got it.
That's why we're going through inflation right now.
And that's why they're running them income taxes hard.
They kept printing that shit out. Understand that when you bring a Hannibal into the conversation, you're talking about real spices, real incense, real resources, real food, real agriculture. Not paper money is an elaborate IOU. Our system is an IOU.
It is.
So the type of power that you're talking about is an apples and oranges thing, because today's system is built off an illusion. If you had to actually look at Hannibal's resources, all he had to do was open up his door and say, all of this is mine. Everything that your eyes can see is mine.
Hey, what are apples and oranges when you own the bushel and the tree?
But under this capitalist system that we're under, they're telling you that everything that you don't see is mine. You can't see my books. You can't talk to my accountant. You can't see the bank account. You can't see the numbers, but it's there.
The accountants are the humans.
Trust and believe what I say. When I tell you, it's there.
It's crazy.
Bullshit.
It's crazy that you say that.
Bullshit.
Why it's crazy? Why it's crazy, Trash Can?
Because they are getting stuff that you can't even see. That's why they in a rush to get to the moon and shit. They get to space so they can put not even
aliens.
that crypto. They talking about they talking about putting bombs and shit on the moon so they can drop shit on other countries.
Mm-hmm.
They keep them in charge. So it don't matter how much money they got or wealth. As long as they know it's something in the sky, I'm racing you to the moon to build a nuclear base up there that I could drop bombs on you. You can have all the money you want, but at any time I want to, I can destroy all you got. So I really got power over you. At the same time, you working for me. At the same, you under my control.
And we're also forgetting the power of wisdom. We already know that our brain only operates at a capacity. This is a way out there theory, but not so way out there. How do we know what the brain is capable of unleashed?
The brain is already unleashed.
No,
you use 100% of it.
No, you don't.
Yes,
you use
we do not. We barely lose
like 12%.
That's a myth. That's
average 15 to 23%.
You use 100%. Google it. You use 100% of your brain at different times. At different times throughout the day, you use different parts of your brain.
But if you could activate all of it at once, who knows what you'll be capable of?
You wouldn't need, because you'll be sleeping. You lose part of your brain when you sleep, part of your brain when you awake. We do. Nigga, you talk about rewiring your brain.
The Simpsons is telling the future, my nigga.
Nah, we use 100% of our brain already. We had capacity. Now you can rewire what you think. Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Smart, huh?
I know I'm smart as hell. I already know that. Don't rely on that 10% shit. We use.
But look, that's otherworldly. That's otherworldly. We haven't even begun to smell the scent of that shit.
I learned that in school though, that we don't use 100%. Wait, let me make sure I'm reading.
Urban legend.
Of course, of the average day human using it. Okay, so I think it's saying something here. Let me share it. I think it's saying something.
Don't take away his confidence.
Because it says over the course of an average day, so maybe that means different parts of it.
Yeah, they use different parts that what?
I thought.
And at certain times, your whole brain activated. But he's talking about rewiring your brain to do that.
I'm talking about if we are made in the reflection of him, at some point there's got to be levels. And that's all I'm going to say on that. That's all I can say. That is my theory.
Well, I would say you would be better at certain tasks if you get rid of parts of your brain. Like certain people who do lack empathy, they make better soldiers.
But see, this is where wisdom comes in.
Well, see, but if you have true emotional intelligence, you could figure out what your soldiers were doing just by the way the sweat hits their brow, how they arch their heel, how their toe cramps, how their stomach gurgles, how their finger twitches.
They already figured that shit out. About being starved in the army, that's the war tactic.
That's a war tactic, but we're talking about a life tactic. We're talking about truly seeing inside and reading the spirit of someone. We haven't fully captured. We haven't fully. Look, the samurai is gone though. Sam's gone.
The art of war, they figured that shit out, how to demoralize the army and whatnot, war calls and all that. They figured that shit out already.
I'm talking about reading minds, my nigga. I'm telling. I think it goes. What's possible for us as a human just doesn't have a limit to me. It just doesn't. And I think we have not even scraped. We only have 2 medicines for people who are going through a nerve disorder right now. 2 effective, maybe, medicines, because they haven't figured out how the nervous system works yet.
You don't need to read minds where you can control a mind. Shout out to the Stockholm syndrome where you can control a motherfucker. You don't need to read their mind.
Imprisoning and controlling are 2 different things. Disillusion and complete submission and directive is 2 different things. We're not talking about Stockholm. We're talking about fucking domination, which they have yet to achieve.
Did that.
They only dominate the border. They don't dominate us as a
person. They got motherfuckers who can make you believe just by telling you that you all right, you healed, that you don't feel pain. And people have been shown not to feel pain after a certain person made them believe that they ain't gonna feel that pain. You don't feel no pain.
And you're right. There are people who have elevated that. Like what happened to that nigga that used to come on BTN? Remember, he's just pass people out.
Oh yeah.
People thought, what happened? Gone. They didn't stop putting psychics on. They didn't stop all that shit. I think
I believe Cleo ass.
Girl, get that bullshit. Calling me now. She was talking to the stockholders. She was talking to the motherfucking stockbrokers. I know Nasdaq calling me now. Look, I'm telling. I believe that the earth supplies us with everything. I believe it is the ultimate connection to our creator, besides our spirit, and I think our spirit is only evolved through the earth. That's my personal belief. I think there's a whole nother level to this. I believe in that wave shit. I think there's waves coming from this earth that keep our spirit powerful. And I think there's waves coming from the motherfucking government that keep our spirit down.
That's why global warming is bullshit.
It is. It's not bullshit, but it's not bullshit. It's human shit. And they're pooping it right on top of us.
If the earth got tired of us, it'd get rid of us.
Truth. I believe that.
Get rid of them.
So do you think that the Pangea is over? Do you think that if the earth has shown that it is evolving, do you think that the evolution is over?
I do not. As a matter of fact, I personally believe that we built from out of the water. I personally believe that the pyramids, the reason we can't figure out why they were built is because there was a land created over it. I think it is a masking, and I think everything is put around there. I think that the pyramid might go fucking deeper, longer, and more than fucking Lincoln Monument. I do absolutely believe that. I think we are underground people. Y'all hear about like mole people and shit. I don't think we were mole people, but like in a sense, hell yeah. I think we started underground first, and we just kept building up and up.
Well, even with the Egyptians, you wanted to believe some shit. Even before God came, humans had the need to believe in some stuff. And they built those pyramids to represent their gods before that. So we always had the need to believe in something bigger than us.
And the way our bodies evolve over time, like with shit that we just don't need all of a sudden. Sharpened teeth and shit to tear through meat. We don't even get those anymore. Even people have them sharp ass.
I got my sharp teeth.
Mine dull as fuck. Most people I know, there's dull as fuck everywhere from every walk of life. Like especially the kids. Like the kids, like it's like almost nearly fucking flattened. I don't know. I think they keep things from us. I think they try to stop us from evolving. There's too many science experiments out here. Germans is the biggest ones.
Autism is evolving. That's the new future for the world.
Hell,
to be autistic.
And hell, shit, that could be the new wavelength we need to be on.
Brain.
That's just me though. I could be crazy. I could be right. I could be right. Shit.
Hey, you gone down the whole gamut of options. You can either be right, or right.
You heard me. Shit.
Man.
I don't know. I just think it's level set shit. Everything they lie about every goddamn thing. Shit. Why not that? Shit, we got motherfucking aliens down the street, don't even fucking know it. Motherfucking men in black, motherfucker bust out into a roach, you don't even know. I'm just saying. Where that little light pen at though? That's what I want.
What?
I want that little pen. That pen was cold in the motherfucker.
To make you forget everything.
You talking about in Black Men?
And Men in Black.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that shit. What you call that Dreamcatcher when they had that whole library and saying with different information and shit. I would like something like that. He could go into his head and just
How to pull this up?
You just click on it, the link.
It won't let me.
He ain't put the link in there, Dan. He ain't put the actual link.
On it won't let me.
Oh, because you probably getting the here it is too. You gotta highlight it.
It won't let me highlight it in the.
Go into the actual YouTube.
Oh, hello! I just thought of that. Maybe I should go over there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can click on there on that.
Yeah.
Let me see this.
I know. I checked on it so long ago.
Can I play this? Because it's from
Simpson. I don't know.
That's Instagram. Oh, that's TikTok. Yeah, I believe you should. You can because it's TikTok.
You remember back in the.
Who woke up? Why did you woke up?
Yeah, he done woke up.
You didn't hear him say check that?
Hey.
No, I've been hearing you, and I hear you a long time ago with B9, but I just let it rock. And I just
Wally, you gonna watch Tiger King?
A whole rocket chair shit.
You gonna watch the new Tiger King movie? That shit gonna be good. I'm gonna watch that Tiger King movie.
The part 2 came out already.
No, the actual movie. They make it the actual movie.
Isn't he still in jail?
Yeah. They have to free my man. Yeah. If y'all gonna free Juicy ass, free my man Tiger King. He ain't killed nobody.
He wanted to, but he didn't.
That's all he did. What happened to Carol Baskin's husband, damn it? Free my man, Tiger King. Oh, man.
Oh, man. 20 plus things being predicted. You got to go like, hey, Gromit, the gig's up. We know you're a time traveler. Just tell us, bro. I just want to talk to you. I got so many questions. Siegfried and Roy tiger attack. Do you remember that? Of course. Do you remember back in the day how tight Siegfried and Roy were with their tigers? It was like every main story was like, oh, these tigers are the best behaved animals on earth, blah, blah, blah. Simpsons in 1993 said the tiger is going to turn. This little friendly tiger is going to become an enemy of Siegfried and Roy quickly. It's going to happen. 2003, it actually.
Well, anybody could have predicted that.
1994. Before you could even play Snake on the gray little box phone, they predicted that autocorrect will happen on your phone. Are you kidding me? Didn't happen until 2007. FaceTime, 1995. Not even a thought. I don't even know.
Remember, we getting our shit from the Simpsons when we do our shit.
With the A and then the ring around it? See, that's what I said.
Mm-hmm. No,
what is internet anyway? In 1995, they said, don't worry, you'll be carrying around a device where you'll be face-to-face with somebody on the opposite side of Earth. 1995, they said that. 2010, it happened. Faulty voter machines. 2008, they predicted it. 2012, it became the forefront of conversation in a big, big wave. I assume these voter machines have been up in question for a long, long time, but they just knew that it was going to come to fruition in 2012.
No, I want to vote for Obama.
2 votes for McCain.
Come on, it's time for a change.
3 votes for McCain. The God particle.
Damn.
This is the big one. Ty Schmidt did research. He said the God particle is the absolute reason why he is 1,000% a time traveler. Homer Simpson got up there like fucking Matt Damon in that movie where they have that
Good Will Hunting
and draws up this equation for what the God particle is. What is the God particle?
Yeah, it's basically this equation that essentially like explains how the universe was created. And they did that in 1998, and the exact equation happens in 2012.
That's unheard of.
14 years ahead of time. They got Homer Simpson up there looking like that goddamn janitor from Harvard, solving equations on a chalkboard. And 14 years later, it's like, yeah, that's actually how the universe was founded. It's like, wait a fucking minute, little comedy writer with a goddamn yellow cartoon, bro. That's insane. The NSA spying scandal. Everybody knew that the Patriot Act was like in existence, but nobody had a clue that NSA literally knows everything about you. Every dick you've sent has been seen by some government agency, but it wasn't always like that. We didn't know that everything was getting spied on, Sean. Nobody knew that.
I didn't know.
They predicted that in 2007, 2013 it happened.
No, Lisa, it's not like the government is listening to everybody's conversation.
That's Cardi B.
If something happens one time, anomaly. Happens two times, it's like, oh, okay, maybe. But whenever there's a trend of 18 plus, 20 plus things being predicted, you got to go like, hey, Groening, the gig's up. We know.
Could be.
Just tell us. Bro, I just want to talk to you. I got so many questions. Siegfried and Roy tiger attack. Do you remember that?
Of course.
Do you remember back in the day how tight?
Hold on, pause it for a second. You know what this shit made?
To the beginning.
You know what this shit made me think of though? Y'all ever seen that movie with Nicolas Cage called The Knowing? Where he was like, he had this list of, he could predict every bad event that was gonna happen in the world, but it was turned out it was the aliens sent that shit to him. And he couldn't stop it from happening. It was the exact tragedy that was gonna happen, the exact number of deaths. No matter if he went to him and told him or not. But at the end, he saw that he calculated the numbers out. It was in a little time capsule. He was like, the rest of the whole world is about to die based on these numbers. Everything's been right all the way up to this point. He said, based on this, the whole world about to die. And the aliens came. It just took the certain children so they can start the world again. Over again.
And your point being?
That's what that shit reminds me of with the Simpsons. Like they predicted all this shit. They showing you, give you a pattern here that, hey, I predicted this. At the end, they're going to have an episode where the whole world gets destroyed. And they're going to be like, that's it going to come in. It ain't going to stop. It's going to happen.
So what was the point there? They're saying that, who is that Growing guy? Is he the writer or something? Matt Growing?
Mm-hmm.
He's the writer?
Mm-hmm. So writer, producer, and director.
So he's a time traveler because he predicted all these things?
I mean, hell, he could be a droid.
And
he a damn robot. He ain't got to do shit.
And what the reality of it is, is that he's an educated person. That's all that he is. And it really goes to show how miseducated we are. Because everything that they point out to is literally history repeating itself. This is why it's important to understand the past. I mean, we're acting like the Simpsons didn't steal stuff from Star Trek, didn't steal stuff from Star Wars.
Blasphemy.
Like they just came out with all of these devices on their own, and the idea didn't pre-exist before the Simpsons ran it. That's why the Simpsons ran the thing in the first place, because there was already a basis that you could relate to back in 1980, whatever, back in 1990, whatever, because they're making reference to a TV show or a movie in the 50s, the 60s, or a time way before that. But because this new generation doesn't know what's going on, they give the Simpsons all the credit. Yeah, hold on a second.
Why you got that old ass ringtone on your phone?
Yeah, his ass time traveling. His ass time traveling.
Beat me up. I just said too much.
I look.
What is that sounding to? I heard him say, wait, hold on a minute. I'm like, oh, he getting a phone call.
I ain't heard that shit in a minute.
I was waiting on to hear do 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 do. After that, I was gonna be done. And look, if you don't get your phone recycling, that recycling shit drop off. Look, that's how he know. Look, he from the past. He from the past future. That's how you know about the stocks and shit.
Oh, look, let me show you guys this thing where let me see. This is so. Oh, where I put it? Oh, here it is. Wait, you guys got to see this. You probably already seen it, but this is so funny. This is like when I drink alcohol. This is like how bad, and it's all.
No, and Rain took a camera. That girl thick.
Wait a minute. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna go to mom back for the help. Oh my God! Why would y'all not
You got a piss?
Yeah, look.
Oh.
Look.
Why girls can't hold themselves?
Oh,
Is she
damn.
peeing on herself?
Yeah.
You nasty little worm.
Bro.
Oh, man. She filthy.
Bro, fuck you. It be like that sometimes. Bro, fuck you. It be like that.
That whole filthy.
But they cut off the beginning. She had to
She'll
go
never
through
be a
all
wife.
too.
She'll never be a wife.
Look at the other one.
Okay, why y'all like both goddamn dogs?
Filthy heifer.
Oh, that was
My
it.
thing is, you know you had to pee before you left the motherfucker.
No, now we had that drink. She said, "Oh, it's done. It's done."
Yeah, I can't fuck with nobody like that. It's over.
And she done fell over.
What the hell?
God damn. Good morning. Wait, one more time. One more time. One more time. One more time. One more time.
Wait, you gotta get. Wait, I want to find the other one when she go through these two locks too. When we play one more guy.
Wait, turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up.
Okay. Oh wait. Wait.
She's just a nasty heifer. That's all.
Oh gosh.
Oh my God!
She already tickling a little bit.
That's it.
She could have went to the bushes and squatted or whatever.
No,
but she's just so nasty.
Bro, no, trash can. You don't understand.
Okay, wait a minute. She's at the
Who gets that drunk?
and she just changed the.
And she can't even make it at the door. Hey, low key though,
Bro,
when I
that
gotta
is
take a
just
shit, when I see that toilet, I gotta take a shit real bad. I can hold myself, but as soon as I see a toilet, I'm like, damn, now I really gotta go.
Bro, were you that drunk? Were you that drunk?
And she probably just peed 5 minutes ago.
Bro, were you that drunk? That force, that door when it won't open for you, that's like a goddamn force field. You just be like, why Lord, won't you just like, why is this sticking? I know I turned it.
Man.
And then when the piss start, I swear to God, it's like,
you gotta let it go.
You can't even stop.
It's the
all
best.
warm going down your leg.
You feel like a goddamn baby in a diaper. You just like, well, it is what it is, right?
I ain't never pissed off.
Sterile.
Not even when I was a baby.
It's all sterile. It's all
But you just let out that one strong whine and let your mouth whine.
Man, hold me over the toilet.
Man, boy, you gave me a whole flashback. You made me want to go. Made me want to go take a phantom piss.
Slightly the wrong time, walking into some crazy.
Baby, that was real fucking life. That was real goddamn life. If they ain't happened to you, you will never understand. That's like childbirth. You'll never understand.
You'll never.
Till that shit happen.
Never. Wait, I gotta pee now.
You gotta take your ass to that. You can't hold your damn bowels. I'll be like,
no,
man,
fuck that. You just want to. You get so mad. You get so mad. You turn into the Hulk. You think you about to break that goddamn door down, and all of a sudden you feel every single vein just drain down.
If that was my chick and I saw her do some shit like that, I couldn't see her the same no more. We over. It's done.
Oh, you'll never see it. She probably would have held on to it a little bit longer if the dude was
Oh no,
around.
I will watch.
Oh no,
them taxi
would
bitches to do it.
No, she would have been like, go open the door trash can.
Man.
Go open the door, nigga.
Bruh.
I can't hear a bitch take a hard stream of piss anyway. You hit that toilet, I hear that piss hitting the water.
Isn't that the
That's
weirdest
nasty.
thing? Like it's uncomfortable for me to hear a dude
That's
do it. When I hear
masculine.
a woman, I'm just like, are you a fucking
That shit
demigod
masculine.
horse, bitch?
Bitch, you better hit the side of that toilet. I don't want to hear that shit.
Fucking Jill the Stallion looking at what the fuck?
But let's be real about this, y'all. I mean, she peed on herself, and that shit's funny, but it really speaks to a deeper message: is that this is the part of Hot Girl Summer that they don't.
Man, she posted the
right
shit,
there.
too.
I'm right there.
You know, this is
right there.
This is part of having a good time and this and that. But they don't really show you the real after party. You know, like you say,
The
they
nightmare.
you know, it's all champagne and G4,
It ain't classy.
all this and that, and that. No, it ends up with you peeing on your fucking front porch.
No respect for herself.
Slipping in the piss.
Laying in it.
Passing out on concrete. That's what all this hot girl summer. That's the end result. This is why people like me come on these platforms and tell you to get in a real relationship.
Oh my fucking God! It's serious. She was doing this every fucking night. We're gonna assume that this girl had a fun night.
It lasts forever now.
Herself. The problem here, which I should be saying, did the bitch drive? Now was she driving? Y'all worried about some pee? She had a fun fucking night. Damn.
So it's over now.
No, the problem is
a fun fucking night pissing off the curb of your doorstep. Oh yeah, that's a fun fucking night in my ass.
There are millions of bitches out there just like her.
If it's millions, why you just now seeing one?
And y'all be eating these women out. Y'all crazy.
Not even that fucking.
I said, if it's millions of them out there, if it's millions of women that's happening to, why are you just now seeing one?
No, nasty bitches exist in the world.
Why y'all just now seeing one? That's the question. Why this the first? This y'all always.
My homeboy had a girl piss on herself in her bed.
I don't be in social media like that to entertain.
Hold on. Based off of Lance logic, that means that no black man has ever been beaten until we saw Rodney King. Until we saw Rodney King get beat, that means that no black man has ever gotten beaten by the police.
He could have lied about it. Like, just
How many videos have you seen of a black man getting beaten?
Hold on, but no, we
lied.
more logic here. If I've only seen one video of Rodney King, that means that it wasn't happening before I saw that video.
Do you understand that the reason that you saw all the black beatings that you have is because it was put into an algorithm? That means there hasn't been enough hot girl women pissing on themselves on the front porch or any public establishment for y'all to even see that and be put in an algorithm.
The shit just happened in Detroit when the bitch was pissing in the parking
Everything
lot.
happens in Detroit except a work job, except a job.
No, don't say that.
We're being funny about this, like the only outcome is peeing on yourself. We've seen women throw up on themselves,
shit on themselves.
And even
of every demographic in the cold, in the winter and the summer.
Even Miss Hyatt,
Let's not talk about that shit on
a
themselves.
lot of these girls end up in accidents. That's why Uber exists in the first place.
Can I just say though that they were not dressed as hot girls? Like one of them had, the one who pissed on herself had a jogger on.
She was attempting to be a hot girl.
Okay, you right.
In the house, at the house.
Yeah, that's
We're all wrong.
They didn't even cuss.
Based off their dress, they just got off of work. They just came home, and for some odd reason, their key didn't work on their own front door.
Yes, it did.
Yourself. You're right, Lance. There wasn't nothing hot girl summer about anything, any of their behavior.
When the shit happened to me, it wasn't hot, it wasn't girl, and it wasn't summer. That shit, but I'll tell you what, I didn't understand a piss fetish until that happened, and I was just like, ooh.
That was a piss fetish video.
Okay, wait, let's watch. We didn't see the very beginning. Let's see the very beginning with the other two locks.
Oh, not the director's cut.
Wait. The director's.
Or would this be the plumber's cut? I don't even know.
Make it bigger.
Oh,
make it full screen.
That's what she tells you all the time, huh? You gotta make it bigger.
You know, we're not a shower.
She's coming with the puns.
Wait, how do I make
Hashtag no one ain't safe.
Hey, hit the three dots at the right side of your screen. At the on the search bar, not down there. Right there on your bar below your tabs. Those three dots. Right below where you exit out the page at.
You are not good at this.
Yeah, hit those. Now it has. Do you see that 150%? Enhance it a little bit.
Oh.
Plus it. Let's
Bust
see, get
it.
a little bigger.
Bust
only
it.
going on
No, you doing that? Why is it only doing it on that side? That's been weird.
Cause that's what happens when you try to make you want to hit the full screen button and take the chat off. That's what you want to do. You want to remove the chat.
Take the chat.
How do I take the chat off?
So you hit the full screen, go back to where you were in the corner.
Over here? This one?
Yeah. By the the same thing that you pressed.
This one?
You see that box beside the zoom?
Yeah.
Click it. Oh shit, that was the full screen. Never mind. Let me take my ass out the conversation.
Re-hit it. Just go to the same thing and re-hit it. Okay. All right, let's check it out. Let's see. Let's squint. Everybody squint.
Wait,
I gotta like. This TikTok. Yeah, this is good.
Oh, this TikTok.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do.
Oh, you guys can't see.
We squinting. Don't worry.
Lance is right. I can see their work papers right there. That's their time sheets. Yeah, they just got off work. You're right, Lance.
They even more tacky.
No, they were doing hot girl summer as fucking TurboTax, motherfucker. I do TurboTax at home. They can still be hot girl summer and be doing taxes, right? Financing this.
The finest women y'all see could be the nastiest women.
They always after the paper.
What the hell?
Hey, come on, King Wambe. Come on, lioness.
Man, what's this? This OnlyFans? Oh shit, we on the OnlyFans.
I don't have no damn OnlyFans. I don't know where everything.
We about to see some busted content.
Okay, you about to see the high girl summer. You want summer?
Wait.
Change your weather up in here. Change your weather up in this bitch.
Okay, wait.
Come on, Nyla. That's your stage name, Nyla.
Oh man.
I don't know where everything went. What is all this shit over here? Where?
That's all your shit.
Oh, there you go.
Don't be scared to touch
your highest rated show ever, girl.
Oh man.
You fucking up the algorithm now. Shit.
I don't even know where did she go.
We gonna call this one. We got to change the name to Just Busted. Just Busted. Busted.
Where that happy was? Okay, wait. I can't arrow back. Wait, can I do this? Nope, that don't work. Where'd it go?
I don't know what the hell you're doing. Is it one of the tabs that you
Hey, let's just be real, Kai. After you started showing your pictures, we don't care about no tigers no more. Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Busted content.
Let's go down the photo album.
Fuck the tigers, them lions. He said, "Fuck the tigers, them lions be bare." Oh my.
I think so. Okay, here we go. Let's go back here. Okay. Oh, it's not gonna go right back to it.
No.
Okay. What
unless you saved it somewhere.
Oh, I saved the other one. I want the director's uncut version. I got a P.
I hate that Juicy showed everybody you can just call somebody racist and get out of trouble. All you gotta do is start calling them racist. The judge is racist and mean.
Absolutely. Call them anything you want as long as you call them with your accountant on the line. That's what he proved.
Take this noose off of my neck until I get to the police station.
Okay, we're just gonna. I can't do nothing over there. We're just gonna watch it from here. Okay, this is the beginning.
All right, everybody's squint.
Y'all can see. You can see. Y'all can't see.
We squinting. We can see it.
What does this big button up here mean? Oh, that's to the TV, huh?
Can you take us off?
Huh? Oh,
yeah. Can you solo it? Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, that's better. That's a little better.
That ain't better.
Yes, it is. The hell it ain't. I got Zoom. I'm on my phone. I got Zoom. I don't know what kind of computer he uses.
I can zoom my shit.
God damn.
Oh God,
shut the
about it.
Trash. I'm gonna put the lid on you. Has your boomerang came back yet?
It's doing the same thing it was doing for yours. This is weak.
Y'all ready?
Yes.
I can't put this away. Okay, here we go.
Let's play a game. She gotta be where, Nancy? No way will she make it.
See all those locks? Too many.
Okay, I'm gonna go to mom. OMG, this door locked too.
That part that hit my soul.
Oh my God, poor thing.
At that moment, she
You
knew
built
she
like that motherfucker off of Batman, the Penguin.
That's it. That's it.
She laughing. That's why she failed. She laughing.
And now the hair in the piss. You got the hair in the piss, her face in the piss. No respect.
You can't do nothing.
See, this is why we call it hot girl summer, because how the hell you fall in your own piss?
Easily. Didn't you want to see it again? Did you just see how easy it is?
Y'all don't understand. Look, I'm telling y'all, don't understand until you that's that drunk when your face be numb, but you are perfectly aware because the urgency of your piss has just pushed your nervous system to aware. But your feet ain't aware. Your feet ain't aligned with your shit that needs the piss. But the piss area is in an urgent danger level red. But your feet are like orange. I mean, let's make it to the door. Your brain is like
we talked about that, and I totally think she should get the same amount of time of whatever she lied about. Yes, and a penalty, more time, because it was
I think
deliberate. She was it was premeditated.
Even with Juicy, I say okay, let that motherfucker get out of prison, but he don't get no more get out of jail free cards now. So I don't believe anything that motherfucker say. So if any white supremacists really did come and whoop that motherfucker ass, I don't want to hear about it.
He's got to get
lumped up. I don't want to hear about the shit.
No, he's got it bad enough. He's gonna have a get out of career free card. So don't worry about that.
They gonna have pity on that motherfucker.
That nigga gonna be in one Lifetime movie 10 years from now, and that's it. I promise you, BET ain't even gonna do a special with that.
He gonna have his own movie. They gonna make a movie about this motherfucker. Watch.
Yeah, straight.
I'm not gonna be marketing it.
Straight to IMDb TV. Watch this.
Straight to AMC.
The biggest thing he gonna do is meet with motherfucking oh shit, that nigga don't I was gonna say Larry King, but that nigga dead. He'll interview anybody in the limelight. They ain't even gonna
you don't even get it because he can twist this shit on you and make it look like, oh, I had a mental illness. This is what was actually going on to me. And that's why I kept on lying. I was seeing things.
Give it a couple of years. Give it a couple of years.
Yeah, they'll twist that shit.
Emotion.
Yeah. They be like he had a whole mental
bro. He gonna have to go straight and have a whole baby, like for real.
But no, let's stop faking, man. And Lance knows this better than anybody. He's gonna be fine because the gay community is stronger and more unified than the black.
Which means they're becoming more like the white community.
Which means that they're gonna protect what they want to protect. And they're going to make sure that they always keep the possibility of profitability on the table.
He only been in one thing. He only been in one thing.
Y'all said Kim Kardashian's career was over when she had her sex tape came out, but y'all showed
She
pity
didn't
on
have
her
a
and stepped her
career.
back in.
But she didn't have a career.
Well, she had her name, her family name.
Depending on what the career you're saying.
That's her
She
career.
had notoriety, and that increased.
Until the sex tape. Her sex tape was the introduction of Kim Kardashian to me.
And the disillusion
Well,
of
they
Ray
watched her
J.
TV show.
It hurt
because
Ray J more than anything. Ray went down after that.
What? When did I first know about this?
Yeah,
I only knew about Kim K was because of what the scandal.
The
sex tape.
No, that was the second one.
Not that one.
Oh,
got married?
O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, O.J. Simpson scandal. Yeah.
How you call that a scandal, my nigga?
Well,
The debacle?
No, all that situational stuff happened.
So how many? That's
How you
even a
go-
better point. How many niggas is y'all gonna let her get away with shit? You know, they O.J. Simpson. I'm not black. I'm O.J. He got away with the shit. And then y'all
Did they not put him in jail? That's soon as they got an opportunity.
No, even that's different, whole different circumstance.
But at least he served his time. That got promoted.
He wasn't playing golf. I know that much.
Well, he probably wasn't playing that. He's on a whole nother level playing something else.
Shit turned his ass from black to non-existent.
I thought he was white. Didn't he think he was white?
No, he's OJ.
I ain't black. I'm OJ.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Must have one of them weather machines.
I wonder who's the next man that's gonna get off because he say it's racist.
He's not in jail, but for that molestation or whatever, he's not
Kevin
in jail.
Spacey ain't in jail because all his victims somehow end up
because they're
dying
men,
by
they ain't got time for
accident.
that shit. They ain't
What's
die.
ain't that the Kevin Spacey, the dude that had the chick that was in the office
He
fell and
didn't
hit
have
her
no
head?
chick, no chicks at all.
No,
It was completely gay scandal. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The dude getting high.
And then the one in the club, that's the one. The last one came out. Well, that I heard. The one in the club said he, came up and touched
Is he?
him.
I don't think he in jail yet. But
He's not in jail. I don't even think the charges probably was dropped.
NDA means you pay. I mean, damn.
You think?
Harvey Weinstein's in jail though, right?
Yeah.
Do y'all think this is?
Well, he was in jail. He was being held.
He's not in jail still.
Yeah. Do y'all think it's a such thing developing as black privilege?
Yes.
Wait,
and there has been.
Is a such thing developing as black privilege where if you get in trouble, all you gotta do is say racism, and they let you off for whatever you get in trouble about. If you get in trouble for shoplifting, all you have to do is say race. Just like those two girls that ended up killing that Uber driver when they were trying to jack that car. And they ended up, the dude was trying to fight to get his car back. And they pulled off and they slammed him in between the car. He ended up dying, leaving a wife and kids behind. They let them off on probation because they said racism.
They said, but he was trying to steal their car because he tried to stop them because
The
they
two
were
girls were trying to steal his car.
So
Uber
what is
driver.
fuck?
They say you trying them too tough. It's coming off the George Floyd shit and all that happened. And they ended up with the girls was supposed to, the teenagers, they were supposed to get a lot of time for what they did. They killed the innocent man, but they let him go with a slap on the wrist.
Where was this? What state?
Snuggles Bill Cosby actually admitted in court that
Bill
he did
Cosby
do that.
got out.
I got let off by Trump, but that wasn't black privilege. That was Trump privilege. Trump's not a racist. Trump's just
He was trying to get the black vote by letting Bill Cosby out. That's
not racist.
No, he did. No, I don't think Trump is racist. I don't think Trump cares enough about another person other than himself to technically qualify being a racist. That would means that he would have a preference over a color in the choice of like his service in life. But in actuality, he is for whoever is going, he can step on to step up or have entry or bypass. I don't think he's a racist. I don't even think he's prejudiced. I just think he's a fucking privileged idiot whose absence of heart and a spirit.
Well, you don't understand how racism works then.
Racism to me has to be a discrimination based on like skin color with a certain attitude or demeanor towards. He wouldn't get up there. I don't think he has enough respect for anyone. I think the way he treats black people, he would treat any fucking body. He has literally talked about everybody.
You still don't understand what racism is. Racism isn't exclusive to black people.
Yeah, black people can be racist.
No,
White people can be racist.
But I don't think that he would have a problem
Look at
using
the definition
anybody.
of racist. That talks about power. So
No, that's the man-made created to redesign racism. That's not racism.
Yeah.
Racism is thinking that you superior to another ethnic group because of who you are or whatnot. It's not nothing to do with having power or shit. No, all that bullshit. That was made up by Tariq Nasheed and all them motherfuckers.
See, racism is actually, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. Racism works racism has the ability to be pliable based on the society, the economy, and the laws of the land. Racism in France is different than racism in America.
Yeah, I only concentrate on America.
But they're both forms of racism.
Well,
racism in the North is different from racism in the South in the same America.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can't just have this blanket. This is what racism is, and if it's not this, then it can't be that.
Well, no, you just created the blanket. You put you knitted racism on the blanket and just pulled it over. When in actuality, racism is a discrimination based on skin color alone, to the point where you would disassociate yourself with that. France is more of a colorism. It goes by the tone, the tone of the tint, how much they don't like you. If you're lighter colored, you're more favorable than if you're darker colored, which they actually have that in a lot of countries and even a couple of religions like Jainists believe that if you're darker colored, that you're a shadow person and you're not to be touched. So, I mean, there is a difference.
You're right.
I just feel that Jussie got that black privilege though.
Colorism and racism don't have
prejudice, discrimination.
I didn't say that. I didn't say they coincide each other, but they do have two different definitions. That's all I'm saying.
Against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. They don't say nothing about money or power, minority or marginal. That's that bullshit out there.
Like if I went to France, they would hate me because I'm black, but they would love me because I'm gay, because they actually like are pro-gay like people. So like,
is gay a race?
I'm just speaking of the distinct.
I just asked a simple
No,
question.
it's not. It's a class.
Okay.
Or some would describe it as that. I don't personally think that I'm in a class just because of something that I do that doesn't involve anybody else. I mean, me personally.
And what's the root word of racism?
Race.
Okay.
I wasn't saying that homosexuality was racism would coincide with each other. I was just speaking to France and how their demeanor is when it comes to prejudices, which it does all coincide under that. Now, if you want to say that he is prejudiced, even still, I think that he would absolutely have a black dude as his. He fucks another person of color. Like, you know, or whatever he does with her, whatever he calls it. But
he's a racist. No,
I just don't think he's invested enough to even hate anybody. I think he's too self-involved, and everybody is a pawn to him.
We all can be a little racist.
It always have to do with hate.
I don't think he cares enough about anybody else to hate them. That's what I'm saying. There's just a personal.
He likes to win. That's all that
It's
is.
not always based on hate. Racism in a lot of cases, and actually most cases, is based on ignorance. So the lack of knowledge, understanding, that's what leads to racism. And if anyone has a lack of understanding, it's Donald Trump.
But that's also well, I will give you that. There's a lot of truth in that statement. But
Donald Trump
also
pretends not to understand.
But
That's
also, I don't think he cares to understand. I think he is just too self-involved to
Well,
even.
that's why it's called ignorance.
Which makes it so much easier to be a racist, because when you already are, your basis is I don't care, then it's so much easier to shit on people's feelings, emotions, culture, way of life.
I mean,
Kamala Harris
he
is
grew
racist.
up in, not to excuse him, but he grows up in an environment where literally those are the detriments and the downfall to your evolvement.
Stop. You literally did the exact opposite of what you said. You said not to excuse.
I'm not excuse. His actions don't excuse your feelings of his labeling. I'm saying that to prove my point, not to disencourage yours.
Right, but you're not proving your point when you say that you're not giving him an out clause, and then the next words out of your mouth are giving him an out clause.
Name some racist that Donald Trump did. What is some racist that Donald Trump did? As an example, so we know.
Well, let's look up the definition of racist first. Can we?
I don't know. We throw around the racism word all the time, but we don't know.
Wall is one form of his racism.
What you say?
I said building the wall.
How's that racism?
And that had nothing to do with black people.
It had nothing to do with Mexicans either.
Because now Biden talking about building a wall because it's too many.
Obama talked about building a wall.
And Obama,
it was Obama's idea.
I never said Biden or Obama weren't racist either.
But how is it racist to defend you? If you elected a leader of a country, it's your responsibility to defend the borders. As to the president of the United States, you got to defend the borders.
No, let's not. No. Let's not go into the ethics of how of what a wall can do to seascape people who dig holes in the fucking ground to get to America. Let's not talk about that. Let's please not go to that.
They got holes. They can do anything.
Let's not do that. That was the stupidest idea ever.
So you know that the whole symbolism behind his whole thing was based on racism.
It was based on other people's racism, which he catered to, which makes him a fucking idiot, and it makes him a a hate monger.
No, I'm gonna tell you what a non-racist.
Everybody gonna think you racist.
What a non-racist person does, Lance. A non-racist person doesn't play racist.
Oh,
A non-racist person, especially when they recognize that you are a racist, does not exploit your racism for their own benefit.
You know what? Be not
to exploit someone else's racism. That means that there is a certain level of that racism within you for you to allow it to breathe and permeate, whether it's for your benefit or anyone else's benefit.
By your definition, B9, I can prove that B9 is racist. You know why B9 is racist?
Why?
B9, is your door locked right now? Do you have locks on your door? Do you have a door on your house right now? Then you are racist because you try to keep people out your house. Why can't you just have an open door?
I am racist. I don't hide from it.
Okay.
I don't hide from it. I mean,
so everybody with a door is racist.
No, not everybody with a door is racist. Everyone with a door bought the house. I mean, the door came with the house. So the racism. So the racism was built into the house.
So you just gave yourself an out.
Because at one time we left our doors unlocked. We didn't lock our doors.
We had doors.
At a certain point, it was one time when we left our doors unlocked.
but we still had doors to leave locked. So
Can we go back to talking about the underground world? Because that conversation makes more sense to me.
I would say we throw around the word racism, but we never really had
Look, I
identified.
just think I think he is a man who's a megalomaniac who has no consideration. I think he's a fucking narcissist. I don't think that he. I don't think yeah. Simple words. He's
Yeah,
fucking
that's
dick.
one thing we can agree on. He's a narcissist.
I don't.
I'm also a dick.
I don't think anybody. I don't think he. I just don't think he even sees other people, white people included. I don't think he sees anybody. This is the kind of nigga I think he would push a white kid into a traffic if it meant that he could get something out of it.
So he's blind.
He's smart. 48 laws of power. Smart.
After he's been in the eye of the nation, I can't sit up here and say that he is blind to his own peril. He is obviously not ignorant to how his treatment of people. I just think that he doesn't care what we say.
And he's also not ignorant to the fact that he can say certain things about certain people and not get the same repercussions that he would get if he said those exact same things about a different group of people.
But
So
he has. He's called Republicans idiots.
but it's still based in racism.
I'd rather be considered
the Republicans.
to be
Most of the Republicans are
though.
white.
Because anybody,
racism, you still have to change the fact. They're white. They're whatever. They're Republican.
Well, now you're associating a race with them, though.
with all this Me Too shit and all that, anybody who makes themselves accessible to that, then anytime a woman can accuse you of this and you lose your career, cancel culture and all that, then you are stupid. I'd rather be racist.
I mean,
I'd rather be considered or portrayed racist. You can say, "Oh, you an asshole," and this. I'd rather do that than have you be able to control my money or whatnot with cancel culture. You can't cancel Trump.
Hey, and once again, you saw me proudly say that I am racist. I know what's going on in America, so I know my position in this thing.
By anybody's dues, you know.
So I don't be, but my point is, I don't begrudge the next person for being racist. What I have a problem with is how ignorant black people are of calling a spade a spade.
Because it's not a spade, he's a fucking joker. He's a fucking joke.
He's a winner, man. He wins. That's what
he was born one. He was born with the fucking award, the trophy, and the goddamn fucking beach house with the Barbie.
Nobody could say what Trump said and still be as successful as he is right now.
Absolutely, they can. Absolutely, they can. Ask the other 38 white men before him. Ask the other 38 white men before him.
There are way more successful people than Trump that have said way more salacious and done way more.
Done more. Absolutely.
Trump
so you have to not care.
The problem with this is once again, it goes back to education. Because people are not as well traveled or educated as they should be, they think that Trump, who's really a little fish, is a big boy, is a shot caller, is great, this and that. He is so small in the grand scheme of things. Like he's been trying to get into the billionaires boys club of the NFL forever. And because Trump knows how power works, he has literally had to settle for the presidency of the United States versus being in the real positions of power that he really wants to be in.
This motherfucker ain't no celebrity. He ain't no Cardi B, but he could go anywhere and get 60,000 people to come and watch him talk.
60,000 people is nothing.
He can feel up for a regular person.
He was a celebrity in the 80s. He was Jersey Shore and one of those D-lister celebrities back in the 80s.
Yeah, he's been on TV forever.
He was a celebrity just for promoting Mike Tyson fight. Like he was.
So let me ask you this: Are you saying that
he was like Diddy? He put himself in the mix when he didn't even have to be there.
Diddy can get a whole demographic of people to come support him and watch him and line up wait in line for days, camp out there. Nah, Diddy ain't doing that.
I mean, Diddy's not trying anymore. He's got his money. He's comfortable. He's out there prowling for men now.
Even if he tried.
Being a fucking predator.
That's what Trash Can tries to be slick. Trash Can knew that the Diddy thing was only brought up because he was talking about Trump's not a celebrity. And when we brought up just to hit that he's a celebrity, and then Trash Can try to move the goalposts and make it political, that was only brought up to debunk how you said Trump's not a celebrity. And yes, he is. Now we can get back to politics, which has absolutely nothing to do with Diddy.
Oh, he handled you your turtle. He handed you your turtle wax. He handed you your turtle wax. He handed you your turtle wax, son. Now go ahead and shine that trash can.
Name one politician that can demand the same attention right now, other than Trump.
Ocasio.
The same following.
Ocasio.
In America.
Ocasio.
Obama.
You ain't talking about AOC.
Obama.
Hell no. Obama. Nobody come and check for Obama. They pissed at Obama. Black people don't even like Obama no more.
Like I said, Michelle Obama sold out
Big Mike Obama.
20 arenas.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Off of a book. And that's his wife. The first lady sold out 20 arenas.
Show me a pregnant photo of Michelle Obama before you call him his wife.
Show you a what?
Google
Trash can, don't do it. Don't do it, trash can.
Before you say that's Barack Obama's wife, just
trash can, don't do it.
Pregnancy
don't do it, trash can.
It's been plenty of time. I ain't seen not one pregnancy photo that this woman have. I just seen a lot of masks.
Trash can, don't do it, dog. Don't do it.
Well, what does her pregnancy have to do with her?
Because she ain't no fucking woman. Y'all calling her a woman and she ain't no woman.
That's the biggest trick.
Whatever it is still married to Barack Obama.
It is still married. With children. Motherfucking get in line.
She
Yes,
ain't got
ma'am.
no damn children.
Wow.
Those godparents that follow her around, that's her children's
But see, this is where you
mother.
gotta stop, Trash Can. Like, you get into these bullshit talking points.
How's that bullshit?
Talking about wives and whether she has children or not, whether she was been pregnant for real or not, whether even if she's a man, it still does not change the fact that that is his wife and that she or he, whatever you want to call it,
she looking like a man.
Has the same power, if not more power, than the Donald Trump that you speak of.
Hell no.
What's Donald Trump's wife's name?
So there are politicians out here that do have the
that's his daughter.
that you speak of.
That's his daughter. That's his daughter, the one he said he liked so much. That said she's so cute that he would fuck her. Yeah, this is the nigga you pretending.
What the hell you talking about? You
didn't, y'all. Oh, you don't remember when he was in the? Oh yeah, she looked good. You know, if I was, ew.
He ain't say that. Now Biden just said shit about kids. He just said
no. Stop. Do not protect this. Do not
look up Biden holding a fucking baby.
Stop this. This is what I don't like. Why do we keep comparing the devil to the devil Jr. or devil light or devil in a different? They both devil.
Which one ain't a devil?
Why are you comparing Trump to Biden? Neither one of them give a fuck about you. Neither one of them.
And I beg to differ. You know, he gives a fuck about your vote, about the how you vote. Yes, he do. That's why he offered the platinum plan.
In case the Simpsons haven't showed you, could be taken by anyone and used for their own reference. You still have a debt to America, sir, and a certificate number to prove it. So you
lost by over 3 million votes.
Don't get me started on that voting shit, because now this like sister show.
What Trump cares about is the electoral college. What every politician
that's what it's supposed to be.
Is the electoral college. The electoral college is not the popular vote.
We need the electoral college though.
So the majority does not win.
They ain't about the. If it was the majority, then California would decide every fucking vote.
If it was a majority, then we would be able to.
Important. Then who votes for the president?
Yeah, California and New York could decide who's president every election. If it was the fucking majority vote.
But hold on. If what you're saying is true based off of size, then that means California would have about 20 senators if Vermont and New Hampshire gets 2. Because Vermont and New Hampshire are such small states that they don't need the exact same representation of a California or Texas.
Every state is equal. That's why we had the electoral college to make it sure
No,
everything balanced.
but I'm going off of your logic.
No, you talking about the popular vote. I said if it's the popular vote, then the states with the majority of the people would be California, New York would decide who's going to be the president every election if we did it by the popular vote.
It would be Texas, California, New York, right? But because
California and New York has one entity, that's what I'm saying. They both the same.
But because there is a different system, every 4 years we are worried about the Iowa caucus. Who gives a fuck about Iowa? Nobody. So why is the caucus always in Iowa? Why is history always being made? Why is Wisconsin always so important during the?
We have swing states.
No, that's the Midland, which tend to stick together. Those are a bunch of states right there. Which, if we had a popular vote and a popular vote only, and the electoral college, which what it's supposed to do is represent us, not take our vote, no matter what we say. If we had an actual popular vote, then people would be forced to actually communicate, unionize themselves, and collaborate. No, it wouldn't, because then people would be forced to educate themselves and figure out what they would get from the government.
They want it easy.
Tell me why the electoral college even exists in America.
For equality, to make the 50 states equal. Everybody get an equal say. Ain't no flyover say you all get an equal say because you all got to pay the same amount of taxes.
Nope.
You all got to pay the same part.
No.
Yes, it is.
Tell them be now.
It's lesson time, trash can.
Get in here and be late.
The electoral college was invented because black men were considered 3/5 of a man. So the electoral college is the other 40% of our 60%. That is why even black people that had enough money, power, and prestige bought slaves themselves, because the more slaves that you own, the more votes that you got.
Property
that was
value.
the Democrats. Yeah, they did that.
That was everyone. That was the law.
No.
Yes,
not in North.
yes.
Slavery in the South.
But no. All people took advantage of this. This was not a voting practice just in the South. This was a voting practice throughout the continental United States.
Yeah, the North was just treated humanely. And most Northerners.
Let me ask you a question about 3/5. Was every black person considered a 3/5 of a person, or was it the blacks in the South that was 3/5 of a person, and the blacks in the North was a whole person?
Every person was considered a 3/5. It's in the Constitution. The Constitution wasn't written for the North and the South. The Constitution was written for America as a whole.
The North still had to buy their. They still had to buy. They still had to buy their citizenship. You still had to purchase it.
Thomas Jefferson, John Hancock. Those are the ones that decided at America's inception that you were 3/5 of a man. This did not come along later on with Southern racism or Southern rhetoric and separation. This was what America was built on from jump.
English practice.
In the North, the blacks voted as a whole person in the North.
If they bought their citizenship, yes.
Look up the 3/5 rule. It was free states in the North, slave states in the South. Look up the 3/5 rule. It'll show you that.
And I'm here to tell you that I don't have to look it up. I'm very well versed in this, and you're very inaccurate with that. Like nowhere Now, like you were a free man, but you were never an equal man. There's a difference. Just because you allowed your freedom in the North does not mean that you were ever given equality. Pittsburgh, Boston, Massachusetts, there are pockets in the northeastern section that are still till this day some of the racist places in America. The
Philadelphia being one.
Ku Klux Klan started in chapters.
Let me here go the 3/5 compromise. The 3/5 compromise was an agreement reached during 1787 United States Constitutional Convention over the counting of slaves and determining a state's total population. This count would determine the number of seats in the House of Representatives and how much each state would pay in taxes. The compromise counted 3/5 of each state's slave population towards that state's total population for the purpose of appointing the House of Representatives. Even though slaves were denied voting rights, this gave Southern states a third more representatives and a third more presidential electoral votes. Then, if slaves had not been counted, free blacks and indentured servants were not subject to the compromise, and each was counted as one full person for representation.
Which is why they could buy slaves.
The 3/5 compromise is part of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Section 2 of the 14th Amendment.
Which is
later superseded this clause in so hey.
That wait, listen. Notice what you said. Not the emergent and the creation of the Constitution, but an amendment of the Constitution. Okay. Wait. That's an amendment. No, we were talking about why the Electoral College was created, and a freeman still did not have the same rights as a citizen, but they could buy slaves up in the North. They were called indentured servants. You are correct. Also, there were white Irish people that were indentured servants, and also Indians and Chinese people as well.
We had Jim Crow laws created by Democrats. We did have Jim Crow laws.
It was not Democrat. That was created by the Union.
Trash can.
No, the Union is
trash can. Say that year again.
1787.
Now, when did the South break away from the North?
They I know they ended the war in 1776.
No, they ended the Civil War in 1865.
I thought it was 45.
No, the country was created in 1776. 1865 was when. Yeah.
Civil War ended. So when did the South break away from the North? It happened in the 1850s. So my point of this is that what you just read for a unified America.
The South broke away from the North when Abraham Lincoln, with his House of Representatives and his Senate that was mostly Republican at the time, ended slavery. They voted to end slavery.
They didn't end slavery.
They voted to end slavery. Abraham Lincoln.
That was in the 1800s, correct?
Let me pull it up now. I don't wanna...
Oh, I hate history, and this is like one of the few things.
Come on, you can't say it like no.
He's talking to a school teacher, so I don't understand why.
I don't understand either. You are talking to a whole professor of knowledge, and he is correct in what he is saying.
But we'll go down this road. I want this air back on my deathbed, though. Back.
On April 8th, 1864, the Senate passed an amendment to abolish slavery after one unsuccessful vote in the system legislation.
Almost 100 years
by Lincoln.
After what you just read. Almost 100 years after what you just read.
Yeah, Democrats wanted to keep their slaves. Yeah.
So how can you bring Abraham Lincoln into this argument when that was almost 100 years late?
The Free Soul Party.
Stop.
The Free Soul Party created the Republican
Catch the
Party.
boomerang. It's coming back. Catch
the Free Soul Party and created. Now, the oldest standing party is the Democratic Party. You are correct. They are the party of slavery. You are correct. Now, the Free Soul Party went on to create the Republican Party, which was formed to free black people, to give black people their rights. Or by black people for black people.
Stop giving me your Republican rhetoric, because I never brought up Republican or Democrat in this whole argument. I never brought that up. I'm talking about 3/5 of a man, and it was written by your forefathers when America was united, North and South.
3/5 of a person was created.
Now, because the South had more slaves than the North, then the South got more votes than the North. That's why it was always so difficult to pick a candidate from the South, because the South could always outnumber you with the votes, because their slaves counted as political.
And that's the only reason why the North said, okay, if you're going to give them voting rights, you're going to give them that electoral vote, then you got to free your slaves then. If they're going to be able to have that, be counted as a vote. You got to free them.
It's all spell.
Y'all are on the right path.
That's the reason why I sing.
Because history goes chronologically. You don't get to step 2 and step
3.
That's when you hear some truth you don't want to hear.
Someone asked the question, were the slaves free?
I can't hear that you talking about.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You'll understand what's really going on, because I've listened to you a lot bring up the Democrats and the Republicans, and you are absolutely right from a historic standpoint. But where you are wrong at is that these same Dixie Democrats that you tried to blame everything on, they switched on John F. Kennedy, and they switched from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party.
How long is we gonna say that shit? They just switched back.
It didn't happen. It happened more than once though.
Talk about history, and you're going to talk about the past. Be historically accurate with the story.
How many times they just switched? Because I heard they just switched
a couple of times. It was very common for small groups to filibuster, gang together, and overtake in a tyrannical overthrow of government. It happened. I think at least 3 or 4 times. I want to say.
Might have been in office for 47 years. Did they switch any time he was in office?
Who?
Okay.
Who?
Joe Biden had been in office for over 47 years. Did they
Joe Biden has been in politics for over 47 years.
He's been in office for 25
years. For 47
He's been in politics for 47 years. So which time did they switch? He's been a Democrat for this whole time.
But this is the dangerous rhetoric that you have to stop. He has not been in the House.
I ain't say he ain't been a president for 47 years. He's been involved in politics. I'm guessing that we can all assume that we're talking about he's been involved in politics for over 47 years. The point is, he's been a Democrat.
I'm gonna start calling your stuff Springer Sessions. Springer Sessions.
At which point did he switch? Because as far as I know, the Democrats is the party of the KKK.
Hey,
good morning, and I'm gonna lead y'all to this conversation.
The red shirt.
Bye.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that the Democratic Party is only half of the KKK. The Republican Party is the other half. Matter of fact, it's only a third of it. The Democratic Party is a third. The Republican Party is a third. And whoever's left over as independents that have the shroud to put on a white hood, that makes up your other third.
So the KKK, the other half of the KKK, came up with affirmative action.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to understand how that racism is working both angles. They are literally burning the
They can infiltrate, yeah.
ends. When one of the greatest illusions ever is when Ronald Reagan created the war on drugs and single-handedly brought kilos and kilos of cocaine into America.
Now we gonna get on the damn cocaine.
I'm just saying, I'm giving him credit. That's brilliant. That's because you making money from any angle. You making money from the drug dealer. You making money from the police that's trying to catch the drug dealer. Only Dolores C. Tucker had that type of brilliance. Dolores C. Tucker bought into Interscope Records, bought into Epic Records, and then started having rallies and stuff against Tupac, against the same artists that she was getting paid against. So she started getting all of this campaign money to stop all of the bad words and rap music and all of the this and that. So both sides, whether Tupac sold records or whether Tupac got shut down, Dolores C. Tucker was making money. That's how you do it. You make money by playing both sides of the fence.
That's true. And you got it's important for us to know our history at the same
That's
time.
why Republicans and Democrats can go back and forth like they do.
Yeah, it's a uniparty. It's starting because they missing the very important concept right now, which is us.
Politics is no different than wrestling. When they're in the ring or when they're on the house floor or this and that, then it's The Rock against whomever. But after that show is over, they have the same attorney, they have the same stockbroker, they've got the same accountant.
And Trump fucked that shit up when he got in there too.
But
so I
no,
read stuff like this with yes he did. He upset then why they so mad at him? Both parties mad at him. M. Mills said Jim Crow laws were created by Caucasians, not falling for that political party. Of course, the Caucasians were in power when the Jim Crow laws was created, but it was created by Democrats. That was a Democratic law. At the when they abolished slavery or whatnot, that was one of their conditions when they got in there that they had to have Jim Crow. There's a problem we don't truly know our history. That is a true problem that we don't really know our history. We assume a lot of things. Now, Trey with the nonsense. I don't see what the nonsense.
And the problem and the real problem with our history is that most of the books that we trust on a government curriculum level are inaccurate. They are not telling you the truth. So it's hard to go against somebody who just got an A because they put on the test that Christopher Columbus discovered America, and then to find out later on that that A is really invalid because you can't discover something that already had people in civilization by the millions already here.
Throughout history, everybody create whatever book is made is gonna be in the favor of who's ever in power at the time.
And
that's why in wars they killed the people who took the laws and took the data. They killed them off, cut their eyes out, cut their tongues out, cut their hands off, so they could write their people history down and they can make their own history.
And they burnt the books.
Yeah, that happened.
And so my point of it is that we have to realize that when we talk about how come we haven't figured out the pyramids yet, maybe because that information was burnt up. Maybe because they didn't want, maybe because they've made us no choice but to have us believing that aliens came down and gave us all this great math and technology and science, because you burnt the actual data that we acquired here on Earth thousands of years ago to show you that we some bad motherfuckers.
But it's a shame how quickly black people go along with that narrative, and they say, "Yeah, aliens create." They go along with that shit either before they believe an actual black person, an Egyptian,
and
did
now
that.
it's coming full circle. And because this black person will easily believe this shit over other races, that's why racism works and exists. Because it's always easier to sell something to the sucker than it is to sell something to the intelligent person. The intelligent person is going to ask you, how does this refrigerator work? What happens when the power goes out? Is it going to make the ice cubes? Is it going to do this? Is it going to do that? An unintelligent person says, thank you. Thanks for the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the end of the conversation.
That's true.
So,
but a smart person would want to know how the fridge is made in case the other one who invented the fridge dies or get taken off, they want to know that knowledge so they can continue it on. So yeah, that's like give a man a fish or teach a man a fish. That's the same concept.
And see, and we used to be brought up on a system where you giving me that knowledge will ensure that I'm going to work to make it better. I'm going to work because we didn't have refrigerators with ice cube makers back in the day. So when you give me the technology that you have on refrigerators, now I can add the ice maker. When you give me this technology that you have with refrigerators, now I can make sure that you can now put your grocery list
Transportation.
refrigerator, and your refrigerator sends a text out to your wife or your husband who's at the grocery store actually buying the food.
And a black man created the transportation system for refrigeration. Refrigerating meat and transportating it. So a lot of people don't know that.
Most men don't, and that goes right back to the 3/5 rule. Most people don't understand why black people's inventions were stolen, and it was stolen because you can't invent something if you're not a whole
patent
man.
it.
And you can't get a patent unless you're a whole man. George Washington Carver invented so many things that created the Ford Company, the Ford Dynasty. And George Washington Carver could not benefit because he was not considered a man, so he was not patent worthy.
Let me ask you this then. Let's say you write about the party switching sides or whatever they switch. The Democrats have such an evil history in regards to how they treated black people and the history of it, right? So why they never changed their name? Why they remain Democrats? Wouldn't it be a value to change their party's name? I mean, a lot of people don't know that Confederate flag belongs to them as well.
No, the answer to your question is no, because the value is shrouded in secrecy. The value is being able to have you know that the devil is there, but you can't see him. You can't smell him. His presence cannot be felt or touched, because if his presence is felt or touched, then now you have the power to work on eliminating that. But there's no point of eliminating something if it doesn't exist. So the greatest power that they have is making you think that they don't exist. And the perfect example of what I mean is look at the Democratic governor of West Virginia. He always votes Republican.
Yeah.
Because he knows that as long as I'm a Democrat but I vote Republican,
they keep me off.
Democrats can never completely pass anything. I can always be the monkey wrench that throws.
That's smart though.
Oh, but answering your question, that's why they never publicly made the switch over to saying, okay, now we're Republicans. We've left the Democratic Party and we've taken all our evil over to the Republican Party. No,
that's on the both sides though. They got that on both sides.
You're making my point. They get to go back and forth on both sides, and they've even started creating the independent evil. Bernie Sanders has created the independent evil. So in the next 20, 40 years, the independent party is going to be a force to be reckoned with, because the seeds are being planted right now and we see them actually growing.
You think so? Bernie Sanders?
They're now, using your analogy, they're growing more at an autism pace. They're not growing at the same rate that the Republican and the Democratic Party grew, but they're growing still the same. If you are a dead party, then there would be no growth at all. Just because your growth is minimal in comparison to other growths doesn't mean that you are not going to be a force to be reckoned with.
They just be sucked into one of the bigger parties.
Back in the 80s, you couldn't convince anybody that rap music was going to be on the same level and even surpass R&B music. Back in the 80s, R&B was king and it was always going to be king. back in the 90s, early 2000s. BlackBerry was the king of cell phones, and no one was ever going to take BlackBerry off of its pedestal of being king. Look how things have turned out, Trash Can.
Yeah, that's technology.
But it's also people and their predictions that goes back to the saying, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. Because no one knew that Apple was on the way. No one knew that the iPhone was going to take over the whole world the way that it did. And in the same breath that Apple has taken over BlackBerry, someone's going to take over Apple.
Blockbuster had a chance to buy Netflix.
And when I tell people that there's going to be a new cell phone company that overtakes Apple, they're going to laugh.
I believe it.
They're going to laugh at me the same way they laughed at the people that believed in BlackBerry. So change is always going to come, and the people that are stuck in their ways, they get the luxury of laughing at you, making fun of you, then having 2020 vision later on and being Monday morning quarterback and saying, I was on your side the whole time. I was with you the whole time. Everybody hated Martin Luther King. Black, white, Asian,
yeah.
all hated. But look at the story now. Now that we have,
he's a winner. They love winners. Yeah, they don't like underdogs.
But they love winners to a point where they've all Forrest Gumped themselves into Selma, Alabama. They've all Forrest Gumped themselves into the March on Washington. Watch how many people Forrest Gumped themselves into the Million Man March when Farrakhan had that shit.
I'm just hoping they don't make George Floyd a thing to where people thinking like he was some powerful man that led a movement and all this bullshit. Because kids gonna grow up and they gonna look at the statues, and if those statues still around, hopefully they not, but they gonna look at that and they gonna think, oh, this man was well, I strive to be. He was important. He was a good man or whatnot. No, he wasn't. What happened to him was terrible, but he wasn't no good man.
Hey, and Snuggles, you cannot listen to me on other podcasts and then ask me the same questions that.
Which one's the same question?
All three of them. Everything Snuggles is saying right now, he or she is literally just regurgitating everything that I said. Well, I know what I say, Snuggle. Okay, I'm not that. I don't smoke that many cigars. I know what I
sit up there and listen to all like your talking points and go from platform to platform and still listen to it. That's the amazing part.
But I am impressed by that because
one
thing about Snuggles, I don't know if you are male or female, but I do know that you are intellectual.
Snuggles are AI.
And that's why I say Snuggles might be intellectual. Snuggles might be watching the computer.
That he might be a damn computer program learning about people.
Exactly. That's what that's all Watson is. AI technology better learn you day after day, year after year. That gets better, bigger, stronger, faster. Snuggles is that computer that be winning on Jeopardy.
Winning that chess and shit.
But yeah, but you're on the right path, Trash Can. That's why I fuck with you, because I can tell that you're doing your homework. But history in the past is just like the body. We focus on the muscles, but we have to understand the connective joints, the ligaments, and everything that works to make those muscles do what they do. And so we're being given the muscle part of history, but we haven't been given the ligaments, the other things, the other connective tissues that are a requirement for those muscles to work at an effective rate and give us maximum performance. So
you wouldn't agree that the history is kind of similar to the Bible in the fact that we don't know if it's something that could be wrong, but we got to go off a basis of something. We got to have a basis of something and say, all right, this could be wrong, could be not, but we got to start somewhere as a basis and go off of that.
And that's why, as much credit as we give Sigmund Freud, as much credit as we give Glasgow and Maslow and all of these other people, we have not taken away theory from
Yeah,
what
you
they're
had that.
saying. We have not said, okay, this is Sigmund Freud facts.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we base PhDs on what Sigmund Freud's theories are, we do not have enough corroborating evidence to take them out of the realm of just being theory. And this is the problem that we have on YouTube and in all these spaces, is that everyone's theory is all of a sudden fact. Everyone's belief, everyone's faith is all of a sudden fact. And that is a grave disservice to yourself.
Yeah.
Because
You can be wrong. Everybody can be
you can't
wrong.
lie to a nigga like me. You can't lie to a nigga like Trash Can. We study too much for that. All you can do is lie to yourself and make yourself believe that, oh yeah, it was definitely aliens and it was definitely this and it was Stop selling yourself short. If you do real research out here, you can corroborate your facts with other publications, other that are from different time eras, from different hemispheres. These people have never met each other. Some of these people weren't even alive at the same time. So for them to come up with the same information based off years and years of data and study and research, there must be something there. So those are the rabbit holes that we need to be going down, are the rabbit holes of acquiring more knowledge, not the bullshit rabbit holes that we end up always going down.
Well, I respect everybody's thoughts as long as they thinking for themselves. If they coming up with they say, I don't want to hear nobody else's talking point. Pour out. Like a lot of times I hear on these YouTube, I hear Kevin Samuels talking points. Pour out another man's mind. I want to see what you think with your own mind. Where you took the same stuff they done took, the same parameters they done took, and you come up with your own original thought. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear nobody else's because I already heard their point of view before.
And nobody can beat Kevin Samuels better than Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
That's the real problem with this. Like you said, I'm going live right after this, after Just Kai, and I'm gonna be Just Kai.
Nah,
like why would I? Why?
yeah.
I'm doing that shit. You getting the best version of Just Kai right here, right now from Just Kai. Can't nobody in the world do it better than she can do herself.
Unless you have no value in yourself and you think somebody else is better than you and you got to reiterate or copy or imitate what they do and come out of you, then that's not cool.
And that's not only going on as people, but it's also the same thing with your business model. If everything that you're doing is the Kevin Samuels business model, if everything that you're doing is the Lapeef business model, then you're a dick rider. You're a jock rider. And that's all that it comes down to. It. Now, one thing that I will disagree with you on is that there's no such thing as your own information. All information is passed down. Everything B9 knows, B9 learned from somebody else.
Yeah, I ain't say that. I said your own original thought.
Oh,
that you to take all the information that you see that other people will see, like the same books you'd have read amount of books before. If they read the same amount of books, the same type of books you read, they should have come up with your exact thought that you had after reading it. They should be able to get that shit in their own head and come up with an original thought out of that material.
That makes perfect sense. I'm with you 100% there because everyone's perception is different. I'm with you. I understand what you're saying, and you're absolutely right on that. But I was just, I thought you was just talking about knowledge in general because I'm not that smart, and other people that know shit aren't that smart. They just lucked up and was blessed enough to come across the real knowledge, and that's my whole point about Matt Grogan in the Simpsons show. Matt Grogan had a real education that most people didn't have. So when Matt Grogan is talking about cell phones, once again, he's talking about Star Trek. He's talking about the tasers and the phasers and all of that other stuff. And then he has the advantage of adding those tasers and phasers with BlackBerry technology. So of course he can get right that the Apple phone is coming or this or that is coming because they understand history so they can have a better prediction and probability of what's coming for the future. No, and I tell you another company that's good at this, Marvel.
Oh yeah.
Marvel will talk about nanotechnology and all of this scientific, quantum computing and all of this stuff. And then when I'm doing my research on stocks, I'm coming across this same technology and this same stuff. And it's not because they invented it because of Marvel.
Inspired thought.
Doing the research on quantum technology way before it was public information.
Yeah.
So they were able to put this realism in their movie because they have military connections, because they have IT connections, because they have Silicon Valley connections of what's coming out 10 years from now. And they get to know about it right now. So they get to put it in their movie because they're advertising for these people early. They're advertising for Elon Musk and Tesla and electric cars and automatic drive. They're Fast and the Furious is advertising all of this shit. That's why it's a Fast and Furious 99.
It seemed like we've been up to slow growth at a certain point. Up until we got the computers, it's been slow growth. We get the TV, microwave, stove, stuff like that. But it seemed like after the computers hit, you got the computers, cell phones, mini TVs, internet, all this back to back real fast.
But you know
That's
what
crazy.
You really said? What you really said is after the computer, the next thing we got was the computer, then the computer, then we got the computer, then we got a computer. Then after we came up with that, you know, the next year we came out with a motherfucking computer. And so the problem with that is that we have so many new things on our mind, but we have yet finished evolving the old thing yet. Like you say, our computers back in the 60s had to take up a whole fucking floor of a government building. Then by the 80s, the computer was just on your desk in your house, but it was a piece of shit. Then in the 90s, it actually started working right, but then the internet was still some shit.
And then we got pride.
They got the internet right. Then after that, now the computer's in your pocket. Now, your cell phone right now can literally do more than a HP Hewlett Packard in the 90s.
Banking and everything.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
So we have yet to finish evolving yet there, because the next big thing is going to be robotics and artificial intelligence.
The next phone is gonna be right in the palm of your hand and right in behind your eye. You're gonna look at your shit. You're gonna be able to see it. They're gonna put it inside you now.
Everything, and this is another Simpsons thing. And I want y'all to give me credit the same way y'all give Simpsons credit 20 years from now. Google Glasses will come back.
That Google Glass is coming.
And the new cell phones will all be eyewear.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
We already know that.
And I'm not a magician.
Yeah, Google Glasses, yeah.
I'm just an investor. So I know what's coming 10 years from now. I'm reading up on the technology, and the eye wearables and is the wave of the future in cell phone technology.
And the way of the war, people thinking World War III is gonna be fought with tanks and shit. It's gonna be right here on the computer. That's the World War that's gonna be fought. Everything else is gonna be computer operated. The drones, we're gonna have drones flying back and forth. We ain't gonna be on the battlefield with actual guns and weaponry. We're gonna be like Demolition Man. All that shit gonna be in the museum.
And that's the real reason that we're going to war with Putin. It has nothing to do with Ukraine. It has to do with Putin being one of the biggest Bitcoin owners in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And if you allow him to keep all of that Bitcoin, he now has the power to fuck up the entire economic market when Bitcoin goes mainstream. So as long as someone of his ilk owns the majority of Bitcoin that they own, Bitcoin will never be able to go mainstream and replace fiat money. So they have to go get him to either receive that Bitcoin back or either to at least shut his Bitcoin down so that he can't fuck up the whole financial, economic, global market.
They want to treat
fuckboy shit.
They want to treat Bitcoin like they do diamonds and keep that shit housed. And so they only let a certain amount of diamonds and shit on the market, on the free market. They house the rest of it, lock it up, so they can control the value of it.
When they went and got little mustache man, all of those assets, all of that gold, all of those resources, it just magically disappeared.
Oh, we took that shit. You know, we split that up.
Who took it? But nobody ever claimed it. It might as well be at the bottom of the ocean with the Titanic.
They melted that logo right off of that motherfucker.
They plucked that junk like 24K. Yeah. Come on, swastika. We'll melt that shit.
Hey,
right now.
hey, I'll do you one better. Where did they scientists go? A lot of people don't know all the motherfucking Nazi scientists. They came to America to help us out.
And who's the most famous one of all?
Shit, they had BMW was involved in this shit. A lot of people. Go ahead. You had to hit me on that one.
Albert Einstein.
Not the Albert Einstein. Don't say that. Don't do that.
He
was German though.
Where you think we got him from?
German. Man.
Where you think we went and got him from?
You ain't gonna pick the most popular guy that people idolize behind and say he came from Nazi Germany.
What do you think Captain America was built on?
Yeah,
that's fucked up.
Yeah, the whole Captain America story was like something against Albert Einstein or something. Yeah, I remember.
And Albert Einstein. And why does Albert Einstein get all his credit? If you study Albert Einstein in his book, he tells you and he tries to play like America saved him, because he was just like, thank God America
captured his ass.
Because if y'all didn't, Germany would have had the first nuclear bomb. Germany would have had the first atomic bomb. How different would the world have been if Germany had that type of
They had a TV show about that if Germany had a big
ass boom.
And that's where the show came from, because we went and we did one of our missions to bring Albert Einstein to America.
Team America, World Police.
And
hey, that's your money rules, man. Because they ain't say nothing about BMW being involved in all that shit.
But there's so many, because people had to erase history.
They rewrite it. Yeah.
People never talk about 2 years before we went to war with Germany. Time magazine made him the man of the year. Time magazine made Short Mustache the man of the year.
Yeah, they did. Olympics and everything. He was
man of the year. Had endorsements from Disney, had endorsements from Coca-Cola, had endorsements from Ford, and they publicly said that they were for fascism. Because fascism went against communism.
Just like they doing today. They side with all the BLM bullshit and all that. They go whoever winning.
And so when it's time to erase history and they say, oh, wait a minute, he's the bad guy now? Oh, we weren't endorsing him. Oh, we weren't his friend. We weren't hanging around with him. They did the Epstein. They did the Epstein on him.
Yeah, I finna say they Epstein him.
And just like Epstein, what does the history book say? Oh, Hitler and his wife killed themselves. They self-deleted.
I don't believe that shit.
The same way Epstein self-deleted, right?
The same way Saddam. Oh, they took out Bin Laden and all that shit. They did that low key. They could have took him as a prisoner. They didn't want him as a prisoner though. They wanted to kill that motherfucker up there. He knew too much. That was an old CIA agent right there, low key.
Bin Laden had to go.
Man.
Bin Laden had to go.
And you know why he had to go, right?
He fucked up something. He got somebody order wrong. That's why.
He had to go because if it ever came out that everything that he ever learned, he learned right here in America,
We took his kids out of America when the war started and sent them over there. Right after the buildings got hit.
Once again, everything he ever learned, he learned here in America. Are y'all familiar with the term the petrodollar?
Mm-hmm. I'd have heard it before.
The petrodollar. See, when we used to back our money, we backed our money with gold or silver or natural.
Yeah.
They found out that we made more money than gold that we had. That's when inflation kicked in, and that's when y'all parents used to have to wait in line all day to get gas.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
And so that's why that happened. And so once we got away from gold, we instead of gold backing our money, we made the deal with Iran and Iraq and had their money. Our money was backed by their oil. So basically created what was called a petrodollar. And that's why till this day we will still go to the Middle East and wreck shop, because if they don't do what we want them to do, our dollar's not worth shit again.
That's why they was burning them oil fields out over there at the beginning. They were trying to hurt us
because they knew they was messing with our money.
Yeah.
And they knew that they was gonna get a response. They knew only so much money that you could fuck with us with before we had to come see.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So you really understand. I always tell y'all, when you really understand how this shit works, you will stop wasting your time with all of this other shit. Just try to understand capitalism, because capitalism will literally teach you 10 different sub-subjects while teaching you money. You will learn history. You will learn politics. You will learn how the penal code system works. You will learn how the branch legislature works. You will learn about global economics. You will learn about global politics.
I know the shit.
Geoeconomics, geopolitics.
The shit was wild when they after they popped Bin Laden, they took that motherfucker in the middle of the ocean and they threw that motherfucker in the ocean. They wouldn't let you see his body. They wouldn't let you examine it, no medical examiner.
That shit they did crazy. That nigga like Megatron on the end of
yeah.
Remember they dropped Megatron in the fucking ocean and shit into like the deepest, farthest part of the ocean. That's what the fuck they did.
They want to leave no questions. There ain't no questions in this shit.
They did that same shit to Black Rambo. The black dude that was the police officer that just kept killing police officers.
Yeah, they burnt that motherfucker alive in that building. That was crazy.
No body, no evidence, no nothing.
That was on small scale though. Was this in them? Because they know that they was fucked up, because he just wanted to come forward and tell the truth about some shit that was going on, and they blackballed his ass. And because they did that, he started knocking them motherfuckers off.
This is where my conspiracy theory comes into play. That nigga is Wesley Snipes in real life. Like, they got the paperwork to make him look like he burnt up.
Nikita.
And he this and that. But like you said, nobody. That nigga's over there in Afghanistan right now.
Taking niggas out.
175 kills.
Man. Hey, they will. The CIA will recruit your ass like that.
Yeah.
Like that's like they did the show Nikita. That's how they
you heard plenty of stories where they take the motherfucker that's been busting their ass for years and put him on their team. Goddamn.
And you're dead, so it's nothing for them to kill you at any moment.
Fingerprint.
So you're going to work because you already don't exist anyway.
Hey, do you know what that motherfucker looked like? I don't remember. I know he had a bald head. That's about it. You wouldn't even know if he was sitting right next to you.
Your neighbor right now, and you'd have no motherfucking idea that you were part of the biggest thing in CIA history.
But I remember they did that shit when they had that case. What was that? Was it the Jocelyn Maxwell case? But the judge's family got hit with the FedEx driver. Drove through and pulled up, popped the son, popped the daddy, and then somehow he just shot himself in the back of the head in the in a van, talking about he done offed himself. That shit crazy.
And when you want to off yourself, you always want to do it in the back of the head. You always want to do it in the
Right. You're right. You always want to do it in the most awkward position possible. Right.
You want to make
sure it's
the
done.
most possible. Right.
Man,
because your deletion doesn't count if it doesn't have at least a difficulty level.
that's crazy.
It's like a dive. If you don't at least get an 8.9, then you're not even Olympic worthy.
You don't qualify.
Right.
Hey, that shit was crazy though. They ain't want people knowing about that case.
And that was my point about the whole Juicy Smollett thing. Like, how can we try to act like this motherfucker was framed when he walked into the police station with a noose around his neck?
Hey, bro, my 72-year-old mama can't even wrap her mind around that. She was like, if I was him and that would have really happened to me, she was like, the first thing I'm doing is taking that damn noose off my neck. That's the first damn thing I'm doing.
They better zip tie that motherfucker.
Hey, like, I ain't walking around with the weapons of my ass whooping, you know.
And if he was really smart and if he was really a businessman, he would have marketed them nooses and put a Jesus piece on them.
Man, it was even more fucked up than that because they said he had the fucking noose off, but when the cops came, he put the fucking noose back on. Like, I want to show him how it looked when it was on me.
But see, selfless plug right here. This is why Yella is the CEO and these other niggas is just out here faking, man. Yella would not have let that opportunity pass without marketing and making sure the Yellow Pill Coffee Company did not maximize profits on that.
Hangman gear.
They would have definitely made maximum.
He got his white woman again
on that noose.
Hold on, man. We got, like I said, man. I got. This is a national marketing program.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
You on Twitch? I know how it is, dog.
Yeah, this is a national marketing program. Shout out to the host lady. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, our branding is expanding, bro. We ain't got
that brings a point though. You can change the face.
Hold on, Kai, put me on full screen real quick. Hold on.
Okay, amen.
It's gonna be just like her there.
You know, we got the host lady coffee. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I gotta drop.
Hey, she look young as hell in there. That's a high school
picture for you. I gotta add the shit in. But hold on, man. I introduced our new product the other day. But here you go, right here.
Damn!
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's the crypto. That's a new NFT. That's NFT right there.
You know what I'm saying? This the B9, the chocolate bizzle sticks, because we don't have just coffee. We got shit to stir shit up too. You know what I'm saying? We got shit to stir shit up too. You know what I'm saying? So check us out, man. You know what I'm saying?
They ain't ready for that strong. That's too strong of a coffee right there. They ain't ready.
Yeah, he couldn't have no coffee. Yeah, he couldn't have no coffee.
No milk.
His coffee flavor would be fucking killing motherfuckers. The test subjects couldn't handle it.
Man, you were trying to pour milk in that motherfucker and stir it up. The milk will float right back to the top. It ain't gonna mix.
We was gonna call his brand, his flavor, real nigga shit, but we couldn't. You know, the tasting public couldn't handle it. It was too strong for him. We had reports of people being up for 72 hours straight. So you know
man,
it was too much for him.
And by the way, Ocean, that picture is less than a year old. Thank you very much.
Oh no, that's like your high school picture.
That was only like 6 months ago picture. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Better stop using that Photoshop.
Never. I have never used a Photoshop.
Hey, I want the old. I have, and I want to go on record and say I am a married man. I have daughters of my own.
Oh man,
there is zero. Matter of fact, there is negative numbers of pedophilia associated with B9.
Amen.
But I want to go on record and say that I watched one of your videos today, Kai, and your daughter is the.
Oh, what the?
Oh, thank you. She looks just like me.
Oh, like where this going?
She looks just like her mama.
Just like me.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but that's your. Even if the crypto, it was created by a black man, it would be smart for that black man to let them know it was him. Because it wouldn't sell as good if they knew it was a black man.
Yeah, hey, real
I
shit.
pretend it was
though,
Asian,
Trash
man.
Man.
Yeah.
You just said some shit in the last 2 hours, bro, but that's some real ass
That's
shit
what,
right
hey,
there.
that's to the sale.
I come up with some raw ass shit. I ain't letting nobody know I
Hey,
made this.
J.K. Rowling did the same thing for a while. She ain't let you know she made those Harry Potter
Yeah, she
books.
was.
Yeah,
Everybody thought she was a dude.
Yeah, they thought they was a man. That shit sold.
But see, once again, B9 Nizzle story time. Gather around, kiddies.
All right.
And all of this is a lie. Let me be frank with you right now.
Oh man.
What you're about to hear is an absolute lie. Don't believe anything that you're about to hear from B9.
Mm-hmm. But listen closely.
Back in the day, I used to own a lot of apartment buildings and under a holding company. And when I got my first apartment building, I made the mistake of letting the tenants know that I, B9, black man, young man, am the owner of this building. You all should take pride that a young black man has come back to the hood to save you all and make sure that I will be your Nipsey Hussle and I will turn Crenshaw into Rodeo Drive. And I will. That's like the commercial when you make all the mistakes on your first kid. And
then they think you owe them shit.
The second kid, you like, whatever. On every other apartment building that I got after that, I was only the janitor.
That's how you gotta be.
Only
handyman.
The man that came to shovel the snow.
If I had the business, I would have let them know.
When somebody came to me and said, "Hey, I always see you here doing stuff for the building. You must be the owner. You must be the this." I'm like, no, but I can deliver a message to him if that's what you want.
Yeah.
What's the message?
Can't get too familiar with you. Yeah.
So truer words have never been spoken, Trash Can. You cannot let, and not just the world, you can't let your own people know. And people don't understand the disservice that they do when they're screaming at the top of their lungs, black owned, black owned, black owned.
That's the same thing with the mafia. They let the old boy take the head of it, and he was the face showing all that, but behind the scenes, they just wanted to collect the money. I'm just in here for the money. You can show off, and he got arrested. They brought that motherfucker. The IRS got that motherfucker.
And that's why most restaurants only last 2 years.
Yeah.
They weren't built to sell steaks and salads. They was built to funnel the money through. And the second they caught wind of what was going on, we shut down pizza tomorrow. And
they shut down Lasheen like that.
Yesterday.
Rico Deli's, goddammit, something. Anything Ellie's. Anything in with Ellie's is suspect.
In 9/11, during 9/11, they shut down the all these Arab restaurants in Michigan. We had all these Lasheen's Mediterranean Arabic food. It's good as fuck. Mediterranean chicken wings. They shut all the motherfuckers down because they said they were shipping money over to Saddam Hussein. Really? And he was all. They had pictures of the motherfucker all over the wall and shit. Yeah. They had it for years. We never thought shit of it. But they always had pictures of that motherfucker up there.
Our gyros and pizza puffs was flying out the door in Chicago. Goddamn it, that shit did not change.
And we can go all the way back to Do the Right Thing.
Yeah, why you got these faces on the wall?
All they was doing was they wasn't selling pieces out of there. Okay, Spike Lee was delivering pieces.
He was fucking them women though. He was fucking the women up in there.
But they wasn't. But the company wasn't in the delivery business. Is the moral of the story.
They wasn't in the pizza business.
Low key,
right?
At all.
Right.
So this has been going on forever. Right. It's going to go on forever.
You bring that up to do the right thing. Why do black people always feel you owe them some shit? When you become successful, they always feel that you supposed to give them something, or you are supposed to give back, or something like that. You in this black city, you supposed to give us and help us out and whatnot. Why they feel that way? They ain't put the same work in.
Well,
you're supposed to, trash can.
the black people, there's two types of love in the black race. There is self-love, and then there is race love. There is self-respect, and then there is race respect. Every black person has an abundance of self-love and self-respect. Because every black person thinks that they can do it, I can do it. Anything you give me, I look the best, I jump the highest, I run the fastest, I lift the most weights, I. But when you talk about the black race, we can't do it. We can't have it. Oh man, I would have let you have it, but my life was on the line, so I had to get a Jewish attorney. So I had to hire this Asian because I know that they know what's going on and they know it. So while we have all of this love for ourselves, we have no love for our race.
They gotta work just as hard to get to that level, though. They gotta work harder to get to that level, because at the end of the day, if my life on the line, and I know this is a proven attorney right here, I ain't trying to let Willie defend me, even though he got his degree or whatnot. And he's doing the lawyer. My life on the line right now. I can face some years of this shit. I'm going with the more guaranteed thing. They got a track record of success.
And I have no argument with that. But the reason that you're going with that is not only the person, but also the infrastructure of their race.
Well,
you understand that when you get a Jewish attorney, that you have somebody that is going to be looked at differently by the judge.
Because the judge is Jewish.
Or at least Jewish adjacent.
Yeah.
So they have been trained to know that it is in your best interest to be on their side.
Mm-hmm.
So you not only are hiring the person, but you're also hiring the infrastructure. And that's why I always come up here, and it's buzzword time, Yella. It's time to play the macro game.
Yeah.
Because that's the level that this is on. This is on a macro level where we have to understand that we have to match infrastructure with infrastructure. You cannot match infrastructure with company.
You got to get there first.
You know what? The NAACP, anything that ends in .org is not infrastructure.
Created by Republicans.
There you go, politician man.
I'm just saying. You said the NAACP. All right. I'm done.
Okay, now the NAACP was created by who?
The Republicans, NAACP backed them too.
Okay, so they were built by the Republicans. So here's the flip side of what exactly what I'm talking about. There were two branches of the NAACP. You know what those two branches were?
Enlighten me.
The two branches were the financial branch of the NAACP and the civil branch of the NAACP.
Mm-hmm.
Who ran the black part of the NAACP? Which part was the black part?
They would say all of it.
The civil part, of course. That's why Thurgood Marshall and all of these other people were such advocates of civil rights, because they were in charge of the civil portion of the NAACP. Now, who was in charge of the financial portion of the NAACP?
White folks.
Which white man you gonna say?
None of them.
There's no financial side.
He trick questioning you.
Jewish folks.
They ain't white. Is Jewish people white?
No.
Yeah, anyone not black is white to black people.
Yeah, to black people, right.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you this right now.
But my
Jewish
point
folks
is that Jewish people were considered closer to black people during the 50s and the 60s.
That's true.
They used the NAACP's financial wing to elevate themselves as a race and a culture and a class.
So i.e. us.
They
They
went
used
into
us.
the realm of Caucasoid. Same thing with Asians and Orient. See, back when I was a kid, they were called Oriental. And every Oriental came to America because she was the wife or the girlfriend of the army vet who brought her back. So all of these Asian women came over here with black men. But they somehow, some way elevated themselves as well to now they are also a Caucasian exclusive. So
Man.
my point of this is that the NAACP, the Republican entity that you are so proud of, Trash Can, gave us civil rights and gave Jewish folks financial rights to a point where one of their own, one Mr. Donald Sterling, former owner of the LA Clippers, has been given the NAACP of the year award 4 times.
Well,
4 times he has been the recipient of the NAACP Man of the Year award. One of the most racist owners in sports. Why was he given that? Because the financial portion of the NAACP was run by his people.
When is black people gonna take accountability for pushing everybody else forward and let them build shit off of your back instead of building your own shit on yourself?
But see, hold on.
It's a thing.
I agree with you with the accountability part, but you can't just educate yourself and get some new knowledge that I just dropped on you, and then 10 seconds later go into accountability. You just found this out.
Yeah, you elaborated on that point. Yeah, but I'm saying this has been many things that's going on like that.
My point is that most people don't know the real history or the real mechanics of how the sausage is really made, even on behind organizations that they support.
Even if they did know, they wouldn't care.
Most people don't know till this day the real inner workings of Black Lives Matter, what their real agenda is, who they really represent, and it has nothing to do with black people. They just see that black is in the title of their organization and in their movement, and they say, okay, well, I can get behind that. I'm black. They say black. I'm with it. But they don't know what's going on because they don't do the research necessary. So you can't hold somebody accountable if they don't even have the proper knowledge necessary to be held accountable.
It's many things that we've been used on to build other things up. Any schemes, just like you said, the BLM, we basically was the bank of the Democratic Party of this past election. That built up the whole thing with the.
Hey, Snuggles, the answer to your question is if you're a woman, Snuggles, comfortability looks like B9 with his dick in your mouth.
Damn!
Man, anyway, with like the Trayvon Martin shit. They'll do that. The Trayvon Martin stuff right there with the t-shirts that they sold. None of that money went to Trayvon Martin's family. None of all those schemes they built off. So it goes on all the time. Anyway, so whether we know it or not.
Comfortability looks like, Snuggles. Just look at my face. If you're a
Don't
woman,
do it, man.
If you're a woman, just look at my face while you slobbing.
What if you're not a woman?
See comfortability personified.
If you're not a woman, is it the same thing? Same thing if it's not a woman?
Boy.
Damn!
Oh, man.
What?
I don't know. I ain't see him say anything in there. I ain't see him say anything.
Every now and then, I just throw you a wild card.
I'm like, damn!
Oh man.
I apologize, you all. Every now and then, the real P-Nizzle creeps out every now and then.
Okay, but Wonder Snuggle was a man. That was Trash Can Point.
Hey,
Like,
he would have been gangster if he said it's the same thing. It's gonna be the same shit.
I would have had respect for that if he would have said same thing.
Hey, straight face.
Right. That's gangster. That's a gangster.
I'm definitely not gangster then.
Oh man.
I am definitely not gangster.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh man.
Wow.
Or he would have said the man, he would have said, my dick and my balls in your mouth in that.
I am not gangster at all.
Oh.
Mills said, "Stop messing with Snuggle.
Man.
Stop it."
I'm sorry, Mills. You know
I think the problem is in Mills and everyone else here in the chat. See, normally we would have said dick about 10 times by now, and we have not been mentioning the dick. You know, so it had to come out or it would not, you know, we would not ever be able to close the show until we get it out. So we got to get dick out maybe about 3 more times. So we're going to wait a little while because Trash Can cannot get into this conversation because the lack of. I'm just playing. I don't want to store it. I'm just
That's
playing.
how I look.
It's a jokey joke. Joke.
You see how I look?
Oh, the head going in. You're not circumcised.
Picture it in your mouth.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm surprised we haven't talked about sex tonight.
I know, because you been gone for the most part. So
What,
it
tonight?
didn't come up. Yeah, that's where your mind go.
I don't even like B9, you, whoever, if people say you don't know, I'm just listening. I don't know politics. I ain't even gonna try. You know, I was listening and I was watching, looking at YouTube, trying to find something funny to put up, but no, I'm good. I was listening. I still don't, you know, yeah, okay, amen.
She showed that little pissy vine, and then she went on about her business.
I sure did, but I was trying to listen for the most part. But the way y'all hop around, I got to have more of a foundation. So, you know, if I hear you guys talk about it again, you know, I'll probably pick up a couple more things. But no, it was good. It was interesting, intriguing. It seemed like, you know, it was totally like men talk, like guys talk type of thing to me. Like if it was like I was at home and my husband and his friends were like having talks, I'll just pop in. Y'all need something to drink? Who needs a refresher? That's kind of what I felt like. You know, you need some snacks, some food.
Join in, take over.
No.
That's how women do.
That I just said what the. Okay, yep, you're right. You're right. Yep. Amen. It's a damn shame. They'll learn. They'll learn one day.
Yeah.
I'm about to go, man. I'm about to go.
Where you about to go?
I gotta get some sleep, and then I'm gonna get my birthday burger from Ray or Robin.
When's your birthday today?
Nah, it's on the 21st.
Oh,
I won't be here
today.
What
happened? You said who?
Mrs. Mary.
Yeah, Mrs. Mary.
Her birthday.
Around mine.
Well, yesterday. Now, the 17th. Hers was yesterday.
Oh shit!
Happy birthday, Miss Mary.
Mrs. Mary. Yep.
Miss Mary.
Miss
Mary, this was your birthday. Hey, all right.
Oh, what you got the Telly Pendergraft voice going on?
Who's that?
Oh, deep. Or who is that voice?
I want to make her enjoy her birthday.
And you looking good without that head over there, looking la la vida loca.
What are you talking about?
Like yellow.
Yellow.
It's like don't make him mad. He might turn solo. Oh, my bad.
No,
Oh, I like that. Wait, what is the black what?
It's always.
Let me see.
I'll be having a reminder what I am and shit.
Oh,
I can
amen.
be like a bunch of shit.
I like that. All right, man. Go on to work out that
I can
blackness.
look like a bunch of shit.
People because they confuse you with other races. So I'm glad that you let them know. I'm sure. I mean, not but yeah, I see all that.
Yeah, right.
Don't let us get on your hate for with your colorism that you got.
That is not colorism.
You do got an issue with colorism.
I do not.
I give her a pass because I'm the exception to the rule. So she can be colorist all the other light skinned niggas. I don't care. I'm good.
Colorist.
No.
Fuck them light skinned niggas. Fuck them.
Right now, he doesn't look like a cholo right now.
He kind of looked a little Hispanic.
So how am I being race colorist then? Look, he going to get his hat now.
but yeah, he look Hispanic though.
No, but
like you look light skinned.
You know why it's colorist? Because it's you talking, Kai.
That's why. Because I'm not.
Oh man.
What's his name?
No more locked doors.
No more locked doors.
No more locked doors. Baby Joker.
Baby Joker.
Baby Joker.
No, that's not Baby Joker.
Oh, that was regular Joker.
That was Joker. Yeah, it's Joker.
Yeah.
Baby Joker was the big boy.
Yeah, he was the big boy.
Doors.
Like doors. I just got out.
Booty.
Booty warrior.
All right, Holmes. What's going on, Holmes?
What's good, fool?
What good, fool? I love it. Oh goodness! See, there you go. See, and that's the only reason because I point out the obvious. Mm-hmm. You losing weight, huh, Yella?
Got
the hat on.
We ain't finna get the line. I got a big ass breakfast on the way right now.
Maybe it's the shirt. It's the shirt. That's what it is.
You look like you losing weight. Just
fuck you, Ocean.
You do. I can see it in your face, in your cheekbones. Your cheekbones look high as shit.
Shut up! Get on my nerves. You know good well I ain't lost no weight yet, but you better say it when I do.
That's why I ain't gonna say shit there.
Yes, you better. You gotta go over to my other channel, Just Kaya's. Oh, am I supposed to put an S? No one voted. Did anyone vote it? I think I'm supposed to put an S. Is it an S?
Do you kiss your dog in the mouth?
Huh?
Do you kiss your dog in the mouth?
Hell no.
You ain't never kissed your dog in the mouth before.
You do that.
Your dog ain't never licked your lips.
You do that. See, you do some bullshit like that because I see how you be hugged up with your dog and you talk about a bitch not taking a shower every day.
That's my dog, though.
And he be licking his balls, licking his ass, licking his Peter after
and bitches be pissing on themselves and laying in it and not taking showers after they get done either.
Amen. You are so right. Mm-hmm. I agree. Yep, you're right. Yep. I don't blame you.
I've been asked this question before. I've been asked this question before when I talk about women. And I think this is gonna be the first time I've actually asked someone else's question. What kind of women you be dealing with?
You ain't see that video? You ain't see that? He ain't see the video. You ain't see the video of the girl trying to get in the door and she had to piss?
You gotta pull it up.
Oh yeah, I seen that. Yeah, I did see that though.
That was so funny.
Hey, it's a
we
thing.
We played it after. So Yella. You ain't never been with a girl that after partying or whatever, been drinking, she had to pee so bad to where she didn't make it.
I had a girl fart one time. I took her ass home.
We had a chick piss in the hallway at our building. Like okay. So basically we lived in a frat house, right? And The chick was so fucked up. She was walking down the stairs, and I don't know if she was meaning to go up to the bathroom or down to the bathroom. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but she got about halfway, and all of a sudden we heard fucking water running in the hallway.
Did she at least pull her pants down and squat?
Man, she squatted right there in the damn thing. She was fucked up.
Hard string. It's different with
she
the
meant
hard
that
string.
shit. I
would say that I pulled down my pants and pull it frontward so it wouldn't get wet and squat in front of Bank of America outside a club when I had
feet on the wall.
That's okay though, right? That's
thanks, Emil.
Right, that's okay though, right?
That's why you was being so sensitive.
Yeah, I knew that she was.
You was your situation is totally different from theirs, though.
Yeah.
She ain't pissed on herself.
Yeah, you didn't.
I have pissed on myself before.
Never mind. I try to give her a little bit class and dick.
Women do that shit all the time.
Okay. So another time I was driving.
He said, "Fuck it. I can't even give you no even self-respect. We are trying to defend you. That's different. You done took the time to take your pants down. And, now I've pissed on myself before. I'm nasty too. I done did some nasty shit before.
I was gonna tell you a story.
Tell us.
Anyway,
Tell us whose car you pissed in.
And I was so on purpose, like I ain't never seen nobody on purpose cam off real quick. That was so on purpose.
But the thing of it was, I found a towel and I put it under me. I was trying to pull down my pants, but I couldn't. I should have just pulled over. Now that I think about it,
You was gonna piss on the towel and soak it up. It's gonna soak it.
Towel. Wait! I got the towel because I had a towel in the car. I don't know why I had a towel in the car, but I sat on it. I put it in the front because I had to pee.
You got it in the car. You could have did anything else.
I was already driving. I was on the freeway, I think. I wasn't
Nobody
drunk,
gotta pee that bad.
but I had been drinking, and so I couldn't hold it, and I just went. That's why I said she probably just went.
No.
So I got the towel and I put it in the front, and I peed. And then wait, so at the beginning it was warm. Before I got home, it was cold. I was all
And this is why church kids say the things he say that he don't do. That's off limit.
But
now y'all realize why.
I didn't take a shower when I got home.
At least he took a shower when she
I took a shower.
Ain't gonna take no shower.
Got home, yes.
Man.
And look, okay, so back when in my first marriage, I'm telling you, we used to drink all the time. So I always had to pee. So I started keeping bottles. They were bigger than this, so I can try to pee.
A woman can't piss in no bottle without it getting someplace. Women, I need a tally on this. You gotta, how many women can piss in a bottle? Hey, ladies, if you don't mind, put a 1 in the chat if you can piss in a bottle. I don't think that shit possible.
It's a little
bit.
You gotta have a dick.
Ain't no woman in no damn bottle.
You gotta have a pee-wee.
Yes, you can.
I don't think so.
I did it.
That water bottle.
And then, if you're really smart, the red cups. But see, you gotta have 2 because I be going a lot.
Nah.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
I don't do that no more. That was back in my younger days.
Don't pick up no random red cup and just
grown ass woman now. I'm a grown ass woman now. If I gotta pee, I have you pull over and I'll open the door and I'll squat.
I need a tally on this, man. What my community tab? Did I get my community tab
This
yet?
is why I'm happy to wake up as a dude every day.
Man, hey, I ain't never heard no shit like that. This seems like that'd be really messy. It's a chick
Never
trying to
been
pee in the
around a
bottle.
real woman before.
Nah,
Because there's probably women sitting around you just pee right in your chair. You don't even know.
time to get it depends.
And they just get up like ain't shit happen.
Man.
Believe me, they have done it. I'm sure.
Remember the girl that put on the diaper because she was driving from NASA to get her boyfriend or something?
Oh yeah. I remember her. They made that story bad. Like, now this is my thing. You can stop because you can't. Ain't no car that you can drive on a full tank of gas without stopping for gas. So you can stop for gas, but you ain't gonna stop to piss. You a nasty motherfucker.
Or shit.
Man, she wanted to be nasty when she got there.
You can go 24 hours without shitting, so that ain't hard to do.
I got time to go in this gas station and pay for my gas and everything else, but I ain't got time to hit the bathroom and shit.
She had gas in the trunk.
Man.
But what was she going to accomplish with this man, this love of her life, with stinky ass urine pussy is stuck in this diaper for the last 15 hours?
It was to show him that I was devoted to you.
Oh,
so
y'all
much.
talking about the astronaut chick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the second I smelled her, it'd have been over. Like, no, it's done.
I came straight over here.
She come profess her love and shit, smelling like
She's just a nasty
3-day-old
motherfucker.
He probably put the diaper off and put it in his face and be like,
Just a nasty motherfucker, man.
"Here you go, smell my."
Man, that's nasty.
You know what though? Only a woman would put on a diaper, drive 50 hours just to cuss the nigga out and shit. Not even fucking make up with her, like it's just to go
the fuck?
ruin this shit.
Ain't brush your teeth, ain't wash your ass.
Your body must accumulate funk so fast, Ocean, because
I wouldn't know because I take a shower every day.
Well, you must accumulate a lot of funk so quickly. You know that the minute you probably stink right now.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I know because you can't smell yourself. Only other people can smell you.
You can do the baby boy on me. You know, when she checked the you know how she checked baby boy out.
What's the
what?
You know how she did, Jody, when he came home? Asked him where he been.
I can give a fuck. If I got I ain't even come on now. Come on. If I gotta do that, I'm a dumb hoe for being there if I gotta do all of that.
You crazy. You crazy enough to do it.
Either you stay there and deal with it and don't smell, or you need to just go. Just the thought of having to do that, you should be gone.
You know how you crazy women
I
are.
got up and make him some tacos. What the fuck?
Yeah, he hit that motherfucker right too. Had her crazy ass go get those tacos.
I heard he had stinky breath. I'll never forget that in her interview that he got stinky breath.
That nigga look like his breath stink.
That's every time I see her, that's the first thing I think. She said his breath stank. And she was telling the truth. He was like, damn. You couldn't tell. Yeah, that part. That's one thing that's a turn off.
If the real person who was supposed to play baby boy, which was Tupac Shakur, that would have been a whole together different movie.
He was
went out there. Yeah. That motherfucker took so many fucking L's in that movie. It was ridiculous.
You think
that's
what
why they had to,
would have been different?
That's why they had.
Hell yeah, he would have rewrote that whole script.
That's why they had the poster in the room.
Yeah. He had
that was the whole reason for the
over his bed.
Yeah, for the big.
Tupac was supposed to play Old Dog and Minister Society.
Yeah, supposed to be an old dog too.
Oh, those movies would have been way different.
Man.
But I liked Lawrence Tate as O-Dog. That was he was epic in that though.
Beat up the director.
Who?
Tupac beat the director up. That's why they ain't.
Yeah.
Oh, he was for real O-Dog.
What was I think it was the Hughes brothers that made it.
Oh, he did?
He whipped one of their ass. No more movies.
Maybe he should go see a therapist to release some of his aggression.
You know, Tupac was crazy. He was spitting on people and everything when he was up in the shit. So Tupac ain't the innocent motherfucker. Everybody remembering him as. Yeah, he got out. He was spitting on motherfuckers and everything.
Jada Pinkett Smith is the only one.
He probably spit on Jada.
She don't think he's
a weird looking motherfucker.
She likes him because she knows he's not innocent.
You know he spit on. You know he spit on her. Goddamn. Yeah, she
in the
looked
way
like
she
she
liked.
liked to get spit on.
She married innocence.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
She shits all over that. Like, get your weak ass.
Yeah,
over
I know, Kaya. I know.
He probably say Tupac when he hitting that motherfucker. Oh, that motherfucker Tupac.
Shit, right.
Hey, but from what I hear, he's saying it too.
Hell yeah, when she taking her turn on him.
He like, yeah, I want Tupac too.
I'm telling you, Will Smith. Yeah.
No.
Will Smith like that shit.
No. No.
You know him and August was having a love affair.
No.
He was thumping.
No.
Both him and Jada.
Not true.
That's why him and Jada still together today.
No, because they swore they would not get divorced.
Nah, because they knew the truth. They knew what was up. They had a partner they were sharing that got too much with one.
Come and sue you for defamation of character.
That motherfucker was eating all kinds of booty holes. Allegedly.
Don't be saying that about. See, that's the shit you say that about black men. That is not true. That's Wally moving. Sound like.
You know how they get when they get older.
Oh, you woke up, Wally?
No, I've been listening. I just listening.
You hear what they talking about,
leave.
Will Smith? No, but Ocean. Okay, come on. We gotta wait. What time? I gotta take the dogs to the groomer.
No.
Yes. Got B9.
No.
Okay. Dang. Take your granny blanket off first.
Mm-mm.
All right, Ocean. Well, I'm gonna go watch the rest of your stream. I didn't see the early part.
Don't skip through my shit. Watch the whole thing. I just put the sections in there. That's what I was saying. Before I got off here, I watched the whole thing.
You do the time thingies?
Yeah.
You just started doing that, didn't you?
No, I'll do it after a while when I get a chance. It take a while to do them all.
Oh, that's good.
Most of my videos got it on there.
The YouTube thing, it don't automatically do it for you. I guess how would it know though, huh? It wouldn't even know.
You had to do it. As easy as you know how to do it already.
I guess just listen to it.
Well, yeah, you got to start off with 0 with the colons and the 0, and that's the beginning part, and then you go through after that with different time slots where it stops at.
It don't automatically go to 0 once you go to the beginning of the
You gotta actually write it in. You gotta copy and paste whatever you write. I do it in my comment section, and then I copy and paste that and put it into the about section.
Yeah.
That makes the section.
And then so each time you gotta type the time. How does it turn blue then? What makes it turn blue? It just automatically.
You put the 0 colon and then the 2 numbers, and then that makes it as a time stamp right there, right?
Automatically.
Yeah, wherever you put after that is going to be the title of it. So I put 0.00 colon 00 and then intro, and then it'll show up as intro in the section.
And then so it knows that.
Go to the next line.
And it knows in the video from that time stamp. It just that's kind of like I guess you would say like a program they put in there to know that, to be able.
Yeah, it's gonna be highlighted blue in your comment section.
Wow. So is that where do you do the clips too, where like you'll put something? Well, I know you're not on social media, but like you know, like when you download videos, you can put a smaller portion. You don't do that, huh?
Well,
Like
I can take, if I'm making a video.
But you don't normally do the clips like that, huh?
Well, if I'm making like a video, then yeah.
What you
I'm
say,
gonna
Wally?
come back in. Let me jump in.
All right. You going down and back up. He about to go down and up.
Oh.
Right. He about to join the stream.
Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know what he was saying.
I gotta go, you guys.
All right.
Hey, what this look like?
You off this weekend? That don't look like what you think it look like.
It look like yours a little bit.
You look like
Hold on, let me get it wider. Do it?
No.
All right, there it is. Now I can hear y'all.
Oh, now you can hear us.
It was kind of low.
Okay, Ocean, you gotta sing the song. You gotta tell them.
I don't sing.
Hey, Ocean, before you click off, I just want to say happy birthday to you in advance, my brother.
I appreciate it, man.
I hope you have a blessed one. How old you gonna be, champion?
32 this year, yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice young buck. Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like I say, man, you on the right track. Studying,
learning every day.
Just don't let the political party be the ceiling.
Oh no, I ain't attached to no political party. I'm conservative though, but you know it's America first all the way for me. But I will recognize that black people had first came from the Republican Party. That was our party back in the day. I will recognize that, but it has changed.
And you're absolutely right, because we built the party to stick together no matter what, because we knew what we were up against. And that's why it was so important to them to infiltrate, kill our party, and make sure that they give just enough racism to give us enough motivation to stay away from what we created. So I agree with you there. We have to take back what's ours, but we have to even think bigger than our forefathers and our ancestors did, because we have a lot more to accomplish, because inflation is real, not just in money, but in life.
Yeah, black people let a lot of stuff get taken from them, reclaimed by somebody else. It's like the BLM got reclaimed for somebody else, started off as one thing, went to another thing. But yeah, we need to stick to what we if we create something, that's ours. We own it. That's supposed to be ours. We don't just give it away. Anything credible, just like I bring up the Egyptian shit all the time. They gonna say, oh, black people quit to say black people ain't create no pyramids or whatnot. They give the credit to the aliens before they give it to themselves. So we quick to give up some shit that we anything great. Then we say we never did nothing. So it's fucked up shit. So.
Yeah. You stay doing what you're doing, my brother. Like I said, you're not there yet. None of us are there yet.
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna never be.
Yeah, I'm about to say we all learning, but I'm encouraged on the path that you're on. And like I said, have a blessed and enjoyable birthday, my brother. Live it up like it's 1999.
All right, appreciate it.
Well,
living it up like it's Y2K up in this month.
I would tell you to live it up too, but I know you don't know how to do that. So I'm just going to say continue being you and be in your blind spot and not really knowing what it takes to get and keep a real woman. So you go on and keep
I'm gonna say just Kaya, I would say some shit about you, but I like them cheekbones. Them cheekbones coming out. You losing all the weight of the face.
See.
You know, that's what
just Kasha. No one ain't safe on this panel. No one ain't safe. No one ain't safe.
So I know what you're really saying. I'm gaining more weight, but I'm actually not. But
all right, here's the second dick joke for the night.
Okay.
I can't believe how small your hands was when you did that fuck you joint. Like,
Yeah, that shit tiny as hell. That's why she angry because she can't
Brian,
reach.
the link's on the top, bro.
when you did that, I was literally like, it would take both of your hands to wrap around my dick.
Right, like this with space in between.
Yeah,
And since we doing jokes, before I go,
What's going on?
Job.
What's up? What's up? Why did the leprechaun laugh while he was running through the grass?
Because he saw you naked.
No. Next time.
Why did he laugh when he was running through the grass?
Yeah.
Because he was camouflaged.
Nah. Because the grass was tickling his balls.
That was funny. Brian, how are you?
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing?
What's up, big homie? How you doing?
On the road, get some motherfucking money right quick.
As you should.
Goddamn right, shit.
What whole house you going over to first?
Well, huh? What you say?
Which whole house you going over to first?
See, you see this? That's what I'm trying to tell you. No one protect you.
Oh no, not tonight. Not tonight.
Oh, not tonight.
Not today, really.
No one ain't pimping over here. No one ain't pimping.
Goat. I got to buy another goat. I bought a goat last week, so I'm gonna get another goat.
A goat?
Goat milk.
For goat milk?
Yeah, y'all gonna buy me a goddamn goat too. I got one already. I'm gonna get another.
But you have it in your yard? You have a gate and everything set up for it?
No, it's in my people's house. I shipped one of the goats back to Mississippi. I'm finna ship this one back there too.
Hey,
Dog, take a look at this one though.
You are literally one of the most interesting. You are literally one of the most interesting people in the world, dog. Like, I literally tell my homies about you. Like, man, I know this nigga named Brian. Yo, man, this nigga's a pimp. He be macking these hoes. Then I gotta let him know. Not only are you a pimp, but you are also a part-time goat herder.
Right.
Hey, but Brian playing smart though. He getting in that goat milk business.
Yeah, the goat milk, man, because a lot of people lactose intolerant, man, and especially in Mississippi, where it's a big, like, a lot of them white folks be buying this shit.
Yeah, because
like, we sell like
the goat
$10
milk.
a gallon.
Yeah, and the goat milk, it's actually like it's less saturated than the cow milk.
Facts.
But see, even deeper than that.
Hey, just Kai, you saw my Facebook Live?
I didn't know. Did you see? I thought you said you love me. Did you see the comment?
Hey, I was talking shit like a motherfucker on that motherfucker.
I had just left the comment telling I thought you said you love me, and you told me you got 6 girls in your message that DM you.
Oh yeah, they mad as a motherfucker too. They mad as hell. Real talk. They mad as a motherfucker.
I didn't hear it though. I was just commenting by your comment, but I said I'm gonna go back and listen to it.
Hey, you can play it on your stream. Let the guys see.
Okay, I'll get it right now.
And stressing, baby. It was the spirit in me.
Okay, let me pull it up.
I was on 10 yesterday. Them funky bitches got on my. Ooh, I was so mad.
On Gene? Who's Gene? You said you was on.
No, I said I was on 10 yesterday. I was mad. They made me mad.
On 10.
Oh, I was saying.
Talking about I gotta go 50-50. Look at these women still. Look. They still sending me. They still threatening me. She said I had to go back and watch your live. I had 4 men cuss me out of my inbox because of this post.
Okay, let me. 50-50 and 400 dates.
Yeah. $400 a day.
Let me change. Let me share it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I know I can make this one big, right? How do? Let me see.
Yeah, there should be a square box in there.
Oh, right here, right? No.
Inside of it too.
How do I make it big? Maybe I double click. Oh, there we go. Oh, I did start watching this, but I seen the couch and I thought you wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh yeah, I was coming. That's my dog with her booty out.
Oh, I did see this part, and then I cut it off because I'm like, what? I think he just left it running. Okay.
No, I had to get some water.
Oh, okay.
The spirit touched me yesterday. I ain't lying.
Oh, look at that dog tail just going.
Hey, it was a perfect segue.
Right, it was. Okay, let's go.
What up, Mr. Moore? Hey, I'm gonna jump off right quick, y'all. I'm driving right now, but hey, just play it. You can play like 10 minutes or whatever. I don't mind. It's good.
What's going on, y'all?
Okay.
Miss Harris? What's going on, Miss Harris? The spirit finna touch me in a second. Hold on, let me get some water. My dog. Hold on, let me get her right, y'all. Hold on. My dog love these beef jerkies. Hold on. Miss Harris, did you look at that full video I sent you with our brother, Micah X? You already know. It's going to be respectful, though, in a way.
In a way.
It's going to be respectful, in a way. Look at my biracial dog. Come on. This is my biracial dog, y'all. I don't know what she is, but she's something. I don't know what the fuck she is. But anyway, check this out. Man, we always talk about 50-50. There are women out here that's saying if they pay 50-50, I ain't put it, I'm going to send it to you, Shani. Hey, Miss Louisville, how you doing? That's my people right there. But listen, there's a thing out here people talking about. If a man and a woman come together and pay 50-50, that women saying that's my roommate. Cool. Tiffany, Shani, all my ladies, this ain't about y'all. I ain't talking about y'all, so please don't take what I'm about to say. Let me tell y'all something. You think a lot of these women that's saying that ain't got no money. See, that's why I like dealing with women with money. You want to tell you why? Not so they can take care of me. Oh, no. So I don't have to take care of them because I have 2 children that live with me. They got kids. So you think you finna come into my world at 40 years old? I'm going to be 40 this year. I'm 30 now. I'm going to say 40. But at 40 years old, you think you're going to come into my life at 40, where I just made all my mistakes at a young age to now till I fix myself thinking that I'm finna take care of you and your babies. You got me fucked up. And what you gonna bring to the table at 40 years old? I'm 40, you 40. What you gonna bring to me? Some pussy, cleaning, cooking, what? I jack off. I know how to cook and I know how to clean. You gotta bring something to the table, baby. It gotta be some motherfucking money. See, I can't deal with a broke woman that ain't got nothing. Why am I have you live with me? I'm paying all the bills. I'm stressed the fuck out. That's why niggas be beating these women asses because of what? They got the whole pressure on them. See, that's why I still look good for my age. That's why, even though I got gray hair, that's why I still look good for my age because I ain't take care of no one. I'm not. If me and the girl move in together, I'm gonna pay some of this, you pay some of that. Once we do that, then we ain't got nothing to worry about. Ain't no way in the hell. Then the girl that's saying it don't even look good. Half you bitches don't even look good to even have a nigga to pay your bill. Look at the bitches that's saying that they don't look good. They don't look how they living. Look how they living. They ain't living like you. They ain't got no money. No money. But they want you to take care at your age, at an older age. Now, I understand if you're in your 20s, right? Let's say you 18, 19, 20, between the ages of 18 and 25, and you meet somebody. Y'all grow together at 25 because y'all building something together. But if I meet you at 40, bitch, you weren't with me when I was building this shit, when I was broke, when I need help with my kids, when I need all this shit. You think you finna come to my house? Hey, you can call me broke, ho. You can call me broke. I'm a hell of a beautiful nigga, and the nigga you gonna get is ugly. The nigga you gonna get gonna be fat and stinking. That's who you gonna pay your bill because you older now. See, you skipped all the niggas in your 20s and your early 30s, all that shit. Now you 40 years old, think a nigga finna take care of your baby. Listen. This a young bitch game. These young bitches gonna get their bills paid, baby. These young bitches ain't coming with a slew of kids like you is. Think about it. You got a whole football team. You expect a nigga to take care of you? Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. That's why these young hoes killing. See, these young hoes killing so bad, you old bitches gotta get a BBL just compete with these bitches. These young hoes got it. See, these young hoes getting it. They getting all the bag. See, you old hoes, y'all gotta get surgery. Y'all gotta use a tummy and all this. See, the young bitch coming up to the game with stomach flat, titties still perky. Y'all gotta pay for it. Fuck out of here. Fuck you talking about? Talking about a nigga broke. Yeah, bitch, I'm broke. I can't afford you and your kids. I only afford me and mine. Fuck out of here. Think a nigga gonna. Then y'all talking about. Then talking about what back in the day, granddad and grandmama, grandma was at. Man, your grandma wasn't at home. Grandma was working too. My grandma was a motherfucking nurse, and my granddad was a motherfucking teacher, and they both were paying bills together. 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and in 2000. And my grandma came home and raised 4 kids, bro. Cooked and everything, and she worked. Deal with them racist white folks in Madison County back in the day. Come on, man, talk to me. Talk to me. I don't know what type of. And most of y'all didn't even grow up around a daddy. Y'all don't even have a man. Some of y'all women didn't even have a man in y'all household to be talking like this. Y'all see men on TV. See, a lot of you women see men on TV taking care of the home. Now, a lot of y'all didn't grow up with a man in the household. A lot of y'all didn't see mama with a man, your grandmama with a man. Y'all grew up with a whole house full of bitches and think a nigga's supposed to take care. Look at your mama. Your mama's still without a man. Your grandma died alone. Your auntie finna die alone.
He preaching. He got the
take care of you. Fuck out of here. Then I see another old story. $400 dates. Bitch gonna say, what? Now these some ugly bitches though. They're saying that these some out of shape old hoes. These 40-plus-year-old bitches. Dang. They the ones saying this shit. All these years, it ain't working, bitches. All this demanding stuff you talking about ain't been working. It's not working for you. Any nigga's gonna pay for it is gonna be a fat, ugly, stinking ass nigga. My homegirl told me about the $400 dates and stuff, talking about, yeah, man, in order for the first day, the man should pay him $400. Bitch, dude, okay, let's go Dutch. Just like she said, she gonna bring her two, and the other bitch and the nigga gonna bring his two. Then what? I want to see some of you women come up with $200 for a $400 date. See, that's why I like dealing with men and women with money. See, a woman with money, she understand life because she got money. She know how it is to spend a lot of money. See, a lot of these broke hoes ain't used to having money. See, all my women that I have around me, some of them ain't fuck. But any woman I dealt with got a little paper around them. And they teach me game. Oh, I'm gonna get them on Jay. Hold on, Jay. I'm preaching right now. Hold on, Jay. I'm gonna get on this too. See, a lot of these women ain't making money. That's why I like getting money bitches. Cause I ain't gonna call my women bitches. Getting money, beautiful women. Some of them big. I got some big girls on my team. I got some skinny girls on my team that love me to death. I guarantee if I fall off today, I wouldn't have to worry about nothing. I ain't fucking none of them. See, the women in my life make sure I'm good in life. And just where if they fall off, they can fall on me. Because guess what? I'm going to do my best to make sure they good in life. You get what I'm saying? But see, a woman ain't finna come to me and demand what I should do for them. And black man, you are a fucking minority. You don't have to put up with these funky ass bitches that demanding something for you. All these women out here that's nurses, that's lawyers, that's business owners, boutiques. They selling shit. They doing nails, hair, all this. They making money and they single out here. They would love to build with a man that got something, but you got to be a man to know how to nurture that woman too now. I ain't saying use the bitch now. I ain't saying use the bitch, but a lot of these hoes that got niggas paying for, most of these hoes ugly. Most of the niggas fat and ugly, but as long as they getting their bills paid, that's cool. But I'm just telling you dynamic. They ain't finna get no hell of a nigga like you to pay the bills. Think about you paying all these bills and the bitch still act ungrateful. Jay, I'm gonna let Big Shirley fall on me, baby. I like Big Shirley. You know what I'm saying?
I know,
so that's what I'm
right?
saying. I don't get it. None of these hoes got nothing to bring to the table. None of them. Every woman I dealt with, even though I messed up, I lost them. But guess what? I picked up another one and another one and another one that got something. Because I bring something to the table. She brings something to the table. See, when I meet a woman, we don't talk about money. See, I ain't got to listen to a woman talking about how she can't pay her bills. Ooh, my baby dad ain't did this. Ooh, I don't know how I'm going to get to work. I don't got no gas. Ooh, I ain't deal with women like that. I don't. Most women can pay their own bills. Most women I know can do their own thing. You know why we don't talk about this? So now we can focus on each other instead of my motherfucking pockets. That's the problem. See, when you get a woman with some money, not a woman that's spending money on you, but a woman that can sustain herself without you. So just say she leave you, she gonna be good anyway because she'll pay her own bill before she met you. But just imagine you meet a woman that's below the barrel, can't afford nothing. Then when she leave you, she broke, disgusted, and everything. But when you leave this woman with money, she gonna still move on because she self-sustain herself. I like women that can self-sustain themselves. Some men call me a beta male or simple, whatever. But guess what? I like comfortability, baby. I don't want to have to take care of you, help you pay a little funky $50 bill that you can't afford.
B9, that ain't the comfortability you was talking about, huh? With Summer Breeze, or what's her name? What's her name?
Summer Mints?
No. Oh, Snuggles. With Snuggles. Remember Snuggles question of comfortability.
My comfortability looks totally different than $50.
It sure did.
Talk to me if I'm wrong. See, that's why I like getting with women that's doing something in life. That's why I tell these men, stop feeling sorry for these broke women. You fuck broke women. You supposed to have sex with broke women. Them the women you supposed to fuck and leave. Because they going to be nothing but what? Trouble for you. Young men, listen to me. If you're a young man getting out of college and you meet you a nice woman, you marry that woman, you build with that woman. You hear me? If you're in your 20s, you build with that woman. Don't build with no bitch you meet in your 40s. You don't know what type of lifestyle this broad done had. Through all her life. You don't know what she did at 20. You don't know what she did at 25. You don't even know what that bitch did at 30. Protect yourself. But if you're a young man and you meet a good, nice, sensible woman that treats you good, you build with her. It's okay to pay all the bills then because y'all grow together. Y'all growing finances together. You growing your business. You growing your life. But I'll be a goddamn fool, bro, at 40 years old, at my age right now, thinking that a bitch.
So, B9, remember earlier you said that when we were talking about the Simpsons things and you have your projection and how history repeats itself and it's just, it's going to come around again. So you had your 20-year projection, right? So I got my 10-year projection. My 10-year projection with Brian is in 10 years, he will have a 40-something-year-old woman where she going to be thick, fat, and healthy, looking good. She going to be cooking, but he going to be paying all the bills. And he just going to be just as happy, and he going to be fat, too. Only thing is he not going to stink. That's my projection. He going to be happy in Mississippi with his 2 goats. And by then, he going to have 4 chickens for the eggs and then a pig so he can get his bacon. That's what I'm projecting for Brian in 10 years.
The one thing that Brian is not alluding to, well, he's saying it, but he's not outright saying it, is that he's enjoying life knowing that he's not where he wants to be in life yet.
That's what you really...
Yes. What he's saying is that I'm not where I'm supposed to be yet. So if I'm fucking with you, you gonna make me whole, bitch.
I didn't get that at all.
And until I'm whole, and once he becomes whole, he will definitely entertain the options that you speak of.
Right.
He's not disillusioned or being baited into thinking that he's something that he's not. He knows what he is. He has self-awareness of what he is, where he's at. He's in a good place, but he can be a better place. When he's in a better place, he will reassess and go over the options that are before him to being in that better place. But being in a good place right now, he's living his life to the best of his ability and to the fullest. And he does that by saying, hey, if I'm bringing 50 to the table, bitch, you bringing 50 to the table. If I'm bringing 60 to the table, then you bringing 60 to the table, or at least 50. One way or the other, we're going to get to 6 figures.
Yeah.
But once he does 6 figures by himself, he will reassess. But what I see Brian doing 10 years from now is when he gets successful, I see him going and getting one of them young 25-year-olds and making them 25-year-olds. Like I see him being married, he's still gonna be pimp sugar daddy.
Well, he said he would never be faithful. He said he can't see himself being faithful.
And that's why I say he's gonna get a nice young chick that he can still control the mind and manipulate the mind, because by the time he gets the money that he wants to get with the game that he already has, and then assuming that he acquires even more game over the next 10 years, he got the pimp mentality to control a woman's mind. And once you control the mind, the body follows. It's just like I tell you with a snake. You cut off the head, all you got is a belt and some boots.
But see, he only child and he's a Virgo as well. I think once he do get married, he will be faithful.
I don't think so.
Really?
I think that he will have an open marriage. I think that he will let his chick know that, and she will be comfortable knowing, oh, I got on his nerves. He's going to release some stress with Takesha or whoever, because he don't have to lie, because like I said, he's gonna set his game up to be honest. He's never going, especially when you give him more money and he's more accomplished and he's more established. That's even more motivation to be truthful. Look, this is how it's gonna be. If you don't want it this way, it's 15 one other chicks that would love to be in your position. Get the fuck out the way and let them have their shot at it.
Wow, I want to hear his response to that. He probably would agree.
Come in my life and say, "Oh, Brad, you gonna have to pay all my bills. You gonna have to take care of my 4 kids. You gonna have to take care of me. I'm gonna work though. I'm gonna keep my money though. I will pay my own car note, but I'm not gonna contribute nothing to the house. Only thing you got for me is that funky wet pussy. You can cook and you can clean, babe. I do all of that. Cause keep in mind, people, I'm a single father. I've been a single father for 15, 16 years. I got a 15-year-old son, and I'm about to have a 17-year-old daughter. Come on with it, bro. You can't talk to me. Say, ain't none of these weekend dad ass niggas. See, I'm a different breed. So that shit don't work on me. Fuck out of here. I know how it is being a single parent and how tough it is financially to take care of kids on your own. I know how rough it is by yourself, wondering how you gonna get to work because you just spent this money so your kids can go on a field trip or whatever you got to do with your baby. I know how it is. So why in the fuck I'm gonna put that pressure on the woman for? Nah, I want to make sure I'm good. Let me make sure my life together financially. So when I meet this woman, she ain't got to have that burden. I don't have to put that burden on her. So that's the type of woman I look for. I look for a woman that's financially stable, that take care of her kids. That's the first thing I see. How she take care of her kids? How she take care of her kids? Once I see how good she take care of her children, that's the best thing ever. I love women with multiple kids. I don't care. You can have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, baby. Have us a football team plus 2 of mine. That's 12. You goddamn right. You know what I mean? Shit. What the fuck you talking about? I don't care about. I ain't none of these niggas that diss women that have kids. I love women with kids. Fuck you talking about? I don't want no woman with no kids no more. I tried this. Shit didn't work. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. So it's crazy. I don't know why these women ain't getting no money. I don't know why I love getting money women. Because you can learn from a getting money woman. I can't learn from a broke woman that's still at the bottom. I'm 40 now. I understand I was young and I feel sorry for a broke bitch and I'm broke too. But I'm 40. There's nothing I can do to take care of a woman. I can't take care of a woman. But it's too many of old women trying to compete with the young women. The young women are winning. Y'all gotta get BBLs. Y'all gotta get surgery just to compete with these young motherfuckers. See, I can understand a young 21 to 25-year-old saying, "Ooh, baby, city girls pay my bills." I get that. They young, they fresh, they pussy good. Y'all pussy been ran too. Come on, man. Talk to y'all 20s. Y'all 20s. Now y'all got a nigga at the club tricking money on. That's the life y'all got. But y'all ain't gonna have no hell of a fine nigga that know how to talk good, fuck good, and all that shit. Shit. I'm sorry, y'all.
Stretch it out.
Excuse me, the word B and H. What up, April? Shout out to April, man. April and her beautiful family, man. I feel like I seen your son just grow up right before I. What up, Miss Marsha? Miss Marsha getting money, motherfucker. Shit. Miss Marsha type of motherfucker that'll take you out to eat, nigga. What the fuck you talking about, man? She a getting money motherfucker. Hey, what the fuck you talking about? That's a getting money motherfucker. Ever since I knew Miss Marche, that motherfucker, when I used to try to buy her lunch at work, like, no, I can pay my own. I don't want you to buy my lunch. That was the type of women I like to be around with, goddammit. That motherfucker, I still bought it for her, because that's my girl. Well, Sheena, shout out to Sheena. She a getting money motherfucker too. Her husband out here balling and shit. Had the liquor store. I don't know if they still got it, but I see him though. I love him to death. Yeah, Miss Marsha know what to do. Miss Marsha ain't gonna poke no broke nigga either. They can't do the same thing that she could do for a nigga. That's why it's a lot of happy women out here, because now they ain't got that stress of having to what? Coddle a man no more. That's why there's a lot of happy niggas out here, because they ain't got to coddle a woman no more. You get what I'm saying? It's some real solid women out here, man. Black man, you the minority. Get you a woman that getting money, but you got to make sure that you are a good man to that woman. So let me put that out there. You just can't get with a get money woman and just use her and suck her dry and suck her spirit dry. Don't do that now. Don't suck her spirit dry. If you ain't got it, don't deal with it. I've been in situations like that. I got over my head before dealing with a woman with a lot of money, and I wasn't there mentally. Now I love reciprocate energy. You right. You right, Miss Marche. Shit. You right. Now I love reciprocate. I like reciprocation now. I don't want to be the one that's doing everything. Reciprocate the love, baby. Shit. Sometimes it's okay for you to take me out of town, baby. It's okay to take your nigga out of town sometimes. Your nigga ain't got to do everything. Shit. And gas $5 now, man. We need help around this motherfucker.
$6.
So we can have more. Yeah. Anyway, I just had to talk shit to y'all. Then the $400 dates, man. Listen, I ain't never met a woman. I dated all types of women in my life. I'm talking about all types, from the poor bitch to the rich bitch. And none of them told me I had to take them to a 5-star restaurant.
That's facts.
I'm talking about all types, man. They just like the macking and the conversation and the fucking. Then they know me. Then if you was my woman, I'd take you to a $400 restaurant. But why am I take you to a $400 restaurant the first time? I'd take you to Outback or Steakhouse or something. You know what I mean? I pay a little $100 for you, baby. I don't even drink, so my bill always gonna be cheap anyway because I don't drink. You can drink all day you want. Shit, what the fuck you talking about? And most women I dealt with don't even get the high shit on the menu. You know what I'm saying? Like they have like some type of, what's the word? I don't know what word I'm trying to say, but they have some type of niceness to them. Like, man, I ain't finna get this $30 plate. I'm gonna get this $15 plate. Well, I'm gonna get this $30 plate for. Fuck out of here. See, that's what I'm saying.
It ain't about how much you spend on a plate.
You got two people that are business minded or working together. That's why relationships fail all the time. A lot of relationships fail because one person got all the baggage, man, of the woman. Finances, you
got bars.
Finances.
Great
so
bar.
sometimes the other woman might be the breadwinner.
I was hoping he was gonna call back in.
So why not alleviate that pressure off your mate so y'all can get along better? Then y'all can focus on each other more instead of focus on how we gonna pay this, how we gonna do this.
Not right now, Sherelle. Hey, girl. We're watching a replay of his live from yesterday. He wanted us to check it out. Hey, baby.
What's up,
man, where you been at, Sherelle?
Yeah, this live, baby. Oh, nah.
Hopeful that woke up. Hey, Hopeful.
What's up with y'all?
Yeah, listening to Brian go off on these women. What is this live?
YouTube streets.
Huh?
Listening to him go off on these YouTube streets.
Right. Well, Facebook. This is from his Facebook live yesterday. He came in telling me he wanted us to check it out. This nigga.
Who gonna go on vacation here? How we gonna do this? Instead of y'all working together. What's wrong with working together? It's not a roommate. How this nigga?
Hey, operator Glenn. I haven't seen you in forever. How are you? Good to see you over here.
Peace to the chat. Well, y'all.
Roommate. And y'all working together. Everything coming back to the home. Stupid motherfucker. That's how I knew y'all ain't had no grandma and granddaddy. Grandma worked.
Man, what?
Grandma working in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s.
And grandma could sew.
How these old black women getting raped by these white men back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s working? While granddad was out there in the yard or in the field working too. They worked together. Then grandma, after she was getting beat by the white folks, she still came home and took care of them babies, took care of them kids, still cooked, still washed, while granddad out there working. I don't know what type. That's why I said a lot of y'all ain't never seen a man in y'all household. That's why I know some of y'all grandmas died alone. I know it hurts, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Fuck you talking about? Yeah, grandma worked. Grandma was a nurse. Grandma was a teacher. Grandma was a housekeeper. Grandma was doing a lot of things and still take care of them babies. What you talking about? Yeah, man. Yeah, my grandma. Yeah, Sheena, grandma worked, man. Grandma didn't want no man to take care of her. What the fuck you talking about? The women that were getting beat was the ones at home. Think about it. The most women that get beat are the men that take care of the woman. A lot of women, I've been to these battered meetings or whatever, battered banquets, women that been abused. And I know there's a lot of women say, my husband beat me. He worked 6 to 7 hours a week. All I had to do was just stay at home and take care of the kids. They was the one getting their ass kicked. Now, it's fucked up getting your ass kicked you gonna have on the bills now. That's even more fucked up. But a lot of these women stay that let the man pay all the bills. That man, that's you the child. And they got that whoop.
Oh my goodness, bitch, you too, Sherelle.
If I'm lying, somebody tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, that's even more.
And Sherelle, you missed class the other day.
I'm gonna treat you like my child. Matter of fact, you probably don't even have the same rights as my children. Because you can't tell me nothing. At least you can pay the bills. At least you can give me some understanding.
All right, we heard everything. I can't believe he said if you playing 50% and you getting your ass beat. Oh Lord.
Yeah. That just don't sound like a good idea. It just don't sound appealing.
Well, neither one sound appealing if you're getting your ass beat. I don't care if I am staying home. What the fuck? No. So Sherelle, so you came back. Your honey bunny came over and told us you went on another hiatus. Where I'm surprised he hasn't popped up yet.
Mm-hmm. The dynamic come, that pop up.
When is the marriage coming?
Marriage? Who get married?
Sherelle got her man, her boo.
Don't tell me that.
I know. I'm sorry, Hopeful. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sherelle.
She talking about stop it. Girl, you don't get the one you right now.
You made an announcement now. I got receipts over here. Don't play.
And you can that's my baby.
Big time receipts.
Don't do that.
Hey, see, you gotta realize, Kai, at the end of the day, Sherelle is out here running these YouTube streets, okay? You can't be blowing up Sherelle's spot. She got certain people in certain chats.
Hey, don't be telling on Sherelle. Let her tell.
Sherelle ain't pimping. She got to get this money.
Out here winning, okay?
Look, let her tell me.
She said she thinks she behind in the stream. You're not that, are you?
Yeah, Sherelle out here winning, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, y'all mad because y'all losing. And she winning.
Because watch in a minute, if we Zoe gonna be right on over here. It might be too early for Zoe. He probably still asleep.
Yeah, I ain't seen Zoe in a minute. How you been?
Yeah, he came over here last week, actually, last Thursday.
I just saw Jedi Mike for the first time in a minute.
Oh, I know. He came over here tonight, too. I was shocked. It's like, good to see him. He didn't come up or nothing, but he did stop in to say hello.
Yep. It's good to know he's doing all right.
Yeah.
And I talked to K Soul, he had his daughter.
Oh, really? Did he say her name?
No, I didn't get all the details. I know he's so sleep deprived. I was shocked he even responded. But he said
I have to reach out to him, send him a message.
Yeah, him and his family are doing good. Everybody's safe and healthy, so that's all that matters.
That's good. Ooh, that new fatherhood ain't nothing like it. And motherhood, well, parenthood. What was you saying, Wally?
No, I'm saying for Sherelle. What she said in the chat.
Wait, she was just saying she behind. Laugh out loud. Oh, she said he sleep. So Zoe sleep. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? She got the schedule and the patterns down already.
Shit, that's her fiance. You know, they announced that they fiancés.
Who?
They're each other's fiance, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nah, they faking.
Well, how about
you can't talk. You came on here with your nice chocolate thick thing up here. We seen her.
When was that?
Oh yeah, I know you was feeling good that night because you was releasing a lot.
That was a while ago. I don't know what you're talking about.
That was what 2, maybe
Nah,
3 weeks ago.
That was a while ago.
No.
You heard how ESO go 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was a while ago.
That's a while ago.
Okay.
That was back when. You know what I'm saying? Sherelle, don't listen to that, baby. Sherelle, don't listen to that, baby.
Silly. But look, guys, I gotta get ready to take my dogs to the groomer.
Right,
Gotta be there at 8. So, but wait, don't rush off. Wait, Hopeful. Wait, Wally. B9 in the house.
I was gonna ask B9 a question real quick before we go.
Oh, go for it. Yes, absolutely.
What's up?
So B9. Lance was saying something earlier in the live, like way back in the early parts of the show. But he said that he believes that Google would buy Amazon. Do you see that?
He
said that he believed that Google would buy Amazon.
Based on what?
Oh, we were talking about the merge and everything because then I had brought up what was it, monopoly, when everyone is monopolizing things and bring.
Yeah, because we were talking about different, like we were talking about how, like, how Microsoft was trying to grow, and then how Google, amongst Chromebooks did something similar to Microsoft as far as Microsoft wording amongst their program, and then
Vision something.
Yeah, and he just tossed that in, like Google would buy Amazon, and I threw it in that could be a possibility because Amazon actually owns Twitch. Or has some acquisition of it.
Well, the reason why, and shameless plug, subscribe to the B9 Nizzle channel so you can actually, so that you can actually learn money talk. The reason why that will never happen is because Amazon is worth more than Google. The small
see, this is what I thought.
The small company doesn't buy the larger company. The larger company buys the smaller company.
Because in my mind, okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, because real quick, in my mind, the only smart thing I can see Google buying from Amazon is just Twitch and eliminating that overall. And part of because let's see, there's like a couple of years in between YouTube and Twitch overall, right? And so far, Twitch has no real major outsource as far as how to make it themselves monetizationable. Okay. So I can definitely see some ways where they can just take that and just call it a day. And plus, there is some like infrastructure that Twitch has that people will get over there. So if they figure it out, like what they could do to smash that up, I see why not.
Well, see, you're looking at it from a content creator standpoint.
Not really. The standpoint I'm really looking at it is just saying, okay, like for instance, when Facebook took over Instagram, because it was their biggest competitor, right? He said, screw that, I'm gonna just pick that up and call it a day.
Right.
Which he did. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Right, but Twitch has already been picked up by a Facebook type company. And Google has already picked up Twitch.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So why would Google, who's not as big as Amazon, but still a famed company in the tier of Amazon, why would they sell their specialized wing? Like you said, Facebook has Instagram, Google has Yahoo, Amazon has Twitch. So each one of the big boys, it's obviously the business model is to have a social media platform that is your own, even if not by name association.
Right.
Kind of like giving them, in a sense, a burner account.
Basically, exactly, yeah.
So So why would Amazon give up its burner account to give Google 2 burner accounts?
Exactly. That's what. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying because it makes no difference. And I don't think Jeff Bezos will eventually plan something to structure a way to get it to where it's at the level at them and compete. So, yeah,
exactly. Because what you're paying for, and what you acquired is the platform. Google, Amazon, all of them could have built their own platforms, but it was cheaper.
Well, actually,
it was cheaper and more time efficient just to acquire someone else's platform.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did. They just acquired others. So once you have that acquisition under your portfolio, why would you give it up, especially to a competitor?
Right. So to that point, yeah, because I even just realized this after some time in research. Amazon already has their own platform as far as going live. So you can have your even Amazon Live shows.
So did Google.
With them. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So did Facebook. But it still didn't But it still didn't stop them from acquiring another social media platform that, like you said, could have been a possible competitor. They had enough money and influence to make them an ally.
Right.
So once you get in my portfolio, especially because I'm a long-term investor, I know companies like that are definitely long-term investors. So they don't make these acquisitions even worried about the next 10, 20, 30 years. A lot of these acquisitions they have in play doesn't even take form until 50 years from now, because they know that the government and the laws and the legislation and the oversight committees are so slow that by the time they catch up with what's going on, they already set up that's why they're setting up the metaverse now.
Right.
The metaverse isn't going to be established for another 20 years. But we're hearing about all the groundwork now. And those that think that they're in the metaverse are just getting AOL/net zero service. And when it really gets into play, you'll be on Verizon Fios fiber optics.
Right.
But and this is what I was telling Kai earlier about The Simpsons. The Simpsons can always get credit for predicting the future because they understand the past. And if you truly understand the past and you have a little logic that you can add to it, you have a high probability of predicting the future. So, of course, they were going to be right with a lot of their predictions. Of course, they were going to be right with a lot of the episodes that they showed, because they had the advantage of watching Star Trek and watching all these other shows. So, yeah. But yep, that's my attorney. I got some business to take care of, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, then.
Hi together.
Here come. Okay, good, because I gotta take the dogs anyway. Okay, everyone. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I'll be back tonight. I look forward to hanging out with you guys again.
I said I gotta go. My attorney's on. So
together.
Bye
bye. Together. Thank you. Okay, well, you guys better not leave. Okay.
We
so
leaving.
No, don't leave, Wally. Come on. Okay.
Amazon just bought MGM.
You mean MGM as far as the studio?
Thank you guys.
About to have all the movies.
You could ever know. I learned so much from you guys, way more than you could ever learn from me. I appreciate you guys, and I look forward to every time we spend time together. Let's sing our song. You ready, guys? Ding, 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 ding. I'm so glad we had this time together. All right now, hopeful, okay, that high soprano. Wait, what is that? Alto, whatever it is. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having me.
I'll see you guys tonight, okay?
Yeah.
Bye.